Africa vivra toujours. Vive Africa. Pourvu qu'il y ait l'amour, la paix, l'union, la solidarité, fraternité, continuité, honnêteté, Africa vivra toujours. Pourvu qu'il y ait l'amour, la paix, l'union, la solidarité, fraternité, continuité, honnêteté, Africa vivra toujours. Vive la culture africaine.
Whcr 90.3 FM, New York.
Yes, WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, the voice of Harlem. You know what it is. The time is 2:06 all the way to 4 p.m. You are all welcome aboard right here at WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, the voice of Harlem, every Tuesday, 2 to 4. Yes, news and view from Africa, broadcasting by Ababakar Chow and DJ Momo. You know what it is. The phone number to give us a call is 212-650-6903. Yes, 212-494-650-6903, 212-650-6903. Yes, you know. WTN 90.3 FM, New York, the voice of Harlem. Every Tuesday, 2 to 4. Yes, as we heard the voice of Mr. Bob Avakian, of course, last Tuesday, we did not hear it that much. And we're going to listen it today. And we also have on the studio here, right here with us, Mr. Willie Wade. He's here with us. How you doing today, Mr. Willie Wade?
We're good, Mohammed.
Wonderful to receive you today at the studio. We're gonna listen to the song of Mr. Bob Avakian, who was interviewed by Connor West.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna go on and listen some song before we come to that song. WTN 90.3 FM at New York, the voice of Harlem. Yes, to give us a call is 212-650-6903.
Your
Yes. WTN 90.3 FM and the Voice of Ireland. We're back now. We are going to listen. Of course, this voice is supposed to be heard everywhere across the country, isn't it, Mr. Whcr?
Exactly. Everyone needs to hear the voice of Avakian, Bob Avakian, the chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party. And this interview with Cornel West, people are in for a ride. This is a dynamic.
For the people who don't know who is Bob Avakian, he's the chairman.
He's the chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party. He is a revolutionary who has developed the theory of revolution and communism. And I tell you what, Cornel asked him about who he is in the interview, so I don't want to shortcut that. But I do want to acknowledge going into the interview that Smiley and West, the Smiley and West program on PRI, allowed for the use of this recording, and we want to thank them for that.
All right, good. All right, WTN 90.3 FM, the Voice of Ireland. The time is 2:14. We're going to hear that voice. All right, I hope you two getting ready to listen to their voices. Thank you.
International, I'm Cornel West, and this is Smiley and West. Brother Tavis is away on assignment this week. He's recording an upcoming television series on PBS entitled Education Under Arrest. It's about school to prison pipeline. Too many of our precious young brothers and sisters of all colors, but especially the chocolate ones, they tend to be on this pipeline. Tavis is fighting it. Can't wait to see that. Such an important subject to put in the spotlight. But before he went on assignment, Brother Tavis and I were able to record a conversation with actor George Takei. He's building on his legacy with a new musical about U.S. concentration camps that confined our precious Japanese brothers and sisters during World War II, including George himself. It's a powerful production, powerful conversation later in the program. But first, we are joined this week with my dear brother, Bob Avakian. He is the chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party. He is a legendary freedom fighter. He's a long-distance runner. He's one of the few coming out of the 60s who never sold out. He never caved in. He never gave up. Held on to his forging of a rigorous scientific analysis of the objective realities that are driven by a revolutionary love, because he has such a deep love for poor people, oppressed people, all around the world. And whether you agree or disagree with our brother, one thing you cannot deny, that he is the real thing. No doubt about it. Brothers, the blessing to have you. Say hello to the audience.
Hello, and thank you very much for that introduction.
No, I'm just telling the truth. So just quickly, let's begin with your reading of our historical moment.
Well, you talked about some of it. I mean, even recent history with the concentration camps interned Japanese, and today the mass incarceration of youth from the inner cities, of black and brown youth in particular, the little talked about phenomenon of like masses of women in the inner cities being evicted. There's a lot of talk also about people being foreclosed in their homes, but poor women being evicted in growing numbers, as well as growing numbers of poor women going into prison, as the United States has the highest incarceration rate in the world in general, and of women in particular. Then there are the wars, there's the poverty, there's the economic crisis, and we could go, and the repression in general, we could go on and on. This is the kind of world we're faced with, where, for example, 10 million children die every year in the third world of malnutrition and preventable disease. 10 million children every year, more than the population of the biggest city in the United States, for example. And this is the reality that we're dealing with. And the reality is not only that this is horrific, but that it's totally unnecessary. We live in a world of tremendous abundance, but what we have is the private appropriation by a few of this great wealth that's produced by many, and it doesn't go to the benefit of the many. So we need a revolution to radically change this society, but not just this society, the whole world. And we have to change, in fact, the way in which this society, as much as it oppresses people here, the ruling class of the society feasts off the rest of the world and enriches itself on that basis under even worse conditions than what the worst face here. So this is where we stand, and we're up against powerful forces, people that rule this country. I mean, anybody who doesn't recognize how powerful they are doesn't deserve to be taken seriously. Let's just say that straight up. But they're also sitting on top of a system that's erupting underneath them, a system that's riddled with contradictions economically. Politically, they claim that there's liberty and justice for all, but we know that's not true. We know there's profound and widespread injustice. And these contradictions are the basis for how a movement to actually rid humanity of this system can be built.
No, indeed, as you know, I've had a wonderful conversation with Brother Carl Dix.
Right.
Just calling for stop and frisk, Brother Carl throwing down, and Brother
Leather outrage.
Oh, Lord, yes. I mean, one distinctive feature of revolutionary communists in the party that you are head of, founder of, is that they tend to accent white supremacy. They tend to accent poor people and their dignity, capacity to change things, but also a scientific analysis of what they are up against. Now, could you tell us just very briefly your conception of revolution vis-a-vis, let's say, Martin Luther King, who called for revolution, wanted a transfer of power from oligarchs to everyday people, recognizing the horror, the misery, the nightmare. But this is important for me, of course, because I'm a revolutionary Christian, you're a revolutionary communist. Could you give us the difference in your understanding?
Yeah, well, let me just add first before getting to that. Let's not forget also, and I know you don't, about male supremacy. And, one of the great horrors in this world today is the enslavement of young girls and women in the millions all over the world, including right in this country and right down the street from wherever people are in sexual slavery, as well as other horrific forms of oppression of women and gay people and others in this society, just to get the whole picture, flesh it out. And I know you agree with me on that. But to speak to the difference in essence is, first of all, Martin Luther King called for a nonviolent change, or the revolution. That if he used when he used the word revolution, it was an idea of change that would come about within the existing framework, even if it meant radical change. But what we're talking about is actually breaking the hold of those who rule this society and who prey on the masses of people here and around the world, breaking the hold of their institutions of violent repression over the masses of people. Now, we're not talking about running out and being crazy and trying to do this when there's not a basis for it. In order to have a revolution, you have to have millions and ultimately tens of millions of people who are convinced of the need for that revolution, who are not only fed up and don't want to live another day in this kind of way, but are convinced that there's a radically different way that they could live and that human beings could interrelate and the society and the world could be. And when you get to that point, which is what we're working to bring into being, that kind of consciousness and that kind of political movement and resistance against the crimes of this system, when you get to that point, then you have to be able to deal with the fact that violent repression is going to be brought down on you. These people are not going to step aside. They're not going to say, oh, you're right. We've committed horrible crimes all around the world. We've done terrible things to people. We're going to stop and step aside so you can build a better world. No, they're going to try to violently crush any organized force and broader mass of people who are trying to bring about that change. And you're going to have to deal with their attempts to violently crush it. You're going to have to defeat that. You're going to have to defeat their institutions and their organs of violent repression against people, and you're going to have to dismantle them and replace them with revolutionary institutions that actually serve the radicalization of society in the interests of the great majority of people in the world, and ultimately serving the emancipation of humanity as a whole from this whole horror that we've been living under.
We just had the first debate, and it was a sad spectacle to see the two candidates unable to really engage any of the real issues affecting poor people and working people. Why do you think American society, American culture has been so resistant to the kind of awakening that would lead poor and working people to straighten their backs up, organize, and engage in forms of social activism and resistance that would fundamentally change a society?
Well, I think the people that are vying to be the chief executive and commander-in-chief of this system and its armed forces are trying to enforce the very system and maintain by force the very system that causes all the things that you were just mentioning, and that people need to be organized to stand up against, resist, fight against, and eventually get rid of through revolution. So I think that explains why they talk the way they do and about what they talk about, because their interests are completely different from, and not just different, they're completely opposed to the interests of the great majority of people in this society, and especially those they have their boot on most viciously. So that's one thing. I also wanted to go back, though, not to miss an important element of the previous question you asked, sort of, if you will, the philosophical dimension. What's the difference between a Christian revolutionary and a communist revolutionary?
Yeah.
I know that we want to talk about that. And the difference is that communism proceeds on a scientific basis of actually probing, investigating, and summing up what's learned from reality, and then testing what conclusions you draw from that against reality, so that we can proceed from what is actually arises in reality and what can be verified in reality, and that's our that's our basic scientific approach. My belief in revolution and our party's firm foundation in the principles of making revolution is not grounded in the idea that, well, it would just be morally right, although we're profoundly convinced it is morally right, or not just that it would be nicer if the world could be this way, but actually a concrete analysis which leads us to understand in the full dimensions what a horror the world is for the great majority of humanity. If you just think about those 10 million children in the third world as just one, concentration of that, what a horror it is, but on the other hand, that it does not have to be this way. And so that we don't base it on, what you've referred to as a prophetic tradition or, religious belief. We base it on a scientific belief, even though it also includes an ethical or moral dimension, that we don't just understand the world as a horror, we also feel that it's intolerable, but we also ground that in a scientific understanding that it does not have to be this way. And the more that you understand scientifically that it does not have to be this way, the more outraged you are by the fact that it continues to be this way, and that there are forces who insist upon and use violence to maintain this system, and with all the consequences that means for the great majority of people.
No, indeed, because I know the audience is titillated to have such a revolutionary atheist with a revolutionary Christian and still have overlap in terms of our love for poor people, and not only that, but a willingness, both of us, to live and die for the cause of trying to change the world and the interests of oppressed people, of those friends for known called the wretched of the earth. But it's so difficult to adjudicate the atheism and the God talk, in the sense of that, will there ever be a kind of final agreement between us? Well, that's difficult to envision, because it looks like I'm so rooted in my own understanding of the prophetic tradition and rooted in my own conception of God's love that leads me to want to live and die for poor folk. And yet your life has been exemplary in willingness to pay cost and price and persist and prevail in trying to disclose certain truths objectively and still sustain what I call a revolutionary love for poor people. Is that a fair characterization? When I say you have a revolutionary love for poor people?
Well, I think that's part of it, definitely. If you don't have those kind of, if you don't have those kind of feelings, just put it simply, then you cannot be a revolutionary. You cannot be a communist. If you're not outraged at what poor people and people broadly in the world are put through, if that doesn't cause your blood to boil, to put it that way, then you could never be a revolutionary. So in that sense, definitely yes. And if you don't burn with a desire to put an end to that and bring something much better into being, especially when you see that it's possible, then you have absolutely no right to talk about being a revolutionary.
See, that's the kind of fire I'm talking about, and I love that fire. You go back to Black Panther Party. You go back to working with the early Huey Newton. You go back to working with the Revolutionary Union in the Bay Area. You have a long, long, rich history, and yet you've been able to sustain it, to keep alive both your hope as well as your imagination, scientific analysis, that wonderful core with a lot of elasticity, that heart that still has a flexibility, as it were. How do you account for Brother Bob Ovakian still being part of this revolutionary love train?
Well, we were talking about this before. If you see the world the way it is, and you draw the conclusion you have to draw from being willing to look straight-faced at the world the way it is, and you recognize that it has not gotten better for the great majority of humanity. It continues to get worse. People are uprooted from one place and desperately searching all over the earth for a way to make a livelihood, trying to go from one country to another just in order to live. They're subjected to wars, they're subjected to environmental destruction, they're subjected to the horror of their own kids being shot down on the street by the police in the hundreds every year in this country. if you see all that, then, and you know that it doesn't have to be that way. Look at all the abundance there is in the world. It's been, the technology, the interconnectedness of people, which could lead to a rich life, and I don't mean financially.
Right.
I mean in what you would call spiritual sense.
Yes,
I mean in the
yes.
enrichment of life, the quality of people's lives. Both their material needs, but their intellectual and cultural needs could be met on a whole other level, and yet they're being suffocated and strangled under this system. Why would you want to live under this any longer? Why would you not want to keep working and struggling? And yes, why would you not have an open mind to learn from anyone and anything you could learn from in order to be able to fight better to do this? That's the bedrock of everything. That's where I live, if you want to put it that way, because I've seen the horror, and I've also seen the fact that it doesn't have to be this way. There have been previous, great breakthroughs that are made in Soviet Union and China to build a whole new socialist society, to be on the road of doing away with these things, and they were turned back and defeated. So we've had to study very deeply the lessons to learn how to do better, and both in fighting, but also in when we get to the stage where we have a new society, how to actually lead that society in an even better way so we can stay on the road and defeat the attempts to crush what we brought into being. So all that goes into it. Why would you want to settle for anything less once you see on the one hand what the horror is, but also on the other hand what the possibility for something much different and truly beautiful really is.
I think Americans oftentimes overlook the degree to which communists in our past, though not in any way a large majority, there's always been a small minority of communists in America, but they've played a very important role in struggles against injustice, struggles against white supremacy, male supremacy, struggles against capitalism, struggles against homophobia. We think in the civil rights movement there are a number of communists that played an important role, going back to the trade union movement. What is the role of revolutionary communists at this particular moment, a kind of an Occupy moment, even though the Occupy movement needs to bounce back? What is the role of communists, and how will revolutionary communists attempt to provide some kind of vision and analysis?
Well, we have a slogan that sort of encapsulates how we approach building a movement for revolution, which is fight the power and transform the people for revolution.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Don't rise up against their oppression. If they're just beaten down continually, then they're never going to be able to actually bring a new world into being, and they're never going to be able even to think about the big questions that we're discussing right here of could the world be a different way? Why is it the way it is? And is there a possibility for it to be radically different and better? So people need to be led, and they need to rise up and fight back against the many ways in which people are oppressed. And we need to unite with people when they do rise up. And we need to, at the same time, when we get to transform the people, that means transform the thinking, the consciousness of the people, so they see not just the need to resist this or that outrage, but they see the interconnection of all these different things that outrage people and people rise up against, and they see how they're all rooted in the same capitalist imperialist system, and the way that it works and the way that it has to work, and the way that it crushes people in working the way it does. And they begin to see at the same time the possibility of a radically different world, because they come to understand that while this system works this way, there is a basis for a whole different kind of system that works on different bases that put the interests of the people forefront and fundamentally, as the basis for what people are doing. So that's transforming the people. It's transforming their thinking, transforming how they relate to each other, transforming what they think is possible, raising their heads so that they can think about the things that normally they're pushed down from even being able to think about. And then, for what? For revolution, because if people don't rise up and fight back, they'll be crushed. But if they just rise up and continually and fight back, they're going to be still trapped in the same situation they're in. I mean, I've said this before. If I were a preacher, and I were looking at all the things going on in the world, just how many times do you have to read about another family whose son or daughter is shot down by the police? And all the tears that flow and the anguish that flows on the basis of that. How many times do you have to have a Marley Graham or a Manuel Diaz out in California, or a Sean Bell or Oscar Grant? How many times do you have to have that go on? And I don't want to be here or have someone else be here 30 years from now talking about what are we going to do about the fact that police are shooting people down on the streets in the hundreds every year and subjecting millions of youth to mass incarceration, or women to mass enslavement, or denying them the right to abortion or birth control. I don't want to see a world in which 30 or 40 years from now we're going over the same outrages talking about what are we going to do about it. We need to move beyond that, so we need a revolution to get to where we can move beyond it.
One of the fascinating features of the Revolutionary Communist Party is the stress on the arts, music, and on poetry. You've written quite powerfully about the role of imagination. And actually, you put out a little hip-hop single, too. I forget what I remember that as well, come to think of it. But what is the role of the arts when it comes to social activism, struggle, and revolutionary engagement with the world?
Anyway, did I make my point about the preacher? The preacher would say, "How long, O Lord?" But I don't want to keep having to say that, even without the "O Lord." I don't want to keep.
But some preachers say, "How long, O Lord, Lord? I am sent to do something about it."
Okay, there we are.
And we meet in the streets with some revolutionary communists, some anarchists, some progressives, and others. But in terms of the arts, though, I want to make
right. I just wanted to make that clear that we do have that unity. That we don't want to have to keep saying how long, even if some of us say "O Lord" and some of us don't.
That's right.
That's where we meet. That we don't want to have to keep saying that.
That's exactly.
Now, as for the point about, so I just wanted to make that clear. But as far as the point about the arts, yes, because people, I'll invoke your tradition. People do not live by bread alone.
That's right.
People need cultural and intellectual sustenance.
Yes.
As well as material sustenance. And people constantly produce art of one kind or another. The question is, what is going to be the content of that, and what is it going to serve? But also, how do we approach different people within different traditions or different fields of art, whether it's painting or music or other things? How do we understand what they're trying to do, and how do we try to give life to things in such a way that it all can contribute to the building up the basis to actually make a revolution, and then to actually have a new society in which culture and art can flourish on a whole other level in many diverse expressions. There isn't just one form of art that should be promoted, and there isn't just art that's political in the more direct and explicit sense that's important. That kind of art which calls people, to the barricades, to the political struggle, so to speak, using barricades metaphorically. Now let's not distort what's being said here.
That's right.
At this point we're talking about metaphorically, but get out in the streets fighting back against the oppression. The art that calls people forward to do that is very important. But there are also many other forms of art, that are more quote-unquote abstract, if you will, or, jazz or other things, which give expression to a mood or a sentiment or a feeling, which also have to be, embraced as part of what we're doing. Now, if they have a reactionary content, if they call on people to do things that are harmful to the masses of people, or they create a mood that depresses people and makes them feel that they can't do anything to change their conditions, then we have to get into some struggle about that and say, no, let's have some art and culture. Let's not, let's have hip-hop, but let's not have hip-hop that talks about bitches. Oh, I don't know.
No, that's all right.
Say that on the radio.
The word, that's right. No, that's fine.
Okay, bitches and hoes, and
right.
Puts women down and just says, I'm going to get mine, and I don't care what happens to anybody else, and if I have to step on or even shoot other people to get rich, let's do that, and I'm just going to promote all kinds of backward nonsense. Let's not have that. Let's have more fight to power, and let's have more, let's get rid of oppression, not let's get ours out of this oppression. Not let's get in on it, but let's get rid of it. But, so there has to be struggle about art, but also you have to allow art to flourish and develop. You can't, try to squeeze it. Squeeze the life out of it. You can't try to take things as soon as they come forth and put some kind of litmus test to them to see if they measure up in some sort of, abstract and dogmatic sense. You have to have a lot of flourishing of art and culture. This is one of the key things of the new synthesis of communism that I've been bringing forward, that we need to give a lot of emphasis to giving life to these different things, and then we can sift through them. And not just a few of us, but masses of people can sift through them to see what it is that actually inspires them toward things that would really be positive, and what is it they need to discard because it actually leads them away from where they need to go. So there are a lot of different, yes, I did produce something all played out.
It was a nice single.
But that was just my giving vent, giving expression, not vent, but giving expression to my outrage at a lot of things that go on that get over here, the hypocrisy of the ruling class of this country, and also the backward stuff among the mass of the people, which, yes, does need to be called out. If we have a saying too, if people are talking, well, I'm going to use the R-rated version here. If people are talking nonsense, they need to be called out for it. And that's part of what I was doing there. But look, I'm not a highly developed hip hop artist, but there are lots of highly developed hip hop artists. And that's why I say we need more of them doing things that will contribute to the struggle to get rid of oppression in many different forms. It doesn't have to be, let's get rid of oppression, time to stop all the depression. It doesn't have to be like that. But it can be a lot of different forms in which people are creating the kind of atmosphere and feeling that inspires people to better things and to stand up and fight back and eventually to make revolution.
No, it's one reason why we talk about Lupe Fiasco and Brother Ali and Erykah Badu and some of the other young artists affecting the generation to come, as it were. Two quick questions. One, of course, is the role of the new Jim Crow, the prison-industrial complex, and the fact that so many of revolutionary communists I know zero in on the deeply racist and unjust criminal justice system. And prisoners themselves seem to be more and more open to at least a broader analysis of the context in which they find themselves. Is this part of the role of trying to engage in transformation society, zeroing in on the prison industrial complex, making sure, like with Michelle Alexander, we have a public discussion about the new Jim Crow?
Well, yes. Look, first of all, once again, to go to the moral dimension, if you will, this is, and the political dimension where they're joined. This is a tremendous outrage.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
By systematizing an understanding of what a huge phenomenon this is and what social role it plays, that this is the new Jim Crow, this is the new segregation and repression directed against black people and also Latinos. But it's part of the whole history of the oppression of black people in this country. And it's an outrage, and it needs to be taken on. There needs to be a massive struggle developed against this, in which thousands and ultimately millions of people, and not just black and Latino people, but people everywhere who care about justice and ending injustice, need to become part of this. And from our point of view, we approach this as understanding that this is something it gets to something very basic about the whole history of this country and the whole nature of the system in this country, the oppression of black people. And so we've taken this up, this new Jim Crow, this mass incarceration. I mean, look what they're doing to the youth. Millions and millions of them being marched off to prison, and being given jackets from the time they're young kids, being rolled up on, stopped and frisked. 4 or 5 are hanging out on the street corner in L.A. and they constitute a gang, which therefore is automatically stripped of its rights. If this were going on in any other country, everybody would say what a horrific country that is that does something like that to a whole section of people, particularly the youth. So this has to be taken on. From our point of view, this gets to the very nature of this system, and it's one of the fundamental reasons why this system needs to be swept aside. And we've also taken up a mass struggle against the degradation of women in some of the main forms in which patriarchal and male supremacist oppression is coming down on women, in the just rampant and vicious and mainstreaming of pornography that's going on, and sexual violence against women, as well as the attacks, the constant, incessant attacks, which people like Obama and others are doing nothing to counter, by the way, against the right of women to reproductive freedom, even to have the right to abortion or even birth control in order to be able to determine whether they themselves are going to have children, and if so, when and under what conditions. So this is another thing that it's a mass outrage. There's not enough awareness of it, and there's not enough struggle around it in both these two things. The mass incarceration and the mass degradation of women in these forms. There is not enough awareness, which we need to go out and change, and there's not the kind of mass struggle that there would be, and there should be, and would be if people understood what is actually going on and what it really represents. And from our point of view, all this is part of building toward getting rid of this system, because all this is rooted in and fundamental to this system. The oppression of black people and other people of color, the oppression of women, you cannot get rid of that under this system, and we need to be rid of it.
Well, I wish we had 2 hours just to be able to sustain this conversation, because I know, again, the internationalism of your vision of the Revolutionary Communist Party's vision is crucial. So the issues of drones that we highlight, of course, on this show, the bombs dropped on innocent people, connected to the American empire, connected to imperial policies abroad on the one hand, but also, of course, the Wall Street oligarchs steal control of the economy here on the other. Question that liberals often ask for the kind of conversation we have, which is, does America have the capacity for the kind of revolution that you're calling for? Wouldn't there first be a fascist revolution before there's a communist revolution? There's more right-wing of soil in the country. So if you actually had a clash, it'd be more fascist than communist, and therefore the liberals say you better hold on for the middle ground because we're the only thing standing between poor people and fascism. What do you say to such a view?
Well, I think there, on the one hand, that is a real danger.
Yes.
And there is a real fascist movement in this country, and it has connections up to the highest levels of government in the Republican Party. It has backing from powerful forces within the ruling class of this country. So that's a real thing and shouldn't be ignored or underestimated. But the answer to it is not to try to, quote-unquote, hold on to the middle ground, because the middle ground keeps getting shifted and dragged more and more to the right, so that the liberals start finding themselves compromising more and more with fascism in order to hold off fascism. And that is a recipe or a formula for disaster. What has to happen is we have to bring forward the force of people who suffer the most under this system and have the most reason to rise up against it, but also other people throughout the middle class and others, including the students, including the people in the intelligentsia, professionals and others who may not yet be convinced of the need for revolution or may not feel that their life calls out for it in the same urgent way that people on the bottom of this society who catch hell, if you I want to use another metaphor like that, catch hell every day.
That's Malcolm. That's Malcolm X right there.
Right, that is. I openly acknowledge my debt to Malcolm on that one.
Prophetic Muslim.
Yeah, I openly acknowledge that debt. Yes, catch hell every day under the system. But, there's also people in the middle class who may not be in that position, but who are outraged by a lot of the injustices and the things you're talking about, the wars, the environmental destruction, the use of the drones, which kill hundreds, if not thousands of civilians already in countries, on different continents already now. The bombing of Libya, which more people should have been outraged by the U.S. and NATO bombing of Libya. But the wars that have continued in Afghanistan and other places, there are many people who are upset about these things. But as long as they hold on to the notion that we better not say a peep about them because we might encourage the fascists, they're just going to allow things to get worse and worse. And then we could find ourselves in a situation where the form of rule over the people takes on an overtly and directly terroristic, fascistic form. But what's going on? Two things. We're not going to stop that by conciliating with it and by trying to rely on other sections of the ruling class which are not going to resist it in the way it needs to be resisted, because they are representatives of the same system and they have to work out their compromises with these fascist forces who are also part of the ruling structure. And second of all, the answer to it is revolution. The answer is not trying to preserve this system in some kind of form that would be a little less horrible than fascism.
Mm-hmm. Which groups in American society do you think would be most open to your message of revolutionary change?
Look, we have to look who are the people that, again, we'll invoke Malcolm, who are the people who are catching hell the hardest ways under this system every day. The people, not in the more bourgeois strata, but the basic masses of people among black people, Latinos, and others in the inner city, and other poor people in the country, and people who have had a better, life, or have had a little bit higher standard of living, maybe unionized workers, who are now being driven down. and losing some of that. But the basic bedrock of revolution, as we say it, are the people who are, have the foot on them the hardest, and who are in conditions of poverty and brutality as a result of the workings of the system and as a result of how the system is enforced over them. Those are the people who have the most fundamental and driving interest in changing things radically, and they just need to be convinced of the possibility of doing that, and that's what we're working to do. And they need to they need to have their consciousness transformed to see the full picture of this system and its horrors, not just what it does to them, but what it does to people in all different parts of society, and even worse, to people in other parts of the world, especially what's called the third world. But that's going to be the bedrock and driving force, and then on that basis we have to go out and unite much broader forces, as I said earlier, among the students, among the intelligentsia more generally, among the middle class, certainly among women who are oppressed under this system, among gay people and others who are oppressed under this system. We have to go out and build what we call a broad united front, but under the leadership of the proletariat, that is the exploited class in this society on whose backs the whole system is built.
Yes, indeed. Negro National Anthem, Lift Every Voice. That is the voice of my dear brother, legendary leftist, legendary lover of poor and oppressed people, legendary chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party, Bob Whcr. Thank you so very much. I hope you have unsettled many in our audience.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Yes, WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, the voice of Harlem. That's how it is. The time is 2:49, 3 thicken, right here at the studio. Yes, so we heard the voice of Baba Whcr, who was interviewed by Cornel West. Yes, which is Baba Whcr is the chairman of a revolutionary party.
Revolutionary Communist Party.
Oh, Communist Party. It is. It is a lot of things going on in the world. It's not even here in the United States of America. All over, everywhere, things happening. A lot of things happening. So take it from on the bottom of our start, of course, here on United States of America, we hear Baba Whcr was saying a lot of oppression and men's rights. Children have a right to be free. And a lot of things going on, and I'm asking this question: do you think all these terrors, all these problems will end? And if it's going to end, how? Because people against people, and then it's like sometimes you cannot find the right answer. Why things happen like that? Why people against each other?
Yeah, I think that's an extremely important question. And in this interview, Whcr comes at it in a number of different ways. And when he's talking to Cornel West about, he starts off by talking about, and just as you did, that the way things are completely unacceptable.
Exactly.
He talks about the 10 million children that die every year from preventable causes. He talks about we're here today on the 11th. This morning at the Bronx courthouse, Ramarley Graham, the cop that killed Ramarley Graham, was going to a hearing this morning. So the fact that the police ran into this young black man's house, shot him dead in the bathroom while his grandmother and his 6-year-old brother were standing outside. Right. The horror that Whcr is talking about is an everyday reality for people here and all around the world. I mean, I just want to very much unite with what you were saying there and point back to how in this interview he and Baba Whcr and Cornel really hit this, and I heard it in your voice, just like I heard it in Whcr's voice, the tremendous hatred for the way things are here, and I know a lot of your audience is from Africa, and the horrors that people actually confront is outrageous, and Whcr says it's unnecessary. That's where your question.
Yeah, it is. That's necessary.
That's where your question came in, and what he gets at in this interview and in his larger body of work is that this system, he says in the interview, that this system is riddled with contradictions. It's riddled with what it does to people. That it oppresses and exploits people all over the planet, that there are millions and billions of people that are the victims of what this capitalist imperialist system does.
Exactly.
And what Avakian is talking about, and we can get into it, he's talking about there is a strategy for how to make a revolution, a real revolution, to overthrow this thing, and that there's a far better and far different kind of world that is possible, a communist world that's possible as we overthrow this.
Yeah, if we take it back and see which was those words we're saying about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, all these people was the leaders, freedom fighters, one day everything will change to be better for everyone. But take it from there to now, is mean completely voices going through by different ways. Against is more than peace and love.
Oh yeah. Well, see, when Cornell asks, when Cornell says he is a revolutionary Christian, and that Avakian is a revolutionary communist, and he talks about what's the relationship between those two, and he also talks about Cornell asks Avakian about the revolution that Martin Luther King was about, and Bob Avakian comes back by saying that the kind of change that King was about was not about the change of getting rid of the whole system. Now, so when you talk about like a line of development, or what's the thread through all of this, I think part of what we're talking about is that there is a difference in some of this. It's not one unbroken chain.
Sure.
Avakian is talking about actually overthrowing this entire capitalist imperialist system. Martin Luther King was not. And even in the best of what Malcolm was doing, and there's a great deal of respect and learning from Malcolm, but even in the best of what Malcolm was doing, he was not talking about a communist revolution. And even if he were, the communist revolution that we were talking about then, and all of the advances that came out of like the revolution in China under Mao Zedong's leadership, and the tremendous achievements of the Chinese Revolution, what Avakian has done since then is brought forward a new synthesis of revolutionary communism. And the truth is that, Mohammed, the situation that humanity faces today is that there are no socialist countries in the world, that not only is it a nightmare, but they're at this point, the pole of a different kind of society and world needs to be established, and Bob Avakian has a central part of what he's bringing forward is a central part of establishing that. But all of this has to be brought to making a revolution and actually overthrowing this, getting rid of this system and what it does to people around the world. That's what Avakian is talking about.
So this is my question. Do you think it's possible to forgive all the past, to restart a new life with peace? And do you think that will live forever?
I'm not sure exactly when you say, do you think it's possible to forget the past? I certainly hope not. We're not talking about forgetting the past. We're talking about go ahead.
From the past, we learn from the past. What was happening, what is done, and what did hurt, and what did we took from. And from now, we see what happened. And how could we make some better way to go if we now forgive the past, whatever have hurt us or whatever had done?
We have to learn from the past. Bob Avakian there's a book that's a collection of his writings and talks. The first quote in that book, speaking of the past, in terms of the United States.
I think I saw that book.
Oh yeah. The first quote in that book, there would be no United States as we now know it today without slavery. That is a simple and basic truth. we're not talking about forgetting that. That actually undergirds what exists in this society today. And I'm on the way over here, I'm reading it.
So I'm sure they know, for being a revolutionary don't forget past.
Yeah, no.
I understand. A revolutionary make correction from the past and to make a right supremacy, what people need, which way they have to be, and not to follow a foolish people.
Right, okay.
For listening, have your right and raise up and stand up and follow the right words, which way you have to be following. You cannot make the choice by yourself and go alone. You have to have people have to have your back.
This is true. A real revolution has to involve tens of millions of people to actually have a real revolution, to take on this whole thing. But here's that you have to have. So you have to.
Okay.
You have to prepare now for the time when tens of millions of people are demanding that a different world come into being, are demanding that things change. But right now, you have to take the truth to people. The truth is this capitalist imperialist system is no good for the people here around the world. The answer is not democracy, Jeffersonian democracy. The truth is not the Democratic Party. And the truth is not that something is going to come out of the sky to save us. That there's no God or something that's going to come out of the sky to save us. That's the truth. You have to take the truth to people. And the other part of that is that it doesn't have to, in terms of it doesn't have to be this way. Looking back at the past, like you said, and look at Avakian talks about science in this, how we need science. Looking at why are things this way?
Exactly.
Why are things? And he talks about at the very beginning of the talk. He talks about the fact that there is tremendous wealth in the world that's produced by the people of the world, but the people of the world don't control that wealth, and it doesn't get used to the benefit of the people of the world. And he talks about how that contradiction has to be solved through revolution. And when you get to a society and you're moving toward a society where it's no longer based on exploitation and oppression, where the tremendous wealth of the planet can be utilized in the interest of the people of the planet. So I'd like to hear how you respond to that, because I'd like to dig more into this.
Very good. We're coming back in a second.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Yes, WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, the voice of Harlem, every Tuesday 2 to 4, with Ababaka Chow and Gigi Momo, Mohamed Bonkongo, news and view from Africa. The voice you hear right now is Mr. Willie Reid. And Willie Reid, what is the most important thing bothering you? What do you need to share with the people?
My main message here today is for people to check out Bob Avakian, check out this leader, and that revolution is possible, and people should go to revcom, revcom.us, and you can click there and hear the interview that you just listened to. You should go check out that, and there's a listing of the works of Bob Avakian on the strategy for making revolution, on what a different society looks like. There's a place you can go to there on the Constitution for a different society after the day after revolution, and come down to Revolution Books and check us out there. That's at 146 West 26th Street, and get a hold of Bob Avakian's works. And we're building a movement for revolution. And if you're one of those people who burn for a different kind of world, join with us in changing the face of everything.
All right. This is another question too. Would you like to say something where I did not get a chance to ask you? Did it some word more you would like to say?
Well, again, I mean, I just encourage people to engage this, work, to engage this leader, and go to revcom.us. Revcom.us.
All right, very good to have you with us today. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Willie Reid is the leader, one of the radar revolutionary news. Union Club, or is it?
The Revolution Club. Yeah.
The Revolution Club. All right. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I appreciate it. WCL 90.3 FM and the Voice of Harlem. The time is at 3:02 all the way to 4. Thank you so much for being with us. Stay tuned now.
Show you what's here in my mind, that I'm in love with you without control. Yes, I'm in love with you. You're on my mind, oh baby. You're so on my mind. Tell me who is the lucky guy who has got you right there at his side when I'm in love with you without control. Yes, I'm in love with you. You're on my mind, oh baby. You're so on my mind. I'd like to know, give me all your credentials. 'Cause girl, to me, you're so sweet and special. Wanna know, give me your name and number. Don't you know, girl, got to be your lover. Need to be your lover. Oh, babe, could you give me 1 minute of your time? Wanna show you what's on my mind, that I'm in love with you without control. Yes, I'm in love with you. You're on my mind, oh baby. You're so on my mind. Yes, I'm in love with you without control. Yes, I'm in love with you. You're on my mind, oh baby. You're so on my mind, yeah. I need your name and number. Give me your name and number. Ooh, baby. Need your name and number. Ooh, baby. Got to be your lover. Sweet love. Whoa, whoa. Oh, baby. I need your name and number. Yeah, baby. Give me your name and your number. Oh, baby. Need to be your lover. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Sweet walking, smooth talking. Yeah, babe. Need to be your lover.
Yes, WCL 90.3 FM, New York, The Voice of Harlem. À présent, il est 15h06. Et bien sûr, pour nous joindre, c'est 212 650 69 03. Et partout, bien sûr. La réception. Pour tous ceux qui aimeraient nous joindre sur le net, c'est www.whcr.org.
Try but couldn't get in love. Some fool did try to trick her with his money. Turn around and wonder what she is made of. She just loved
Et bien sûr, et tous ceux qui sont connectés sur les ondes 90.3 Whcr, les nouvelles de l'Afrique. Mais récemment, Mali, la CEDEAO condamne bien sûr les assaillements des militaires. Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO, a condamné bien sûr les assiégements des militaires au Mali après la démission forcée du Premier ministre Cheikh Modibo Diarra, réclamé bien sûr la mise en place d'un gouvernement parental. Et un dessus bien sûr la CEDEAO a pris avec beaucoup de préoccupation les événements des introductions à la démission du Premier ministre Cheikh Modibo Diarra, a déclaré bien sûr Abidjan, le président de la commission de cette organisation. Suite auquel le Premier ministre bien sûr Cheikh Modibo Diarra, qui avait été arrêté bien sûr et relâché, rend sa démission. Qu'est-ce qui se passe en Afrique? C'est dommage. CEDEAO. Tu te fais appeler communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et quels sont tes résultats? Afrique, mon Afrique. Ne te laisse pas corrompre pendant longtemps. La corruption continue à noir. Ne s'arrêtera que lorsque le noir lui-même le décide. Et que voilà aujourd'hui que son excellence, monsieur Laurent Gbagbo, devra recevoir une audience de confirmation des charges à la CPI qui était assiégée en être jour pour le 13 février 2013. Afrique africaine, c'est bien sûr Afrique Africa. Qu'est-ce que tes enfants t'ont pu faire? À présent, il est 15h39 minutes. Et bien sûr, demain sera 12-12-12 sur vos calendriers. Et que ferais-tu bien sûr demain? Demain, c'est une date spéciale à tout le monde de prier spirituellement, bien sûr. Mais récemment, on a bien sûr sur les zones 90 pour être Whcr tous les mardis de 14h à 16h. Êtes-vous branchés? Les cousins et cousines, les nièces et neveux. Est-ce que les oncles sont là? Et qui précise bien sûr au Mali un nouveau premier ministre dans les 24 heures. Et bien sûr qu'ils disent toujours, sans gouvernement, le Mali plongera bien sûr un peu plus dans la crise.
dance on the floor. She came back wanting for more.
Yes, 212-491, minus 212-650-6903. Et bien sûr, lancement à Ouagadougou des activités d'une usine spécialisée dans l'agroalimentaire des enfants. Et bien sûr, le ministère burkinabé en charge de l'industrie et du commerce vient de lancer officiellement à Ouagadougou des activités de l'entreprise Inafaso, spécialisée bien sûr dans la production et de la commercialisation des produits agroalimentaires destinés à l'alimentation thérapeutique des enfants. Burkina Faso, monsieur Blaise Compaoré se félicite de la tenue des élections couplées du 2 décembre dernier. Et qui voilà Ouagadougou, le président burkinabé Blaise Compaoré a félicité lundi dans la nuit du Koudougou, 5 km à l'ouest de Ouagadougou, l'ensemble des auteurs politiques sur le déroulement exemplaire du scrutin 2 décembre. Délire à tous les points de vue, bien sûr, M. Compaoré, qui a tenu, bien sûr, ses propos, son message à la nation à l'occasion du 52e anniversaire de l'accession du pays à la souveraineté internationale, trouve bien sûr que la bonne tenue des élections confirme bien sûr la maturité politique du peuple.
Les oiseaux de mauvaise augure de ce pays. Les oiseaux de mauvaise augure de ce pays. On reculé des matins ténébreux et des soirs calamités pour notre beau pays. Ils ont bâti la maison ivoire au creux de la vague, au versant de la montagne. Ça leur a donné un certain pouvoir. Ils ont prédit des catacombes. Ils ont envoyé des pluies de bombes. Ils ont ouvert d'étranges tombes. En
l'ouragan est passé, la tempête du soudain a hurlé. Un temps l'ouragan est passé, la tempête du soudain a hurlé. La tornade a sifflé, la maison ivoire a résisté. Ils nous ont promis, ils ont prophétisé. Ils ont médico tragique, médico tragique. Prophétie digne d'un ventre de blé, prophétie à l'odeur de popée. Ces hérétiques se sont pris pour des saints, qui nous ont servi des élégies pour leur devant. Rien ne peut contre la voix du peuple, ni le Fonds monétaire international. Rien ne peut contre la voix du peuple, ni la communauté internationale. Rien ne peut contre la voix du peuple, ni la Banque mondiale. Yeah. Vox populi, Vox populi, Vox Dei. Vox populi, Vox populi, Vox Dei. Abba, 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 abba. Abba les ennemis de la Côte d'Ivoire. Abba, 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 abba. Abba les ennemis de la paix. Abba, 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 abba. Abba les amis de la chienlit. Abba, 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 abba. Abba les amis de la déchirure. Ils ont échoué, ils ont échoué. Il aime la Côte d'Ivoire, il a franchi le bateau d'Ivoire. Il aime la Côte d'Ivoire, Dieu a franchi le bateau d'Ivoire. Ces hérétiques se sont pris pour des saints, ils nous ont servi des élégies au couleur de vent. Rien ne peut contre la voix du prix, ni le Fonds monétaire international.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Yes, WHCR 90.3 FM, nous devons savoir le mar. Présent, il est 15h21. Communauté BT de New York, dénommé village BT à New York, VBNY, organise bien sûr la fête de fin d'année le samedi 29 décembre 2012, de 22h à 4h du matin, 151 Ouest, 136 rue. Et bien sûr, ce sera à Harlem. Cet événement inaugurera bien sûr dans l'apothéose bien sûr sera l'intronisation du chef du village nouvellement choisi. Constitue une grande occasion de travail, de retrouvailles des frères et des sœurs BT, mais aussi d'autres Ivoiriens, des Africains en général. Alors, d'une manière générale, alors, dans le village BT à New York, vous invite donc à vous joindre à ses membres afin de célébrer bien sûr ensemble dans la joie. Et cette première sortie, pour des informations ou pour toute information, question, n'hésitez pas à appeler bien sûr à ce numéro 646 474 68 50.
But yes, warabe budu, bakaseri asabre ho, warabe budu, budu bra warabe budu, beri zao, zao.
Et bien sûr, Africains. Et bien sûr, pour célébrer votre fête de fin d'année, la communauté BT de New York, dénommée Village BT à New York, vous invite à l'organisation de la fête de fin d'année le samedi 29 décembre 2012, de 22h à 4h du matin, sur la 151 Ouest 136 rue Harlem. Qui vous note cet événement inaugural bien sûr dont l'apothéose sera l'intronisation du chef du village nouvellement choisi. Constitue une grande occasion de retrouvailles de frères et sœurs BT, mais aussi d'autres Ivoiriennes et des Africains de manière générale. À ne pas manquer, frères et sœurs africaines, vous êtes cordialement invités au village BT à New York. À vous joindre bien sûr ces membres afin de célébrer bien sûr ensemble la joie de cette première sortie. Pour des informations, et bien sûr n'hésitez pas à appeler bien sûr au 646 474 68 50. Africa, what's going on, brothers and sisters right there? Et bien sûr
WHCR 90.3 FM New York.
C'est pas Danny Blow, t'as pas dit Tiflin. C'est pas Danny Blow, t'as pas dit Tipé. C'est pas Danny Blow, t'as pas dit Tiflin. Et ton puits est dehors. Aujourd'hui à gras. Et ton puits est dehors. Aujourd'hui à gras. C'est pas Danny Blow, t'as pas dit Tiflin. C'est pas Danny Blow, t'as pas dit Tipé. C'est pas Danny Blow, t'as pas dit Tiflin. Et ton puits est dehors. Aujourd'hui à gras. Et ton puits est dehors. Aujourd'hui à gras. Si tu vois poulet pourri, c'est qu'il a sueur. Si tu vois poisson sorti de l'eau, c'est comme c'est chaud. Si tu vois un chien qui aboie, wow, wow,
et bien sûr, c'est qu'il a du drap.
Si tu vois poulet pourri,
c'est qu'il a sueur.
Si tu vois poisson sorti de l'eau,
et bien sûr, c'est que bah c'est chaud, hein. Mais c'est le commissaire. Wow, wow, wow. Il a du drap.
Et ton puits est dehors.
Et bien sûr, aujourd'hui, c'est drap, mais drap pas pour ceux qui ne le connaissent pas, bien sûr. 212 650 69 03, appelez-nous. Et surtout, bonne fête à tous ceux qui célèbrent, bien sûr, fête de Noël. Et bien sûr, je reprends bien sûr l'invitation. La communauté BT de New York, dénommée Village BT de New York, organise la fête de fin d'année. Le samedi 29 décembre 2012, de 22h à 4h du matin, à la 151 Ouest, à 136 rue Harlem. Cet événement inaugurera bien sûr dans l'apothéose sera l'intronisation du chef de village nouvellement choisi, constitue une grande occasion de retrouvailles bien sûr des frères et sœurs BT, mais aussi constitue d'autres africaines bien sûr à se retrouver. Le village BT à New York vous invite bien sûr donc à vous joindre à ses membres afin de célébrer bien sûr ensemble la joie. Et cette première sortie pour information ou pression appelée 2646 474 68 50 le 29 samedi 29 décembre à partir de 22h à 4h du matin.
Laissez-les, ils disent qu'ils sont nos maîtres. Oh, laissez-les, ils pensent qu'ils ont construit ce monde. Parce qu'ils ont la Kalachnikov, parce qu'ils ont des chars, parce qu'ils ont des missiles sol-air, parce qu'ils ont des bombes. Mais nous, on s'engnonne. Mais nous, on s'enblème. Mais nous, on s'engnonne. On mange, on boit, on dort, on s'enblème. Mais nous, on s'engnonne. Mais nous, on s'enblème. Mais nous, on s'engnonne. On mange, on boit, on dort, on s'enblème. Cabrimon n'a pas peur de couteau. Cabrimon n'a pas peur de couteau. Yeah, Cabrimon n'a pas peur de couteau. Cabrimon n'a pas peur de couteau. Yeah.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Et bien sûr, depuis qu'un Cabrimon a eu peur de couteau, hein. À présent, il est 15h30 minutes. Monsieur Buxon.
Laissez-les, ils disent qu'ils sont nos dieux.
Monsieur Konaté.
Laissez-les, ils disent qu'ils sont nos maîtres. Oh.
Mr. D. Happy birthday to you. With all the crew up there, of course, DMX, what's up?
Parce qu'ils ont des Mercedes. Parce qu'ils ont des
Mr. Governor, it's Polo. What's going on?
Des comptes en bon Suisse. Parce qu'ils ont les...
Give a shout out to all the people working 70 West.
On s'engnonne. Mais nous, on s'enblème. Mais nous, on s'engnonne. On mange, on boit, on dort, on s'emblème.
Et bien sûr, on mange, on boit, on dort, on s'emblème, n'est-ce pas? Et bien sûr, on reste tous, bien sûr, connectés sur les zones 90.3 Whcr. Dédicace spéciale à monsieur Monsieur le commissaire, monsieur Seydou Diarra.
Ils sont créés là, ils vont prendre. Ils sont créés, ils vont prendre. Ils ont créé là, ils vont prendre. Ils ont créé, ils vont prendre. J'ai beau leur parler, ces politiciens n'écoutent pas. J'ai beau les avertir, ils n'entendent pas. Et ce qui devait arriver arriva. Leur soif de pouvoir un jour les perdra. Ils se désaltèrent dans la rivière de nos larmes. Et devant tout ce gâchis, ils n'ont pas d'état d'âme.
peuple se révoltera. Un jour viendra, le peuple se lassera. Baba, ils sont créés là, ils vont prendre. Mon baba, ils sont créés, ils vont prendre. Nos palas, ils sont créés là-haut, ils vont prendre. Nos baba, ils sont créés, ils vont prendre.
Et bien sûr, Savez de West, le monsieur Anas de Anas. Et ne prends pas de train, hein, toi. Monsieur Soré. Sur Amazon.
J'ai pour leur parler.
What's going on, Mr. Yunus? You know I need some coffee, very hot coffee, right now.
Et ce qui devait
arrivera. Et bien sûr,
leur soif
de pouvoir
un jour
l'autre. Ils ont crié là, ils vont prendre. Monsieur le grand Abdoul.
Ils vont prendre. Ils vont prendre. Nos bandits, ils ont fait. Ils vont prendre. Un jour ou l'autre. Tôt ou tard, ils vont prendre. Ils vont prendre. Un jour ou l'autre, ils vont prendre. J'ai pour leur parler, ces politiciens n'écoutent pas. J'ai pour les avertir, ils n'entendent pas. Et ce qui devait arriver, arrive. Leur soif de pouvoir, un jour les perdra. Vos enfants, ils sont faits là, ils vont prendre. Vos enfants, ils sont faits, ils vont prendre. Vos parents, ils sont faits là, ils vont prendre. Nos bandits, ils ont fait, ils vont prendre. Un jour ou l'autre, tôt ou tard, ils vont prendre. Ils vont prendre. Un jour ou l'autre, ils vont prendre. Jamais voulu lever le doigt. chaud dans ma vie là-haut. Aïe, et Dieu. J'ai compté sur des vieux pères. Personne n'a jamais voulu lever le doigt. As-tu vu, as-tu vu, non, non. Nous allons voir, as vu, non, 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 non.
Et bien sûr, Yoko Yoko, bout de route.
Un jour,
Ça va y aller.
trop de péchés commis sur cette terre-là.
Yoko, nous allons voir.
As vu, non, non, non.
Non, non, Yoko.
La colère de Dieu là est
Et bien sûr, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut,
trop de péchés commis
Chicago, Illinois, Texas, Houston.
pendant cette famille-là.
What's going on, brothers and sisters up there?
A brisé ces foyers-là.
Africa. We need a peace
Bien là-haut,
of freedom. Motherland,
nous allons voir.
Africa. No more fighting.
Non, 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 Yoko, Yoko. La
Too
colère
much things have done on African continent.
se manifestera.
And still fighting all over.
Commis sur cette terre-là.
Go, Africa. Oh gosh, we need peace on African continent. Yeah, man.
Ozi, 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 Ozi. Ils ont tout fait aujourd'hui, on a vu là-haut. Ils ont tout fait aujourd'hui, on a vu là-haut. Coco nanana. Ils ont tout fait aujourd'hui, on a vu là-haut. Ils ont tout fait aujourd'hui, on a vu là-haut. Coco nanana. Ah, coco.
See, I just came back from Ghana, and I want to share the stuff that everyone was doing over there. QB tried to show me how to do it. He sat me down in this place, and he said to me, nobody wanna see you rising, and when they do, they don't even like it. They just wanna see you deep in crisis. Drive us off, you don't need a license. Holler her, she can even ride it. Go ahead, move your feet just like this. Then he showed me the latest. We walk over them haters. But what you do, man, you're so dope.
Yeah, man. Azonto. Now watch me do Mazonto. Me pako kumasi akrato kwede kumasi. Express, man.
What you do, man, you're so dope.
Azonto. Africa Express. Buxon. What's going on in the Bronx? White Plain, Rochester.
Walk over the haters. Now what you do, man, they all wanna learn how to do this. So
International.
as on to dance is the movement. So when you jump on the floor, better use it.
178.
So step, you can move to the right, to the left.
Of course, I move to the left, to the right, step by step.
You
And watch me do Mazonto.
twist your fingers, you can wave and say hello, low. Make a fist and you can hit that with that blow. No violence, that's how you do. So let me see you go. QB taught me this. Nobody wanna see you rising, and when they do, they don't even like it. They just wanna see you deep in crisis. Drive us off, you don't need the license. Holler her, she can even ride it. Go ahead, move your feet just like this. Then he showed me the latest. We walk over them haters. But what you do, man, you're so dope. Now watch me do my zonto. Now watch me do my zonto. Now watch me do my zonto. We walk over them haters.
Oh, yes, sir. Zonto. Because,
Go slow, yeah, when in
I'm sick of hot.
move to the rhythm, here we go. I'll show you how to do this. So, some inside, make us stop.
What you do, my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto. We walk over the page. What you do, my head, shoulders, knees and toes free.
Azonto, oh yeah, shashi wo freeze.
Azonto, migrant skank, man I like go show me.
Azonto, a day, zingo.
Check this out, yo. Head, shoulders, knees and toes free.
Oh yeah, shashi wo freeze.
Yeah, migrant skank, man I like go show me.
Azonto, a day, zingo. Azonto.
Yes, Africans, news of you from Africa, Mama Africa, right here at 90.3 FM, New Voice of Alema, every Tuesday 2 to 4. You know what time it is, 3:45 all the way to 4. 15 minutes left, going down. Of course, this New Year's Eve, it's going down, of course. All Africans in New York City, Happy New Year, of course, happy holidays ahead, of course. Get away now.
A day,
Check this out, yo. Head, shoulders, knees and toes free.
shashi wo free.
Yeah, migrant skank, man I like go show me.
A day, zingo. Azonto.
Yes, 212-650-6903. What's going on, brothers and sisters up there? We're still on Africans, all African continents. Yes, we're taking the plane right now and we are piloting it. Of course, tell us the way you want it because we don't know which way you want to. And saying, of course, step by steps.
That's your name. That's your name.
Passionate and Castro, true face, you don't know, come and follow. Oh yeah, make me go. You better you what's for me, look what you want me, you better you look for me,
oh yes, Impact, Ghana Mikasa, Express Tech Radio. All my Ghanaians, brothers and sisters up there. Give a shout out to all of you. All the Ghanaian community in the Bronx. Mr. Prince, what's up? I said, yeah, man. Here we go. DJ Money. Out there.
Come to the floor. Now, let me do it. Now, let me do it. If I say so, I was to know what's to look at. It was to know who need boy, and it got bad boy. Who need girl, and it got bad bad. I'll say, did you know?
I feel the monster, say more penisa, I feel the monfa, as our London, Castro destroyer is on, it would be a torture, and you mamma, and you back one me boy, one about somebody that would be as soon as will be at you. If you say what's on, if you say what's on, the right word back on and on, dance to the back on and on, shave a flood or lost, shave a flood or lost. You want to know for the other power. You get this on the bema you want. But so what the walla? My unit, the fan friend, how don't boy from a pound and a power. Sing Johnny Mosha, swearing the pala. I the rap camera, the J the rap way to find the ragga. Then my swag where I deflect my power. System ding, make them a brand new jeans, them a brand new top.
Et bien sûr, on n'oublie pas bien sûr la fête, bien sûr, auquel on vous invite pour la fête de fin d'année, le samedi 29 décembre 2012. De 22h à 4h du matin, Harlem, 151 Ouest, à partir de la 136 rue. 22h jusqu'à 22h30, l'arrivée des invités. À 22h30 à 22h30, bien sûr, ouverture des instituts du chef du village. 23h30 à 24h, repas servi. 24h à 4h du matin, soirée dansante jusqu'à la fin de la soirée, jusqu'à 4h du matin. Musique sera mixée, bien sûr, démarrage avec la musique BT traditionnelle, bien sûr, composée de routeurs rythmiques, bien sûr, modérée, bien sûr, à la fête des BT le samedi 29 décembre 2012. À ne pas manquer, bien sûr, prix d'entrée favorable, bien sûr, à toute personne qui sera en place sur le lieu. Oh yes, let me give a shout out to one of our wonderful person, of course, up there who's driving car right now, Mr. Sumi, Carver 23. What's going on? I hope you carry all Harlem people around and be, you know what it is. Good man. Thank you so much for listening to WHCR 19.3 FM and New York Voice of Harlem every Tuesday 2 to 4. With the Baba Kachao Jitamomo, Mohamed Bonkungu. You know what it is. And I appreciate it for your time. And you know what it is. We'll be right back next Tuesday, if God will, of course. And stay tuned to the next program coming on at 4, Urbanology by Mr. Tony Roger. Don't miss it. Et bien voilà, merci à vous qui êtes brochés sur les jeunes de 90.3 Whcr tous les mardis de 14h à 16h. Un grand merci. On espère bien sûr vous retrouver mardi prochain, Inch'Allah, si Dieu le veut. Bien sûr. À présent, il est 15h57 minutes. Et c'est avec grand plaisir de partager bien sûr ce moment avec vous. Et n'oublie pas, demain c'est 12-12-12. Un mercredi 12 décembre, hein, n'est-ce pas? Ça serait demain. Et bien voilà, merci, que Dieu nous protège. À mardi prochain, Inch'Allah, si Dieu le veut.
Share my money, share the feeling, share my money, go share.
this. Hey, everybody put your hands in the air. Then move to the right like this. Hey, let's go. Left, right, then left, then right. Hey, then left, then right. Hey, then left, then right. Let's go. Hey, yeah. Hey, he's over. Hey, hey, links. Hey, he's over. Hey, he's over. Hey, let's go. Hey, all the girls now drop to the floor and touch your toes like this. Hey, all the guys put your hands on the waist. Hey, and move your body like this. Hey, let's go. Left, right, hey, then left, then right, hey, then left, then right, hey, then left, then right. Let's go. Hey, yeah. Hey, he's over. Hey, he's over. Hey, yeah. Hey, he's over. Hey, links, zig. Hey, everybody now move. Everybody say ooh. Everybody now make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze. Make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze. Make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze. Make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze. Make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze. Make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze. Make me squeeze. Hey, make me squeeze. Hey, everybody now make me squeeze.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
The world-famous Apollo Theater invites you and your family to celebrate the holidays next Saturday, December 15th, at the free Coca-Cola Winter Wonderland under the famous Apollo marquee. It's free fun for the whole family with giveaways, choirs, picture-taking with Santa Claus, and more. While you're there, purchase your family price tickets for the December 15th Amateur Night Holiday Special, featuring the Stars of Tomorrow winners and special guest recording artist OMG Girls. On December 20th, Sweet Honey in the Rock share music from many faiths around the globe at their Celebrating the Holy Days concert. Finally, the Apollo's annual Kwanzaa celebration returns December 28th. For details, visit apollotheater.org. Holidays at the Apollo is sponsored by Coca-Cola. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st. Party time is 6 p.m. with some of WHCR's hottest DJs who will keep you dancing to some of the best house music in New York City. WHCR's annual after-work holiday party fundraiser will be held at Image Nation's Raw Space, located at 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, between 121st and 122nd Streets. Admission is only $10 at the door, and there will be a cash bar. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Image Nation's Raw Space is available for your next event. For more information and rental rates, visit imagenation.us and click on Raw Space, then choose Rentals.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. This is Tony Rogers, your host for Urbanology, the Art of War. And this is the second Tuesday in the month. And for many of you who usually tune in, you are expecting to hear Dr. Robert Woodbine. But Dr. Woodbine now is moving on. He will be back and forth every so often. But what we're doing with this show, starting today, is kind of doing a refocus on it. And the name of the show will be Urbanology, of course, but it's really going to focus on health and health-related subjects, similar to what Dr. Woodbine was doing for the last 7 years. And this particular theme, however, will be understanding the way. And understanding the way is one of the concepts that comes from a Taoist concept known as the way. And understanding the way is understanding there's a certain way that you do things that is in balance with the mind of the universe. And you don't have to define it, you just know it because that's the way. And actually in Taoism, the concept of the way is basically focused on, well, there are certain things that are done in a certain way that's in balance with the mind of the universe. And if you can find a way to balance your actions, things will work well for you. And it's called the way. So when you're understanding the way, or attempting to, because it's a lifelong pursuit, but when you understand the way, you are understanding how to move in balance, how to create a certain type of mind, body, spirit frequency that allows for you to navigate the objective conditions that sometimes we face here. And I know that many of you are familiar with that. Many of you who have experienced being in a situation where you needed to find some sort of solution to it instead of looking outside, you look inside as it relates to the things that you're looking to do. The show will also have a number of different types of opportunities for people who are doing things in the wellness of the holistic community. They will be able to make sure that that they will have a forum for it to use in order to talk about things that are happening. And one of the things that's really something that I'm happy to learn is the adult and continuing education program, or the continuing and professional studies program, that has now created what I suppose is a department now. And we have a guest. Are you ready to introduce yourself?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Tony. Good afternoon, people in Harlem. My name is Baba Yao, and I'm a counselor at the Continuing Professional Studies Department here at City College.
Baba Yao is used to saying continuing education because he's been there for almost as long as I have. I kind of started the whole thing, but
right. It's Continuing Professional Studies. That's the name of it.
Which is the growth of the program. When I think it was in 1998 when the program was developed, it was continuing. It was the continuing education program because that's the basic format in the CUNY system for programs that deal with adult learning and the like. This was a special program because it was done in conjunction with the development of the Empowerment Zone Initiative, which took place in the 70s, 80s. Now, when the continuing education program was developed, one of the thought patterns was to include holistic wellness courses, just to allow for, again, the balance, as we say, understanding the way, to understand a certain balance. And actually, the first program that took place within that wellness concept was, there were 3 classes, actually. I taught one, which was urbanology. That's when I introduced the whole urbanology concept, how to win without fighting. Abdul Whcr, who is still with our program, did an introduction to Tai Chi, Qigong, and Stan Kohler, who was focused on meditation and creating ways to learn the art of meditation. And that was the first 3 courses that took place in 1998. So with that in mind, the new show that we're experiencing now, which will be every second Tuesday, which the title is Understanding the Way, we will focus on many of the programs that are taking place now. There is actually a department, in a sense, for continuing education, and there's a tremendous component of that deals with wellness. So much so that last year there was a wonderful expo, a wellness expo, which took place in celebration of the first annual Harlem Holistic Wellness Day. This year, the official Harlem Holistic Wellness Day is April the 27th, and it will span for a week, actually. Instead of the day will be the opening, and it will end on Saturday, May the 4th, with the second annual Wellness Expo, which will be produced by a number of wellness. There's a committee that's doing that, but it's a continuing and professional service component of their program. Many of the teachers will be there, many of the instructors who teach in the course, and there will also be exhibits. The whole concept is to introduce something that a lot of people now are looking for, an alternative to health. So give us a little bit more information about some of the things that you're doing and some of the things that we should expect coming up, especially for the May 4th event.
Right. Let me just say that last year we had 40 vendors and 700 people attending.
And we started kind of late. We didn't really have as much time as we had now.
Yes, so it was a wonderful startup. And the 40 vendors, most of them were practitioners, holistic health practitioners, and it was great to see some of the old faces from the 90s and the 70s and the 80s, people who participated in African Holistic Network, which we had here in Harlem, participating in it. This year we want to expand it to more vendors, practitioners, and we want to involve youth and the elderly. Those are 2 particular demographic groups that we are pushing to get more involved in this. So, and this will include, doing some workshops within community agencies or community, organizations where youth and the elderly are located. This includes teaching. There's some free yoga classes going on Saturday on campus. The instructors available to come to these community organizations to reintroduce health and wellness back into the community, so that our people can move forward in a healthy manner and live good lives and live happy and live, to be elderly without all that pain that people go through. So those are some of the things that we're looking to do this year. We're particularly looking for young people who are interested in volunteering and putting this together, so that if they, some of them can do it as school projects for extra credit. So if you're aware of such young people organizations like Rite of Passage organizations or different youth leadership groups that may want their young people involved, this is a great opportunity for them to come and partner with a community organization that is within a university setting, City College, so that they can know what is happening here and what's happening in the greater Harlem environment.
And what do you teach a class, or how?
Well,
I know you've been doing a number of things for a long time.
Yes. What I'm doing this manifestation is I'm providing post-secondary counseling to young people in our GED programs and the various programs, and the goal is to get the folks who come to our programs to get open doors for them to go beyond GED, to know what the choices are as far as education, opportunity for growth and development and career choices and things like that. That's mostly what my focus is right now at City, but as a holistic person myself, I've been a vegan since I was about 16, 17 years old. I've been part of forming holistic organizations here in Brooklyn. So I'm here to do my little part so that we can grow and develop together.
Well, and you've been around. You remember John Harris?
Yeah. Oh yes. And
and Dr. Pardue. Those are the two people who actually helped me become more aware of wellness, and they were here at Whcr. Actually, John Harris was probably one of the first shows on Whcr or in Harlem that was focused on wellness.
That's absolutely correct.
And many of you who've been around for a while probably remember Kanye from the Tree of Life. Well, that's part of that whole network, and WHCR served as a tremendous outlet for that type of communication, which is why when I had an opportunity to help revise the station, it was important to continue that tradition. And really, after being put into a situation where I needed to have that type of knowledge myself, it helped me, and it created a whole new line of thinking for me. And hopefully others will have the same type of experience when they continue to not only hear about wellness opportunities and concepts and ideologies, but also to take part in the continuing and professional services program that will give them, an in-depth understanding of a host of different types of things. Matter of fact, could you give just some of the courses that were offered during the spring?
Oh, sure. We gave courses on, for people to come and understand acupuncture, Ayurvedic medicine, aromatherapy, bone health, dentistry, energy training. We had numerology.
Lloyd Strayhorn.
Our Lloyd Strayhorn from Harlem did numerology. And we have had several, very deep practitioners in Harlem. Dr. Dees was one of our guests, Dr. Jeffrey Gadir, which a lot of you who watch TV have seen him on television as an expert psychologist. Dr. Terry Kennedy, Kamal Kokai, who's a very well-known practitioner in New York. So all of these people, and how to juice better, how to massage therapy, midwifery, all of these are these different types of alternative to vaccination for those who are interested in that. So there are various, courses and topics.
Now, one of the things too, there's if you're interested in finding out more about this, you can actually go online and see the courses and read information about it. And there's also a number. Can you give us the
Our number is 212-650-71. Oh my goodness. 7312. I'm sorry. 212-650-7312. You can tell I don't dial it often. 212-650-7312. And the website is www.cps.ccny.edu. Again, www.cps.ccny.edu. And you could go on there and see some of the courses that we offer, both secular courses, academic, and relationship to, developing yourself as a professional, new vocational, changing career paths, and also the holistic, courses. For example, Dr. Gadir has done some wonderful work with us on people recognizing their strengths and weaknesses and, things of that sort, so you could become, especially now when it's a holiday, a lot of things are happening. Sandy just happened. People are very depressed. So we do courses on getting to know yourself and getting to recognize the signs of possible depression or things of that sort.
Well, that's, again, something that's extremely important there. There is a lot of research that shows that during the holidays, sometimes that is, for many people, one of the most depressing time periods. Whether and most of that is in our head, but if we believe something, it is real for us. And whether it's loneliness or being in situations where you feel that you are not able to have or be like others, all of those types of things for a lot of people are really magnified during this time of joy, and since it's been commercialized so much, it seems that if you don't have money, there's nothing to be happy about, which is not necessarily how it was meant to be, but that is basically how sometimes it is now. One of the things that is also important, last Saturday, actually, I had the pleasure of taking part in the Family Holistic Expo that took place at the Harlem State Office Building. And there was a lot of stuff going on there. It was always good to, be involved with like-minded people and to see the interests of people who really are looking for something that's different. And many of you who read my Understanding the Way and Urbanology columns in the Harlem News, you know that I, along with many others, believe that there is truly a change taking place. Started in 2000, and it becomes obvious in 2012, which the Egyptians and the Mayan civilizations really kind of pinpointed. And something very interesting, I found this out at the expo last Saturday. On December the 3rd, and if you go into YouTube and plug in either December the 3rd or the alignment of planets on December the 3rd, something very interesting took place. Let's see, it was Venus, Mercury, and Saturn were aligned, and they were aligned right over the three pyramids in Gaza. And that was such an interesting thing, because when you start to look at the history of the pyramids of Gaza, there's evidence that when they were developed, obviously there was a higher form of intelligence. Because, again, if you go into YouTube, and after seeing that, I started doing a little bit more information to revisit all of that, you will find that the amazing architecture is as such that it's impossible to really, well, first of all, we don't know how it was done the way it was done. We don't know how it was built in order to have a geographic relationship with other solar systems, planets, and the like, the way the sun rises and how it, is placed there. But there's also codes, and I saw this on YouTube. YouTube is now you can where. When you draw lines based on the 3 large pyramids and the Sphinx and their smaller ones, there are about 10 smaller ones around, actually there develops a code that coincides with a NASA drawing of the orbit of planets around the sun and the like. So, it is really amazing that this alignment took place, and there are pictures, and I'm going to show you a picture. And when I saw that, I said, "My goodness, if that's not some sort of sign that something," and we still have a little, the solstice is the 21st, so we have a little bit more time. But I am sure that we have still some things to see before the end of 2012, especially based on some of the things that have just taken place. It's all around us if we really open our eyes. But the most important thing is, again, if you're listening to this, you take a moment, go into YouTube, and go into planetary alignment or December the 3rd, and it's you'll see some amazing things. And of course, there are many who say, "Oh, well, that's not really true. That's one of the things that happens, has no real significance." But it's when you look at it. Take a look at that picture.
Yes, absolutely.
When you look at it, you begin to say, okay, even if the picture is not real, if you start to look at the significance of those 3 pyramids as it relates to their pointing all of the information inside, there's a code that's been put together which points to the end of an era in 2012 and the beginning of a new one, and that new era is the golden age, the true age of Aquarius. Matter of fact, I in this week's Harlem News or Bronx News or Queen News, wherever you may be, I have a column talking about the golden age and some of the things that I was able to pick up just doing some research online, and it's just amazing. So one of the things that I think is important to tie into the fact that we are having this year a lot of signals, a lot of messages that will give us information as relates to some of the things that have been talked about or have been predicted for thousands of years. Now, we're going to take a short break for a second, but I want you to kind of think about something. Now, let's say there was a higher intelligence that, and I actually it had to be, because I mean the pyramids based on the architecture, they were using mathematics that had not been invented based on our understanding of it. They were using the concept of pi. They were using so many different types of concepts that, how would you explain that? Not only that, when you look at the different codes based on the lines that are connected to the pyramids, it actually spells out and maps out a map of our galaxy that is very interesting. How could that be? How could that knowledge be here? It's thousands of years ago. So something happened. Either someone came and left, or something happened to purge that information, because, as I was saying, there were things that can't be explained. There was a book, Chariot of the Gods, that, and we'll talk about that talked about the batteries and try and explain it by extraterrestrial visitors, and that may or may not be. But nevertheless, one of the things, and we'll take a break and come back to this, that we need to think about is that something is going on, and how can all this stuff happen? And what does that mean to us as we go into 2013? So we'll be back in a second and think about that.
It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st. Party time is 6 p.m. with some of WHCR's hottest DJs who will keep you dancing to some of the best house music in New York City. WHCR's annual after-work holiday party fundraiser will be held at Image Nation's Raw Space, located at 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, between 121st and 122nd Streets. Admission is only $10 at the door, and there will be a cash bar. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Image Nation's Raw Space is available for your next event. For more information and rental rates, visit imagenation.us and click on Raw Space, then choose Rentals. The world-famous Apollo Theater invites you and your family to celebrate the holidays next Saturday, December 15th, at the free Coca-Cola Winter Wonderland under the famous Apollo marquee. It's free fun for the whole family with giveaways, choirs, picture-taking with Santa Claus, and more. While you're there, purchase your family price tickets for the December 15th Amateur Night Holiday Special, featuring the Stars of Tomorrow winners and special guest recording artist OMG Girls. On December 20th, Sweet Honey in the Rock share music from many faiths around the globe at their Celebrating the Holy Days concert. Finally, the Apollo's annual Kwanzaa celebration returns December 28th. For details, visit apollotheater.org. Holidays at the Apollo is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
And no one can hear me, as Tina was telling me. You know, Tina always kind of keeps me where I'm supposed to be. But we are back, and we were just looking at the pictures of the December 3rd, the planet alignment over the pyramids of Gaza. It's it really is something to look at. And if you pick up the Harlem News on Thursday, I was inspired to write an article about that, because we talk about those things a lot. And before we end, I'm going to talk about next week's show, where I have Jamila Shabazz on, and she's a channel, and she channels John Christopher, who's a light energy being that I don't know how it happens, but when you talk to Jamila and she goes into her trance, it seems like someone else is there. And however you might think about it, the stuff that comes out of her is very, very interesting, and I think you might want to hear that. And we scheduled this interview. We talked about it because she has a show on the East Coast, and on the West Coast, and we said, this was months ago, that okay, let's do something, and I'm going to be on her show in from 2:30 to about 3:30, and then she's going to be on my show from 4 to 5, and so we're going to have this type of conversation about the planet alignments, the 2012 stuff, what that means. And it's interesting that it took place, that it's going to take place 3 days before the solstice, 3 days before the end of the Mayan calendar, and the predictions of ancient Egypt. So that may, I'm sure, be a very interesting show to tune into. But at this point, there are some opportunities, and we, of course, we cannot talk about cost, but you can call the Continuing and Professional Services Program to learn about how you might be able to be involved with the Wellness Expo, which will be the final component of the Harlem Holistic Wellness Week. Again, that will start April the 27th, and it will go on until the following Saturday, which is May 4th, which will be the Wellness Expo at City College. You want to talk a little bit about?
Sure, Tony. There are 5 levels of sponsorship now. Sponsorship, as you know, putting this event together is a costly endeavor, both human capital and financial capital. So we're looking for companies and organizations who are interested in human capacity, betterment of human lives and health and so on. So there's an opportunity for involvement at many levels. One is a presenting level sponsorship. The other one is a diamond sponsorship. And then we have a platinum sponsorship, gold sponsorship, and silver sponsorship. And at each level, you'll be able to participate. And if you go on the website, www.cps.ccny.edu, you will get the details, because we can't discuss finance on the radio. Your company will receive top-level recognition. At every level, the presenting sponsorship is limited to one company who will receive the highest level of association with the event. So it's a wonderful opportunity to partner with the community through CPS at our Health Expo, which is going to be a yearly event during the Health Expo week in Harlem. And again, if you're interested in presenting or being a sponsor, please visit us at www.cps.ccny.cuny.edu. No, www.cps.ccny.edu. There's no CUNY there.
Well, one of the things that that's important to understand is the demographics in urban America all over is changing, especially in Harlem. I think Harlem is the lead in how things have changed over the course of the last 30, 40 years. what we're finding now is that there are a lot of baby boomers, there are a lot of young people who are, young professionals who are in the area, and there's a tremendous interest in holistic health or holistic natural options to some of the things that are challenging as it relates to health. There's also, again, an opportunity for people who are looking to find ways that will be able to allow for them to introduce to their children. Matter of fact, I just saw a report today that for the first time, I think, in 30 some odd years, the whole idea of obesity was starting to decline, especially around young people. And I think that's based on a lot of things that are going on where people are beginning to understand that they can have a little bit more control of their lives. And with these types of programs, which is the major concept of the Wellness Week, is to really allow for the different organizations and businesses and individuals who are doing work in the wellness arena to promote themselves and to allow for vehicles such as WHCR and the Harlem News Group and many others to help get the word out as to the differences that looking at your life from a more internal rather than external motivated force can make.
Tony, there are a couple of mentions that I would like to make. One is the patient activation is presented by the Urban Yoga Foundation, which is a wonderful organization that's going all over the place and presenting yoga to people so that they can begin to look at the obesity and all the diabetes and all those ailments that they have within the community. The other person that I would like to mention is one of our professors of community health and social medicine within the Sophia Davis School of Biomedical Education, which is Dr. Doreen Dean. And he does a lot of nutritional stuff, and he has done a lot of research on care for underserved communities, nutrition, education, lifestyle, and behavior, and change, obesity, and prevention. So he's one of the people who is part of our process, who's part of our program. And he teaches here at the college young people who are becoming doctors. So that's a wonderful,
And so you were saying that he teaches at the college?
Yes,
that's okay.
He teaches at the college, and it's
maybe him calling you.
Yes, yes, my phone. I need to turn off. Excuse me.
That's okay.
Yes, so it's a wonderful opportunity for people to see. It's people within the community, people within academia, people all over who are trying to get to all communities, all people who need this new technology, so that they can better their lives.
Well, it's funny you say new technology. Actually, is reinventing the wheel, or not reinventing the wheel, I should say, because much of what we talk about when we're talking about holistic health and wellness is really something that's thousands of years old, even though what's happening now, and this is, again, we're talking the 2012 beginning of the age of light, science and technology is becoming connected to, reconnected to some of the ancient theories. Matter of fact, I just was able to acquire a resource analyzer. It's a computerized little box that you can hook to your computer and you hold on to it, and it can read the spin of atoms in each of the organs and determine whether or not they're healthy or not. So there's a lot which can be done just by looking at your tongue and your eyes and holding parts of the pulse. But now it's become more scientific. So you're right. There are so many different ways that we now have to actually understand or take more control of our bodies.
Yes, and one of the reasons why some of our community folk did not frequently go to the doctor is because diagnostic procedures cost so much money, and a lot of them do not have insurance. And now there are all kinds of little gadgets that you can connect to your cell phone and do the self-diagnostic yourself at home in your own comfort, and really find out what's going on, so that when you do go to the doctor, you're an informed patient, an informed citizen who's going on to say, look, this is what I feel, this is a result, what do you think? So you're part of your own healing community rather than, being at the helm of, at the mercy of the doctor.
And one of the things that we are looking to accomplish when we talk about a holistic wellness day or wellness week is to, again, allow for people to understand that there are alternatives. There are natural wellness opportunities that should be taken advantage of as it relates to, we were just talking about some of the yoga programs for young people. Matter of fact, I'm hoping that he will be able to call in before we end. Grandmaster Abdul Whcr, we were talking, and he has a very interesting program for senior citizens where they can actually practice Qigong sitting down. And, I think that that's something that is, really important to be able to understand that, no matter what situation you are in, there are things that you can do in order to control your own quality of life and well-being that is not necessarily something that you have to go to a specialist for, even though there are things that you do, but there are certain things that you can do yourself. And what I would also like to mention is, there's a lot of controversy about what is called Obamacare, but the healthcare system. And one of the things that I'm sure that will start to come out is the need to begin to focus on proactive health care rather than reactive health care. There's a tendency to only go to the doctor, only deal with issues when you're in the third stage of sickness. The first stage we all are in. We have all types of dormant stuff within us. The second stage is when something has triggered and we begin to know that we might need to go to get this checked out at some time, but it's not necessarily pressing us, so we put it to the side. The third stage is when we know we got to go someplace because something is happening. We see a bump, we see blood, we see pain or something like that. And that's usually the third stage, and that's usually when we go to the doctor. And that is why in many cases we are in such a drought as it relates to funds for health care. But if we could begin to start looking at being proactive, the costs for individuals will be less, as well as the whole issue as far as the medical, you are not necessarily going to be able to continue to do the things that have been done in the past and expect to have a positive outcome. So again, there are a couple of things that I would like for you to put into your thought patterns. One, every second Tuesday of the month, Understanding the Way will be the theme of this show, and we will start to bring in healthcare, holistic healthcare practitioners, wellness practitioners, people who will be able to talk about some options that you might have in order to begin to look at the development of mind, body, and spirit. We will also become very connected and somewhat of a operational communication arm to the City College Continuing and Professional Services Wellness Program, as well as between now and April 27th to May 4th, bring to you information as relates to the Holistic Wellness Day as well as Wellness Week in Harlem, which I would hope will grow and provide a platform for people to understand the different opportunities that are within the community, and perhaps to expand it to other communities as well, because wellness is very important. It's for those who, from a business standpoint, it's $1 billion industry, a multi-billion dollar industry, because there are a lot of baby boomers out there, for one thing, and they're all looking for longevity. And then, there's just this understanding that take a pill in the morning is not necessarily the best way to go at this particular point. Any closing thoughts about
yes, and
CPS?
closing thoughts. CPS, the Holistic Wellness Program. Our goal is self-care, as Tony mentioned, and we really want to do that. Through three processes: self-empowerment, self-improvement, self-development. And it is said, as we instill new ideas, behavior changes, life improves. And that's the goal of the program. So we could improve our lives, take control of our health so that we could be wealthier.
Well, I think that's a tremendous goal, and I would like to thank you, Brian, and Sharon Mackey McGee, and all of the hard-working individuals over at CPS for helping make this concept of wellness something that is available to many people. And one of the things that I know, being on the committee, that I think that's also important, I'm sure it will be focused in some area of the week or the festival, is the beginning to find natural health options for people that's affordable, that can be around the house. A lot of times, which is changing now because supply and demand, that concept there, when there are more people, the supply, the cost of it goes down a little bit, because more people now are beginning to look for holistic wellness, natural things, beginning to understand, the harmful effects of some of the foods that we eat. So we are beginning to see a change, but there's still a concept, I would like to eat healthy, and some of that is true. It's cheaper to get a bag of potato chips sometimes than to get 2 apples. So a lot of that is changing, though. And even though he has a lot of pluses and minuses on his report card, our mayor, I have to give him credit to taking up this whole thing about the sodas and all of that. I mean, there's reality to that. Yes. I mean, a lot of people will fight it, but the reality of it is that people are dying. People are going to obesity. People are going to high blood pressure. People are dealing with all kinds of issues based on the diet. And there has to be a way to start educating people. And it is working. It is actually working, because the reports are coming out that many of the young people, the whole issue of obesity is being addressed. These are, as they say, man-made illnesses. High blood pressure. A lot of the things that we suffer from, we have the control. And the CPS program and the Wellness Week, the basic concept for these things is to begin to allow for people to understand that there are options. There are things that you can do. There's control that you have. And that will be the ongoing theme of understanding the way and many of the things that we do. I also would like for you to remember, tune in next week. I will have a special interview and channeling with Jamila Sirpaz, who she's done work around the world. She's been on talk shows and the like, because she has a very interesting talent. And based on what's happening, based on moving into the end of 2012, the prediction of the coming of the golden age, it should be a very interesting conversation. So I invite you to tune in, and to also go on YouTube, punch in planetary alignment, and kind of take a look at the pictures of what happened in Egypt on December the 3rd. And then do a little research on the pyramids of Giza, and then come to your own conclusions. But one thing that I'm sure conclusion you'll come to, when those pyramids were developed, there was a different consciousness. There was a higher consciousness, one that we, to this date, have not been able to come to or understand. And perhaps that time is returning, and hopefully we will be able to experience the beginning of that together. My brother.
Yes, Tony, thank you very much for
inviting me. Thank you for coming above and behind the call of duty.
Yes.
Could you give the number again for continuing education?
For
continuing and professional services?
Yes, continuing professional studies. 212-650-7312. 212-650-7312.
And if you are in the website?
The website is www.cps.ccny.edu. Remember, without your sponsorship and your support and participation, this cannot happen.
Well, we will be back next week with Jamila Shabazz, and I hope that you have a good weekend, and see you soon.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
The world-famous Apollo Theater invites you and your family to celebrate the holidays next Saturday, December 15th, at the free Coca-Cola Winter Wonderland under the famous Apollo marquee. It's free fun for the whole family with giveaways, choirs, picture-taking with Santa Claus, and more. While you're there, purchase your family price tickets for the December 15th Amateur Night Holiday Special, featuring the Stars of Tomorrow winners and special guest recording artist OMG Girls. On December 20th, Sweet Honey in the Rock share music from many faiths around the globe at their Celebrating the Holy Days concert. Finally, the Apollo's annual Kwanzaa celebration returns December 28th. For details, visit apollotheater.org. Holidays at the Apollo is sponsored by Coca-Cola. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st. Party time is 6 p.m. with some of WHCR's hottest DJs who will keep you dancing to some of the best house music in New York City. WHCR's annual after-work holiday party fundraiser will be held at Image Nation's Raw Space, located at 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, between 121st and 122nd Streets. Admission is only $10 at the door, and there will be a cash bar. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Image Nation's Raw Space is available for your next event. For more information and rental rates, visit imagenation.us and click on Raw Space, then choose Rentals.
Hi, this is Sister Virginia Cotton, and I'll take you to that place every Tuesday morning from 6 to 10 in the a.m. on the Gospel Legends program. We'll lift the Savior and take a trip down memory lane. How far back will I go? Tune in on Tuesday morning, WHCR 90.3 FM from 6 to 10 in the a.m. And don't forget the website. That's the 3Ws.WHCR.org. I'm so excited.
Hey, this is DJ Justice from the Flavor Zone, Classic Soul and R&B. I'd like to welcome you and yours to every other Saturday right here from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight for some of the hottest songs in R&B and Classic Soul. Let's cry a little, laugh a little, sing a little. Every other Saturday from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight right here at WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem, Flavor Zone, Classic Soul and R&B. DJ Justice, let's go.
Showcase. Tune in every Thursday from 8 to 12 midnight for some solid cultural roots music and some sweet lovers rock. Also, informative interviews and giveaways. Right here on the Vinny B Showcase every Thursday, 8 through 12 midnight on WHCR 90.3 FM. Peace. I'm tougher than rock. Said I'm black.
Can't do without you, do it, tell these people don't try. She play that real good music for these people to vibe, right? She's on your radio, yeah, she play the best. And if you ain't got no radio, catch her on the net, yes. And I hope that you enjoy the vibes. Put your seatbelt on and just enjoy the ride, yeah. Oh yeah, you hear it in your ear. The party's overhead, throw your hands in the air. Or sit back, kick your feet up on the chair. And if you in your car, feel the vibes in the air, yeah.
The only time you will ever see the light is when you feel the vibe and your mind is open wide. I said the only time you will ever see the light is when you feel the vibe and your mind is open. Listen to the vibe, listen to the vibe. It's got you open wide.
That's right. You listen to Kimberly Kim on WHCR 90.3 FM, the one and only voice of Harlem. How you doing out there, ladies and gentlemen? I hope you're doing very well. Just want to take this time out and say, what's up, BZ, Texas finest. Ow. Yeah, it's one of those days up here in Harlem.
feeling all that so real. Glad to be here with you. A lot going on, but today I'm just going to let the music take me away. God is good. God is good. God is good. God is good. That's all I got to say. It's on the radio dials. Shout out to Diva Up, Nina KC, R&B Little, Cash Johnny, Lady Scareface 2, Kennedy Clemente, at My Son, at Michael Nobelski, John Reckinger, how you doing? Hip Hop's Dream, live on, live on, live on. Droop Pop, you got it going on. Love Skipper, I see you too. Anyway, you can catch me every Tuesday between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m. streaming live on WHCR.org. Kimberly Vibes, V Victory, I Individual, B Black, EAT. I spelled it wrong, didn't I? Can't even spell my Twitter name. It's Kimberly Vibes. Kimberly VIBES. Get it right all the time, always. 212-650-6903. That once again, that's 212-650-6903. Hit me up on that dial, DJ Melstar. Looking forward to you.
Listen to the vibes. Listen to the vibes. 'Cause it was winter, all this was ice. That's a hell of a thing.
This week we're gonna do a DJ spotlight. DJ Stunner, the one and only, up here on Harlem's one and only voice, reaching out to 500,000, live, deep, and strong internationally. Get it on, get it gone. 5 to 6 p.m. That's right. It's Kimberly, not Kim. WHCR 90.3 FM. Ow. 212-650-6903. You like what you feel? Hit me up on that jack. DJ Stunner, it's all on you, baby boy. Ow.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
from Boston, I see you out there, baby girl. Keep it rockin', poppin'. Join that wave of 90.3 FM with your one and only Kimberly Vibes on your FM dial 5 to 6 p.m. every Tuesday. 212-650-6903. That's 212-650-6903. Doing it like I do it every Tuesday between 5 and 6 p.m. Lady Scareface 2. Where you at, boo? Ow.
This is DJ Storm and Norman, and you're listening to Conscious Vibes with my girl, Kimberly, not Kim, every Tuesday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WHCR 90.3 FM.
just happen to be tuning in, you're listening to Kimberly Not Kim on WHCR 90.3 FM, the one and only voice of Harlem. You can catch me here every Tuesday between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m., streaming live 24 hours a day, but you only get me between 5 and 6 on Tuesdays. Ow! 212-650-6903. Once again, that's 212-650-6903. At Hip Hop's Dream. Dream a little dream for me. Ow. Tennessee, R&B Little. How you doing, Ruth and Billy? I see you out there. To the bird, to the bird, to the bird. Ow. Love, peace, and blessings from Harlem.
This is DJ Stormin' Norman, and you're listening to the Sexy Kimberly on Conscious Vibes on Tuesday from 5 p.m. on WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, with Kimberly. Knockin'. Conscious Vibes. WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, with Kimberly. Knockin'. Conscious Vibes. WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, with Kimberly. Knockin'. Conscious Vibes. WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, with Kimberly. Knockin'. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You listen to Kimberly Not Kim on WHCR 90.3 FM, the one and only voice of Harlem. If you like what you're hearing, you like what you're seeing, hit me up on my jack, 212-650-6903. Once again, that's 210-650-6903. Ruth and Billy, Little Tennessee, I see you. Ow. That's right, you're listening to Kim Really Not Kim on WHCR 90.3 FM. Catch me every Tuesday. Catch that conscious vibe, 5 to 6 p.m. on your FM dial, 212-650-6903. I'm so blessed, and so are you. You're tuning in with me. How you doing? Ow. Timer Dan. I see you, Timer Dan. How you doing over there in London, England?
90.3 FM, New York.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is Darian, and every Tuesday, I can't wait to listen to Kimberly's Conscious Vibes on WHCR 90.3 FM, the one and only voice of Harlem.
I see you. Texas finest by way of North Carolina. Cadillac. Ow.
Here I am again, asking questions, waiting to be moved. I'm so unsure of my perception. What I thought I knew, I don't seem to. Where is the turn so I can get back to what I believe in? Back to the old me and back. God, please hear my call. I am afraid for me. Love has burned me wrong. I need your healing, please. I'm such a fool. How did I get here? Play by all the rules, then they changed. I'm but a child to your vision, standing in the cold and the rain. Lost here in the dark, I can't see my foot to take a step. What is happening? All this hurts so bad, I can hardly breathe. I just wanna leave. So God, please hear my call. I am afraid for me. Love has burned me wrong. I need your healing. God, please hear my call. I am afraid for me. Love has burned me wrong. I need your healing.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Please hear my call. I am afraid. Love has turned me cold. I need your healing. Please hear my call. I am afraid. Love has turned me cold. I need your healing.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Kimberly and I Kim on WHCR 90.3 FM, the one and only voice of Harlem. That's 212-650-6903. Once again, that's 212-650-6903. Today I'm featuring DJ Stunner from no other, one of WHCR's finest. Missing him. Oh, once again, don't forget, we got a Christmas party coming up. I'll play that poem. Tina, why you gotta mess up my rhythm? Get your booty out my studio when I'm doing my show. Thank you very much. Ow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the music. Pennsylvania just checked in. I want to be like you when I grow up, living in mansions, champagne and caviar. Bubbles, dreams, you and me and WHCR 90.3 FM. Ow. That's right, DJ Stunner. You're running through my veins this evening.
90.3
Feeling that.
New York.
Feeling that vibe. Ow. WHCR 90.3 FM. 212-650-693. Stunner, you're making me stutter. It's 212-650-6903. Once again, that's 212-650-6903. Got that gospel house music going for you today. 15 minutes left in the show. Up next, we got Talk with Audrey.
It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st. Party time is 6 p.m. with some of WHCR's hottest DJs who will keep you dancing to some of the best house music in New York City. WHCR's annual after-work holiday party fundraiser will be held at Image Nation's Raw Space, located at 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, between 121st and 122nd Streets. Admission is only $10 at the door, and there will be a cash bar. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Image Nation's Raw Space is available for your next event. For more information and rental rates, visit imagenation.us and click on Raw Space, then choose Rentals.
That's right, it's DJ Stunner on your FM dial Spotlight. Hip-hop's dream. Tweet, 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 little birdie. Ow. Catch me next Tuesday between 5 and 6 p.m. on your FM dial. Once again, it's Kimberly and I Kim. R&B Little. Nina KC. Hip Hop's Dream. Diva Up. Michael Nabelski. My Son in Us We Trust. I see you grind. Love you very, 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 very much. Ow.
Keep them on the grind. Oh, she destiny ahead. Ain't not gonna get there. Keep on, keep on, keep on and 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 on. Hey, I'll keep on reaching. I'll keep on reaching. I'll keep on reaching. I'll keep on reaching.
Yo, Cora. Yo, what's up, son?
I'm telling you, she's not the only fan, girl. I'm riding with you every Tuesday. And club, you know, I'm from North, so you know I'm doing the club thing. But look, when you played that, I found you by Michael.
Michael Wozniak, glad I found you. That's right, son. You know your music.
Right?
Yeah.
She ain't the only fan you got. You got fans all around, girl. You know what I'm saying? That you be putting the music down. When you come on every Tuesday, I don't care where I'm at or whatever I'm doing, I'm coming right and put my station on 90.3. So I can just, you know what I mean? I can wind down. You just see me, man. You know, with a cane. I put the cane down and be stepping it off.
Yo, you got your webcam? I'm wiggling for you. Where'd you meet that chick? You trying to hit me, baby? Oh, I'm getting love from Newark, New Jersey.
Tell you, ma, you is my girl. Every Tuesday, I'm telling you, Kim.
I love
you. You know what I'm saying? Girl, I'll be right there with you every Tuesday. I can't wait till you come on.
That's what's up. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it so much. I'm doing what I can. I've been coming back from my medical house arrest, and I'm trying to do what I can do. And the fact that you calling in, you feel what I'm putting out, that's what moves me. Moves me, baby.
But believe Willie Matthews be with you. Every Tuesday you come on, I'll be right there. Every song, everything, I'll be right there.
Thank you, Mr. Willie Matthews.
Girl, that's me. Somebody call. Look, I ain't got time right now to talk on the phone. My girl on.
Gotta love the real deal. That's what's up. Willie Matthews, thank you so much. Diva Up, you got competition, baby girl. You ain't the only one.
For real, you know what I mean? So that chick in Baltimore, she ain't the only one. You know what I'm saying? I would like for her to come down here and hear on the air with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Girl, I'll be with you every Tuesday. I can't wait. You know what I mean?
That's what's up. That's what's up. You know, I try to do what I do.
Look, you give it to, you got to wait till the weekend to get that. You know what I mean? You come on Tuesday and throw it out like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Thank you so much. It means so much. You got my dimples popping out. Huh?
My radio station do not change from 90.3. I'm telling you. I don't even know no other one.
That's love. That's love. Keep it right here locked in on your FM dial. 5 to 6 p.m. WHCR 90.3 FM, the one and only voice of Harlem. Kimberly not Kim. Listening to Willie.
My girl, can you play that Glad I Found You by Scott?
Absolutely. I'm going to wrap up my show with that for you, love.
All right, Don. I love you, too.
Love you, too.
I'm telling you.
Thanks for hollering at a sister.
I'll talk to you. You have a very blessed holiday, Mom. For real.
Peace and love, boo.
Yeah, keep putting it to them tables like that. You be hurting them. Stop playing. I love you.
I do my best. All right, you do the same, Willie.
I love you, Don. Good night.
Love you, boo. Later.
All right.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Kimberly Malkin on your FM dial. I just got a plug from my boy Willie over there in New Jersey. I hope I got the state right. But my homie, I love you so much. Thanks for reaching out to a sister. And you wanted to hear this one track that we do so well. This is So Glad I Found You. And I'm so glad I found you on the radio waves. You have no idea. I try, I do my best, and it means so much for you to dial into to me. So you can catch me on Twitter. Look, hit my jack. I'm telling everybody, I ain't hard to reach. That's 646-229-6737. 229-6737. I'll give you the rest. Kimberly, not Kim. Really, so glad I found you, boo. This is dedicated to you as I close my show. Up next, we got Talk with Audrey. Catch me next week between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m. on WHCR, the one and only voice of Harlem.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Was just a foolish game. My heart had enough. Yeah, it was my one true love. But you brought out the best in me. What I love is your destiny. Everything I wish for, you're my fantasy. Can I tell you this, boy? I just wanna be around you. Glad I found you. Yeah. All my dreams have come true. I'm in ecstasy. Hope you're feeling it too. I just wanna be around you. Glad I found you. Now and then, if I'm feeling all alone, it's alright, 'cause when I pick up the phone, you know just what to say. Your voice can make my day. When you're close and your body's touching mine, I'm amazed. Coming up this week on Talk with Audrey, we're going to start out with
We all know about epilepsy, but there's a rare form of it that accounts for up to 4% of all childhood epilepsy cases. Joining me, Patricia Gibson, the Director of Epilepsy Information Services at Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, with resources available to help patients and their caregivers and families. And as the holiday season approaches, a lot of us are going to be traveling by car to visit loved ones. And with the number of drivers age 70 and older increasing and more traffic on the highways, more of us adults are dealing with concerns about our older relatives' driving ability. Nationally recognized gerontologist for the Hartford, Jody Olszewski, has tips and resources on how to detect unsafe driving behaviors. Then we'll switch hats and talk about some gift ideas. How about a Harlem Globetrotters game? They're celebrating their 87th year in 2013, continuing a world-famous tradition of ball-handling wizardry, basketball artistry, and one-of-a-kind family entertainment that continues to thrill fans of all ages. Joining me, Handels Franklin, Harlem Globetrotter, to tell me all about the 2013 tour. And of course, with the holiday season, it means we're going to be entertaining at home, and that means food. After months of research, the Betty Crocker Kitchen's food experts have selected the trends that'll be red hot this holiday season. From the Betty Crocker Kitchens, I have Kristen Olson, Betty Crocker food editor, with the latest holiday trends and gift ideas. And speaking of gift ideas, I have the editors of Star Magazine, Red Book Magazine, and beauty bloggers to tell us all about the best gifts for the holiday season. It's all coming up on Talk with Audrey. Insightful, intelligent information to help improve the quality of your life or someone else's. And I'll be right back after this. Don't forget, you can now follow us on Twitter and like us on Facebook. Visit theadamsreport.com.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Hi there, I'm Audrey Adams. You're listening to Talk with Audrey, insightful, intelligent information to help you improve the quality of your life or someone else's. We've all heard about epilepsy, but there's a rare form of it that accounts for up to 4% of all childhood epilepsy cases called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. Patricia Gibson, the Director of Epilepsy Information Service at Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center in Winston-Salem, joins me to talk about Epilepsy Awareness Month and the inaugural LGS Awareness Day, which was on November 1st, and some resources available to help patients, their caregivers, and families. Welcome, Patricia, to Talk with Audrey.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here.
Well, I am so glad you're joining me. I was very much unaware of Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. For those people who don't know, because I've done a little research, let's talk about what it is and how it's different from other epilepsy conditions.
Well, epilepsy is a really common neurological problem that affects 1 in 26 children, 1 in 100 adults. But Lennox-Gastaut syndrome is, as you said, only affects about 4% of that group, and it is a devastating disorder. The children that have this usually between ages 1 to 8, may have been perfectly healthy, developing fine, and they get their first seizure, and then that seizure doesn't go away. It starts getting more and more difficult to control, and then they start to regress cognitively, and the seizures become more of an issue. And that's when we start looking at this. This is not your typical epilepsy. Most epilepsy responds well to medication, and the kids, get on with their life and usually do well, the majority. But in this group, that is not the case. They have many problems, and it just doesn't go as we had hoped. There's 3 basic things that we look at in this diagnosis, and one is they have a particular type of EEG. A slow spike and wave on EEG. Then they will have cognitive impairment and sometimes regress quite a bit. And another aspect of this is they will have multiple types of seizures, with the 3 most common being absence, atypical absence, which is just a brief staring spell, tonic seizures, which is a sudden stiffening, and then the drop attacks, the atonic seizure, meaning loss of tone. And these are the kids that get hurt a lot. They just fall suddenly and hurt their head. And this multiple seizure types, cognitive impairment, and the specific EEG determines the diagnosis of Lennox-Gastaut.
How do parents normally first recognize the symptoms? What's normally the first sign that parents?
The first sign is onset of seizures, and they, typically get referred to the neurologist or pediatric neurologist, and they're reassured usually that, we just need to find the right medicine and things are going to be okay. And then that medicine doesn't work, and they try another medicine, and they go through multiple medicines, and then they see their child start to decline. They were able to do this before, now they're not. Wow. And that's the first bad feeling that, starts to say, this is something else. This is not your typical little epilepsy.
Right. So the cognitive changes happen because the nerves aren't being nourished, or, I think people in general don't really understand epilepsy. So in this particular syndrome, what
makes them lose their cognitive abilities? If in other
Well,
conditions,
in
epilepsy
many
conditions,
cases, we don't know. We need so much more research in this. But you remember that in this basket of Lennox-Gastaut, there are a number of underlying differences in the underlying cause of the seizures or the situation.
right? That's the
Some of
EKG and the other things that you mentioned, right?
Yeah, some of them have had, infectious diseases like meningitis or encephalitis that really did major damage to the brain, and that's the problem, underlying problem. Or they may have had something happen during pregnancy that was damaged the brain, or asphyxia, a deprivation of oxygen during the birth process or something. There's so many different underlying causes, and that will determine a lot of the course of this disorder. But, there's a lot we don't know and understand about the brain, even today, although we've made incredible strides. And I've been around for 100 years, so I can tell you, I've been there when we knew nothing at all, and now we know much more, but we still, the brain is still a big mystery to us.
Absolutely.
And it's the last frontier in research.
It seems to me also that there are then some challenges in terms of providing care. If you have multiple conditions within a condition, what is that like for parents and caregivers?
It is exhausting. There's so many things to know. There's so many. You just step into a new world where you have to learn, new language, and you have to be worried about things you never dreamed about before. And it is a whole new change in their life, and has major impact on families. And these children require a lot of care, a lot of time and energy, and a lot of going to the doctor. They have a lot of other issues that need to be dealt with. So it really is a major drain on caretakers.
As children age, how does it present? Does it present differently? Are there ways to control it with medication?
All of the different syndromes and epilepsy in general fall into a spectrum. There are some that are absolutely devastated. These children won't walk or talk or be able to do much of anything. And there's others that do better, that are actually able to go to school and be in special classes and have a better quality of life. So each case is individual. There's no one scenario that fits all.
So in terms of tips for caregivers and families who are managing it, what would you suggest?
The first thing I would want to say to parents out there and families is that you're not alone. There are a lot of people out here that want to help, and a lot of resources. And the first thing you need to do is to learn as much as you can about this disorder. And one of the key websites is livingwithlgs.com. I would go to the websites and look at all of these. And this website has a lot of articles, a lot of educational videos that help parents have tools that they need. The LGS Foundation is another wonderful organization and website. The Epilepsy Foundation in general is very interested in this as well. But know that you're not alone, and ask for what you need. Ask your doctor, ask your pediatrician, your neurologist, reach out to other organizations, reach out to your family. Family members and friends can be wonderful resources and can help you search for what you need.
The internet, to me, is like, I think it's the best thing since sliced bread, especially in that, you can have resources where you can go to in private, because there are a lot of people who don't want to discuss their private issues, right?
Right,
but,
with anyone.
Exactly. So give us the name of the website again. I've been there. Guys, there's a lot of information. If you know of somebody with LGS and you want to tell them about this wonderful site, there's a documentary. Well, Patricia, tell us what's on the site.
It's all sorts of things are on that site that are helpful, and it's livingwithlgs.com.
Okay, yeah. I see there are treatment goals. There are doctors talking about specific diets for children with LGS that might help. And, of course, links to other resources and what have you. November is Epilepsy Awareness Month. And LGS is 4% of those cases of epilepsy. Why is it so important that people know specifically about LGS?
Well, this is something, people don't understand how common epilepsy, most people don't understand how common epilepsy is in general. And Lennox-Gastaut needs to be recognized early. It needs to be known about. And we all need to reach out and help our families that are struggling with these problems and learn more about them. And I'm really glad to see that they've set up an LGS Awareness Day. It's about time that this get known by the public. And it's a problem when you're talking about epilepsy in that it does range such a spectrum. There are those with epilepsy who are doing very well, that have almost no problems, just take a little medicine and go on about their lives. And then there's the other end of the spectrum that is not so. It's very difficult, and we need to talk about all of that.
I want some advice now.
Okay.
When someone notices someone in public having an epileptic seizure, what should you do?
Well, the first thing I would do, if I had that, and many people will have that experience because it's so common, is I would find out what to do. I would call and find out, call your local epilepsy foundation and find out, what do you do when someone has a seizure? What's best to do? I have a special project with fourth graders. I teach all fourth graders in our county about epilepsy, and any one of them can tell you all the steps. And the first, don't turn away. Offer to help. Ask, is there anything you can do?
Right.
Find out what you need to do later, because you won't know the first time it happens probably, but go and look up what are the steps in first aid. And then, that person or family member that's with them, find out, is there anything I can do? Actually, there's not a lot to do in most of the seizure we're talking about is the convulsive type of seizure. But let the persons around them know that you're interested, you care. That's the biggest gift of all.
Right, because otherwise, I've seen it happen in instances, and people sort of look like, well, what's going on over there? And
right,
yeah,
and they walk away and they turn their back, or
Exactly.
they say something that's
Right.
not helpful. And I have many stories from patients over the years of things that have happened to them when they had a seizure and nobody helped, and or were very unhelpful. And it just helps so much when you understand what this is and know what to do, and can say, is there anything I can get you? Can I stay with you until you're okay? Just simple little things of caring.
Exactly. Compassion goes a long way, doesn't it?
It does. It makes all the difference in the world.
Well, and you know what, Patricia, I think you, in doing this interview, and all the folks over at Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center who are working to help parents and caregivers and patients deal with Lennox-Gastaut syndrome are helping in a very compassionate way, and I want to thank you for that on their behalf, if you don't mind.
Well, we greatly appreciate your interest and willingness to talk with us about this.
My pleasure. And the website again is?
livingwithlgs.com and lgsfoundation.org are two of the major websites.
Okay, guys, you've got links and information to the resources. It's up to you now to take the next steps. Pay it forward if you know someone who can use the information. Patricia Gibson, thanks so much for joining me on Talk with Audrey.
Thank you, Audrey.
My pleasure, and we'll be right back after this.
And we come back. As a group, older drivers are relatively safe drivers, but it's important for families to have conversations about their driving should concerns arise. Nationally recognized gerontologist for the Hartford, Jody Olszewski, has tips and resources to detect unsafe driving behaviors. And still to come, interior designer Sabrina Soto with tips to spruce up the house for the holiday season. And from the Betty Crocker Kitchens, Kristen Olson, Betty Crocker food editor, with their red-hot holiday food trends. And then, of course, gift items from editors from Red Book Magazine, Star Magazine, and beauty bloggers with stocking stuffer ideas. It's all coming up. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. WHCR is our community radio station. We broadcast from the campus of the City College of New York. Our music shows and talk shows are as diverse as the Harlem community. Tune in and you'll hear African, the blues, gospel, hip-hop, house, jazz, merengue, neo-soul, classic, R&B, reggae, rock and roll, and salsa. And we're not bound by playlists. If you'd like to support the station and make a pledge, visit whcr.org and click Make a Pledge.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Hi there, I'm Audrey Adams, and I'm back with more insightful, intelligent information to help you improve the quality of your life. Well, as the holiday season approaches, many Americans will be traveling by car to visit loved ones. And with the number of drivers aged 70 and older increasing and more traffic on the highways, more adults are dealing with concerns about their older relatives' driving ability. Now, as a group, older drivers are relatively safe drivers, but it's important for families to have conversations about driving if concerns arise. Nationally recognized gerontologist for the Hartford, Jody Olszewski, has some tips and resources about how to detect unsafe driving behaviors. Welcome, Jody, to Talk with Audrey.
Thank you.
My pleasure. As a gerontologist, Jody, what sorts of signs do you look for, and what can those of us who aren't look for in terms of the warning signs, or that something might be amiss?
Sure. Well, I think what's most important is that one single minor driving mistake doesn't mean that a person needs to stop driving. And so what families really need to do is to look for patterns of warning signs and for an increase in frequency and severity of those warning signs. And these vary. Some, that are less serious may be overcome with changes or physical fitness, while the more serious ones might require immediate action. So some of the things that you as family members want to look for is on the minor side of things. If you notice vehicle dents and scrapes that weren't there before, you want to start paying attention. We always suggest that you get in the car. Instead of you driving, you get in the car with them so you can observe driving. And more serious signs that would cause concern is if you notice that they're having a lot of difficulty making left-hand turns, if they are moving into the wrong lane of traffic, if they have consistent and frequent mistakes, then you really want to pay attention.
You mentioned left-hand turns. Why are those key as opposed to right-hand turns?
Yeah, well, left-hand turns are tricky. So unless you're in a lane that has an arrow, you're having to really process and calculate speed, reflexes, of oncoming traffic, and that can be a tricky one. And so oftentimes if you're really hesitating or, not demonstrating good judgment in making left-hand turns, that might be a sign that the person's having some difficulties.
I see. So what could be the cause of some of these concerns? Could it just be that a medication needs to be readjusted, or could it just simply be that they're getting too old to drive?
There can be a lot of reasons for difficulty with driving. Certainly it could be medications, and oftentimes there's a health issue that's going on. There are certain normal age-related changes that can impact driving, like vision and, reflexes and those sorts of things, but most older drivers just voluntarily adjust to those changes and adjust their driving patterns in order to account for them. So oftentimes if there is something significant that you're noticing, it typically is because of an underlying health issue.
All right. So if you end up, say, riding with an older relative and you notice that things are amiss, for them, for the relative, that could mean decreased mobility.
That's very right. It's a very delicate conversation, and one that we suggest individuals really plan for and be thoughtful about. So you want to think about the best time to bring up the issue. You want to think about who's the best messenger in the family. Sometimes you might be the one noticing, but you might not be the best person to have the conversation. And then we also suggest that it's probably a number of conversations, not necessarily one big conversation. You want to think about an easy way to move into the conversation that's not threatening. You want to do whatever you can to make it a productive conversation.
So, all right, then say that you're the one in the family who's designated to have the conversation. Shouldn't you also have in place some sort of transportation plan for after your departure?
That's right. So if you do think that it's time for that person to transition to passenger, you really do have to have alternatives in mind, because driving is such a critical component of staying connected, not only from a social support standpoint, but just, getting around, going where you want to go when you want to do it. So having resources available, whether they be informal, like family or friends, or figuring out what the formal services are in that community, is really important. And I would also say that, if the conversation gets very difficult, where the older relative is just denying and saying, no, that's not the case, then you might want to think about suggesting a comprehensive driving evaluation, which is a thorough evaluation that a occupational therapist conducts. It includes an on-the-road test and an in-office clinical assessment. And what that does is it brings in an objective expert to really assess, what is needed either to keep the person safe on the road, or if it's time for that person to transition out of driving.
And how do you access that particular professional? Do you ask the doctor, or are there organizations available to help?
Well, you do want to bring it up with your healthcare provider, and oftentimes they will give you a referral. On our website, under the information we have on comprehensive driving evaluations, we do have a listing of occupational therapists in various communities, and our website is thehartford.com/lifetime. So that's another way that you can get connected with this type of a specialist.
Jody, I want to go back to having that conversation, because it's not one that's easy to have. What would you suggest, or how would you suggest someone would initiate that kind of a conversation?
Well, I think that having something in mind to start the conversation, and examples of conversation starters can be, have you asked your doctor about the effects of your new medication on your driving, if for some reason they've just started new medications. If you were in the car and observing it, you might just bring up a specific example. When we were driving yesterday, I was really worried and concerned when you hesitated in the intersection. I'm worried about your safety on the road. Can we talk about that? So that's the way you want to ease into the conversation and make it factual, make it positive and non-threatening. And I think oftentimes, like any communication that we have between family members, if you can speak to the emotion involved, your worry, your concern about the person and their safety, oftentimes that's a much better to start from.
I also understand, Jody, that dementia is another reason that people lose their driving privileges. What do we need to be aware of in that instance?
Well, in the case of dementia, that is an opportunity where you really do need to be very involved, because if a person has dementia, it's not a matter of if, when they need to stop driving, because of the way that the condition impacts, all aspects involved in driving. And so a family member does need to be very deliberate. We did some significant research at the Hartford with MIT Age Lab a number of years ago, and we actually have a guidebook on our website that's called At the Crossroads that gives families everything they need to know. And one of the things that's in there that we've developed that we heard from caregivers is useful is actually an agreement that you make with your family member once you know for sure what they, say they get a diagnosis of dementia. You sit down with them and talk about the fact that a time will come when they will no longer be able to drive, and you agree to it. Now, it's not that the family member is going to remember that probably, but what that does is it empowers you as a caregiver to feel like, okay, you know what, I talked about this early on, and now I actually need to take action. One of those tools that we think can be really, really useful.
So there are a lot of resources out there. Would you tell us about the resources available at the Hartford's website again, Jody?
Sure. It's thehartford.com/lifetime. We have, free guidebooks that individuals can order and have shipped to their home. You can download the PDFs. We really have all the tools from the research that we've done over the past decade to really empower families to get involved. Because we know from our research that if older drivers are having problems, they most prefer to hear from family members first. We also know that of those people who had been spoken to about driving, they said they listened to it and followed their family suggestions. So we think that that's important for families to be encouraged by, and it's not an easy conversation. It's difficult, but it's an important one, and family members are the best folks to observe and to get involved.
And I would agree with you there. And guys, remember, it's not just a matter of mobility. It's also an issue of safety. And I know that each and every one of us wants our loved ones, our parents, our friends and family to be safe. Jody Olszewski, thanks so much for joining me on the show.
Sure, thanks a lot, Audrey.
And we'll be right back after this. After the break, and coming up next, the original Harlem Globetrotters are celebrating their 87th consecutive year in 2013, continuing a world-famous tradition of ball-handling wizardry. Handles Franklin, Harlem Globetrotter, joins me to tell us all about the 2013 tour. And then, holiday gift ideas.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Hi there, I'm Audrey Adams, and this is Talk with Audrey, insightful, intelligent information to help you improve the quality of your life or someone else's. And, you can't have a quality life unless you're going out there and having some fun. And I've got a real interesting guest on the show today. Throughout their history, the Harlem Globetrotters have showcased their iconic talents in 120 countries and territories on 6 continents. They've entertained hundreds of millions of fans, among them popes, kings, queens, and presidents, often breaking down cultural and societal barriers while providing fans with their first ever basketball experience. Harlem Globetrotter Handles Franklin joins me to talk about their upcoming season. Welcome to Talk with Audrey.
Hello, Audrey. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Handles. Everybody has always been amazed at the ability of the Harlem Globetrotters. 87 years. Can you believe that you're part of an organization that's been in existence that long?
Oh, well, I'm so honored. I'm so honored. The Harlem Globetrotters has staying power and one of the few entities or organizations that has been able to cross generations, and I'm just honored to be a part of such a great tradition.
And when did you have your first experience with the Globetrotters? Did you see them as a child, or?
Yeah, you know what? I'm unique because I never wanted to do anything else in life. I saw the Harlem Globetrotters when I was 6 years old on Scooby-Doo, and I knew I either wanted to solve mysteries or play for the Globetrotters. So I'm truly living a dream.
Wow, that's amazing. So you saw them on Scooby-Doo.
Yes, it was actually my introduction to basketball, and I never wanted to do anything else.
And when was the first time that you saw a live show?
Well, you know what? I didn't get a chance or an opportunity to see a live show till I became a Harlem Globetrotter. Really? But as a kid, I would study as much film. I would go to the library and study film and history, read as many books as I can, and eventually, became one. So my first live experience was being a part of it.
That's pretty amazing. How did you teach yourself all of those tricks? I went onto the site, and what you guys can do with a basketball is just simply amazing.
Well, thank you so much. Well, for me, like I said, it's what I always wanted to do. So I studied some of the great ball handlers, DeMarcus Haynes, Curly Neals, and I studied their moves and also put my own style to some of those moves, and eventually became known as one of the best ball handlers in the world. And eventually the Globetrotters found me. So it worked perfect for me. That's why it's always important for me to, when I talk to kids, to tell them that their dreams are attainable with hard work and doing the right things.
Absolutely.
I'm a living testimony of that.
Absolutely. Wow. So this new season is coming up. And I looked at the schedule. Oh, my goodness. I don't know how you guys can keep up with everything.
Yes.
Wow, that is some schedule. Or how many performances?
Well, we play over 250 games a year in the U.S. and Canada alone, and we also go overseas. I personally have been to 67 countries around the globe, but the Globetrotters have been to 120 around the world.
Wow. So in addition to dazzling people with the Globetrotters show, you're really able to meet a lot of other people in different cultures. And
yes.
Yeah, and so what's been your greatest experience to date overseas?
You know what? There's been a number of them. And like you said, we've been able to, basketball is one of the few things that transcends culture, race, ethnicity, gender. We've been able to emotionally connect to and thrill families across the globe, and it's been an honor. We pride ourselves in being ambassadors of goodwill. One thing I think that sticks out in my mind was visiting kids in Romania, kids with cancer, being able to put smiles on their faces, and I think that sticks out greatly. I mean, I'm just honored to be part of an organization that are about putting smiles on faces and about bringing families together.
Yeah, it is nice to be able to do a job like that, isn't it, where people are always smiling and they're sort of looking up at you in awe and amazement. The Globetrotters also have a female member of the team.
Yes. You know what? We are happy to have TNT Maddox on our team. Like I said, we're always looking for the best out there. She truly is the best. She's an amazing ball handler, amazing shooter, and we're just honored to have her.
Well, I know that this tradition goes on. There are some more details that I know you want to share with us in terms of getting tickets, because a Globetrotters show is something that most folks want to go to.
Yes, you can always get tickets at HarlemGlobetrotters.com, but we're very excited to be partnered with Howard Johnson. They have always been about providing travelers with great value, and they're our official hotel partner to 2013 North American Tour. And we're excited to offer a promotion that'll continue that tradition. It's called Double Dribble, and we're very excited. If you go to Hojo.com, and we're very excited about that. And come out and see us play.
Wow. I think I think one of the great things about watching, and I've attended one only, it was a long time ago, but I just remember that it not only seemed like a lot of fun, but sports and sportsmanlike behavior really transfers across life, don't you think?
Yes, it definitely does. It definitely does. It's important to have good sportsmanship. And I think that works across the spectrum throughout your life. So, that's one of the great things that I love about the Globetrotters we're able to do. We're able to go into schools and talk to them about the importance of getting your education. I have a master's degree. We talk about believing in your dreams. This is what I always wanted to do. We talk to kids about healthy living, staying away from drugs, the importance of being a good friend and fighting bullying. And that ambassador side of being a Harlem Globetrotter is definitely the best part of it. Improving the quality of life, like you talked about earlier.
Well, you are certainly living your dream, and I know that when young folks and us old folks alike look up at you, on the floor, that you guys have been ambassadors for such a long time. And Handels Franklin, I want to thank you for joining me on the show today. Where can people go again for information about tickets?
Well, you can go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com, and you can also go to Hojo.com, and they'll tell you more about our Double Dribble, which we're very excited about.
All right, guys, and don't forget, if you go to the HarlemGlobetrotters.com site, you can also see profiles and videos of the players in action. Just a little thing to sort of tickle your fancy there. I'm Audrey Adams. Handels Franklin, thanks so much for joining me on the show today.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, Audrey.
My pleasure. Happy holidays, and we'll be right back after this.
From the Betty Crocker Kitchens, Kristen Olson, Betty Crocker food editor, with the 3rd annual Betty 10 Red Hot Holiday Trends. It's a look at the top 10 hottest food trends for the season, and it's a collection of new recipes inspired by these trends. You gotta hear this if you're entertaining. And then, interior designer Sabrina Soto with tips to help you spruce up the house for the holiday season, and gift suggestions from Red Book Magazine editor Morgan Thompson, and Star Magazine, Cheryl Kramer-Kay, and beauty blogger Tia Williams. After the break.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Hi, Hi there, I'm Audrey Adams, and this is Talk with Audrey, insightful, intelligent information to help you improve the quality of your life or someone else's. And the holiday season is upon us, and after months of research, the Betty Crocker Kitchen's food experts have selected the trends that will be red hot this holiday season. Joining me from the Betty Crocker Kitchen's, Kristen Olson, Betty Crocker food editor, and she has for us the 3rd annual Betty 10. Welcome to Talk with Audrey.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm very excited to share with you our red-hot Betty Crocker trends this year. We're very excited. We've got everything from cookies filled with sweet surprises all the way over to beer caramel corn. And I'll show you how to make some of them. So one of the things that we've seen that has been really big in baking is secret ingredients or sweet surprises. So this is our Whcr's Hidden Surprise Cookie. Starts off with just a baked sugar cookie, and then you fill it with some dulce de leche. Then you top it with a cookie that has the center cut out. And that you can fill with your sweet surprise. You can do chocolate hazelnut spread, or what I like to do is sprinkles. So that is really fun. When people open it up, it reveals the secret surprise inside. And it's great to give as a gift. But another really fun gift to give is our beer caramel corn. So the beer caramel corn, craft beer is really big this year, and people are really having fun baking and cooking with it. What we've done is a chocolate stout caramel corn. It's made with caramel corn that is spiked with stout beer, and it pairs really well when you add in some milk chocolate and roasted almonds. So just stir those right in once you're done with the mix. And it's a really fun gift to give with a bottle of beer to that guy on your list that you're not really sure what to get him. And it's a really easy recipe as well.
That's amazing. I think, I don't know how you guys come up with these things, but you've got more.
Yes, we have lots more. And this is just a little peek inside of what we've got. We also have, for the chocolate lover, we have our gluten-free chocolate truffle cakes. They're a really indulgent, delicious chocolate cake that is filled with chocolate ganache. And then it's topped with really delicious toppings of crystallized ginger, pistachio nuts, and even cacao nibs. But if you're looking for something a little bit more whimsical, we have our sweet snowman cake pops. We worked with Bakerella, our friend and blogger, to come up with these adorable little gifts that you can just wrap up and give to anyone. But you can't forget about Santa's Little Helper. We have elf food for them. So this is a really fun one to make with the kids, and they can stir, they can measure, they can make it themselves with your help. And it's a really sweet mix with maple syrup and Chex, and it's marshmallows and even these itty-bitty little frosted donuts. And they're made with Cheerios, which is very fun. But if you're looking for a knockout holiday dessert, then it's all about the layers. And we've got this really beautiful and impressive 18-layer red velvet cake. It's done with our white cake mix mixed with red velvet, and you get all those alternating layers. And then it's covered in a fluffy buttercream frosting made with marshmallow fluff. It's really delicious.
I'm floored. Again, I don't know how you guys come up with these recipes, but you really do. And like I said, when you think of Betty Crocker, you have to think of cakes and cookies and just, the holiday season just sort of swirls in your head. Do you have a favorite trend or food idea?
I do. I am obsessed with popcorn, and one of the ones that I love is this beer caramel corn. We have 3 variations on our website that you can find at bettycrocker.com/redhot, and the stout one is my favorite. We have an India Pale Ale version that has garam masala and cashews in it, which is really great, very different, and has a really fun spiced flavor.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, if you can't figure out what you're doing for the holiday season with these suggestions, then I can't help you, but Betty Crocker can.
Definitely.
So where should folks go for some more information?
You can find all 10 of our trends and recipes at bettycrocker.com/redhot.
All right, I have an admission to make.
Uh-oh.
I have a Betty Crocker cookbook from 1960.
Oh, do you really? Oh, how wonderful.
Isn't it, though? That's why I was anxious to talk to you.
Yes, thank you.
Happy holidays. Thanks so much, Kristen, for joining me on the show today.
Yes, thank you. Happy holidays to you, too.
Thank you, and we'll be right back with more after this.
Stay tuned when we come back. Sabrina Soto, interior designer, has tips to help you spruce up the house for the holiday season. We have Morgan Thompson from Red Book Magazine with some practical gift ideas and stocking stuffers. And beauty blogger Tia Williams. It's all coming up next on Talk with Audrey. We'll be right back.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Hi there, I'm Audrey Adams. This is Talk with Audrey. Welcome to the show. Well, the holidays are here, and entertaining friends and family doesn't have to be stressful or expensive. Target style expert for home and HGTV designer Sabrina Soto is here to show us how to create a stylish holiday dining atmosphere with a few simple and affordable ideas. Hi, Sabrina. Welcome back.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. This is, well, I'm looking forward to it. What you got?
I have a lot. First of all, know that when the holidays come around and you are starting to get decorate, it doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be stressful. All the ideas here are very affordable. First, if you're thinking about which room to really focus on, I always say the dining room because guests seem to linger there after the dinner's over. So you really not only want to showcase your style, but you want to make sure that it's warm and inviting. So this is my metallic table. I started with a very neutral base, just like you do when you're putting together an outfit. The same tablecloth as both tables, very neutral napkins and dishes. You could use your everyday white dishes, but then layer in a few new pieces like a metallic charger or metallic pops of accessories in the middle of the table.
You always do such beautiful work.
Thanks. Now, this is another very affordable setup. This is obviously way more colorful, a little bit more youthful. This would be great for a New Year's Eve party. But again, using the exact same neutral base, and then I just layered in new accessories. This ornament tree, in a really fun way, you can put this as a centerpiece or next to your console table when you walk in the door. And then I just used really colorful pieces like these wine glasses. But again, this can set your table during the holidays, but you could use these wine glasses all year round as well.
How important, Sabrina, is sort of repurposing what you already have and, and adding to your collection every year?
It's very important. Again, this time of the year can be stressful trying to go to all the parties, gift giving. You want to be able to use items that you've had for years, but you want to use them in different ways. For instance, a wreath, you could, of course, put it on your front door, or you could also use it as a centerpiece on your dining table. You could hang them in front of a window or even a mirror in your hallway. Ornaments are also very versatile. Obviously, you could put them on the tree, but you could also use them as name cards on the dinner table, or put a bunch of them in a clear vase that can live on your coffee table or as a centerpiece as well.
Well, when you do it, it looks artsy. When I do it, it looks, well, like I did it.
Well, you could just copy my look exactly, but really it's so easy.
All right. So once all the decor and everything is done, how are you dealing then with the stress of entertaining and finding room for everybody?
If you're even having a huge party, it could be difficult to find out where you're going to seat everyone. If you have a large amount of people coming over, do it buffet style. It's so much easier. People don't have to sit down for a formal dinner. I also like setting up a drinking station right next to the front of the house to welcome guests in. And my favorite part, because I have such a sweet tooth, is a dessert station. Very easy to set up. And then if you have a dessert station, I always tell my clients, have little baggies also on the dessert station at the end with maybe a little bit of ground coffee so that at the end of the night when there's so much dessert left over, because there's always is, they could put it in their baggie and take it home, enjoy it the next day with fresh coffee. Another thing when it comes to this time of year, you're going to so many different parties. My favorite go-to gift to give every hostess is after dinner in a box. I usually bring a big basket or a big box with desserts and after dinner drinks. It really helps the hostess out because she doesn't even have to worry about dinner. I usually take care of it for her.
Oh, that's a great idea, because you always sort of wonder, well, what can you really do for the hostess who's, worked really hard to create an evening? But I love the whole idea of buffet and just really keeping it simple, right?
Keeping it simple. If you don't want to do the after dinner in a box and you're thinking of a hostess gift other than a bottle of wine, a keepsake box is also great. This beautiful box with a lid is really fun. She could use it for jewelry or in her bathroom, but it's a really fun holiday gift, super easy to give.
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. As always. What can I say? Oh, I know. Where can we get some more information?
You could look at the home catalog, which is on Target.com.
Okay. Oh, Sabrina, thank you so much for the tips. Guys, she makes it look easy, and as you heard her say, it is. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
Thank you. And we'll be right back after this.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Hi there, I'm Audrey Adams. This is Talk with Audrey, insightful, intelligent information to help you improve the quality of your life and give good gifts this season. And if you're wondering what to give that special someone on your list, joining me, Red Book Magazine's Morgan Thompson, with a peek at their holiday gift guide that's on the newsstands now. Hi, Morgan. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you, too.
Thank you. So everybody's, gearing up, right? Where do
yes.
we start?
Exactly. It's a busy time of year, and you want to make sure that you have your list together. So we're going to start with jewelry because everyone loves a little bit of sparkle this time of year. And for jewelry lovers, I have the perfect holiday gift, and that's Pandora Pave charms. They really capture the spirit of the holiday season. They're gorgeous sterling silver, star-shaped dangles, and glittering pink pave charms. And you can go to Pandora.net for more information on the nearest retailer to you, and you can custom make your own, which I love because anything that's customized or personalized for the person that you're giving it to makes it so much more special that way.
I would agree.
And then next we're going to move on to the latest It bags from Rossetti, which is America's favorite handbag brand. First we have the Danny Mini Hobo, and that has the popular color block trend, which we all love, and it's very trendy out in the runway. Plus it's super soft and comfy too. And then next we have their Frame Game Tote, which has a hot animal print trend and a textured lizard skin, great pockets, tons of storage, and it comes with a matching wallet. So love things that have a sort of a 2-for-1 deal. And then finally from Rossetti, I have the Bessie Satchel, which is a menswear-inspired plaid that has a Rossetti signature twisted handle. So any of these bags are perfect for the fashionista, someone who's looking to have the latest, trendiest item on the market. And then the next gift idea is great for any guy and any facial hairstyle. If you have a goatee, sideburns, a chin strap, we've got you covered with the Gillette Fusion Pro Glide Styler. Now, this is an advanced 3-in-1 facial hair styling tool. It edges accurately, trims evenly, and shaves closely, all with one precision tool. So this makes a great stocking stuffer for that special guy in your life. And if you go to Gillette.com/Pro Glide Styler, you can find out more information. And then finally, we're going to talk about fragrances, which always make a great gift for guys and girls. If you're looking for a timeless fragrance for the guy's guy, you can turn to Stetson Original. They have a great gift set, and Stetson is a legendary fragrance of the American West. It's a rugged masculine blend of woods and spice, which they say embodies a cool, classic masculinity. The gift set comes with the cologne and an aftershave balm. And you can go to StetsonCologne.com for more info on that. And then finally, for that chic and captivating woman in your life, we have the Halle Berry Closer gift set. Now, this is a rich, inviting scent that is a rare blend of traditional masculine fougere accord, along with a luscious feminine blend of violet flowers and mimosa. So it's a really fun scent. It's really interesting. The gift set comes with a shower gel and an eau de parfum. And if you go to HalleBerryFragrances.com, you can find out more info on that as well.
Wow, those are some great ideas, Morgan. How do you guys come up with these things?
We get a lot of products that come into the office, and it's really all about testing things and seeing what works, what people like, and going from there.
Wow, and the selection process must be fun.
It is. It's Christmas in July in the magazine world.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you for all your hard work and for bringing these gift suggestions to us. And again, I want to wish you a happy holiday.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you, too.
My pleasure. Guys, you've got some great ideas. Get shopping. We'll be right back.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Well, it is indeed the season of gift buying, and stocking stuffers are often a very important part of that. And here with the scoop on some of the latest and greatest stuffer buys for your beauty buck, ShakeYourBeauty.com's Tia Williams. Hi, Tia. How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Happy holidays.
You too.
Thank you. So everybody's, running around now trying to get their gifts together for the holiday season. Where would you suggest that we start?
Well, I have some really great ideas for stocking stuffers for you today. I think we should start with hair. Goody has come out with a revolutionary new line of hair accessories called Goody Softies. And they're great because they allow little girls to be able to style their own hair for the first time, because you can just slide them in, slide them out, no snaps, no clips. They're made of 100% comfortable material, so they're really fun and easy to wear, and they come in really great colors and shapes. So that's really great. And then you might be surprised to know, in terms of fashion, that this winter more than half of U.S. women are going to be going sleeveless. And to go sleeveless, you need to wear a deodorant that makes you feel confident. New Dove Go Sleeveless Soothing Chamomile Deodorant gives you softer, smoother underarm skin in 5 days. It offers 48 hours of protection from sweat and odor. And so it's also very soft and smoothing because it's blended with Dove 1/4 moisturizers and vitamins E and F. So it's really great, especially if you have shave irritation. And who doesn't need a great razor, right? Always a fun stocking stuffer. This is the newest from Chic Quattro for Women Disposals, the high-performance razor known for the 4 razor blades that give you a soft, smooth shave, so close that you don't need to, you could actually skip a couple of days. So that's what's great about this. This is their holiday limited edition pack, and it comes with a fabulous ice blue handle, pivoting head, and 2 aloe conditioning strips. So that's a really great product as well. And then finally, you cannot neglect your pearly whites. The new Reach Total Care Whitening Toothbrush. That's super special because it's the only toothbrush that has micro-whitening calcium carbonate bristles, so it actually whitens as you brush, which is kind of an amazing new thing. That is a stocking stuffer anyone would be happy to have.
Wow, some really practical things for stocking stuffers this year then.
And affordable.
Absolutely. You know, Tia, you write about beauty all the time. Do you know of any new holiday trends?
Oh, absolutely. The bright lip thing is going nowhere. So if you want to find something for the woman in your life, your sister, your mother, your daughter, bright reds, bright pinks, even orange, those are really, really fun colors. Also, gold is really happening right now. In anywhere you can think of, gold eyeshadow. There's even gold hairsprays that you can spray into your hair, and they give a very fine gold shimmer mist that you really can only see when the light hits your hair, but it's really fun for holiday parties and things like that. And then also for nails, matte nail polish is really fun right now. So instead of like the high gloss finish, it's just kind of like a velvety, smooth matte. Just a fun sort of switch up for the holiday season.
Right. Well, I know I could count on you. And your website, what kind of information will we find there?
Well, it's shakeyourbeauty.com, and I write about the latest and greatest new beauty trends happening all across the country, what different women are wearing, and I go to the fashion shows and I talk to celebrities. So it's a lot of fun beauty and hair information.
Tia Williams, thanks so much for joining me on the show, guys. You've got some great ideas here for stocking stuffers and a website you can visit. Who could ask for anything more?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Happy holidays.
You too.
Well, that's it for this week's show. I'd like to invite you to visit my site, theadamsreport.com, for more insightful, intelligent information to help you improve the quality of your life or someone else's. And don't forget, you can follow us on Twitter @AdamsReport and like us on Facebook. Thanks for listening. I'm Audrey Adams. We'll see you next week.
On all levels. This road, it's the most uneven surface, and it gets very narrow. Magnetic ride
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
1,000 times a second. Keeps you
Up next, Jay Lee and the J Spot on WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem. WHCR is our community radio station. We broadcast from the campus of the City College of New York. Our music shows and talk shows are as diverse as the Harlem community. Tune in and you'll hear African, the blues, gospel, hip-hop, house, jazz, merengue, neo-soul, classic, R&B, reggae, rock and roll, and salsa. And we're not bound by playlists. If you'd like to support the station and make a pledge, visit WHCR.org and click Make a Pledge.
Come on now.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
If you wanted to happen, baby.
I missed my cue. Hey, it's your girl Jay Lee, the Fabulous. Bye, Audrey. Good night. I'm here in the building. Might have to rewind, take it from the top because it just doesn't feel right when I don't. So rock out a little more to the song.
Then try after then. When I was a little girl, raised on no Philly streets, I'd hear my people say, ghetto is all that be. But my mommy will hold me, quietly give me peace. She looked me in my eyes, and she'd say to me, if you wanted to have a baby,
90.3 FM, New York.
And I'm coming back again. It's your girl, J. the Fabulous, here on WHCR 90.3 FM, New York, the voice of Harlem. Shout out to everyone listening online, www.whcr.org, and on the Ustream. I know some of the shows end up on YouTube, so hello. I am here, very happy to bring the Super Soul edition of the J-Spot Part 2. Last week I had such a good time, and I got so many good reviews on the show. People were really happy about it, and some people were upset that they missed it because they weren't they didn't have a computer, internet, or whatever the case may be. They missed the J-Spot. So part 2 of the Super Soul edition is going to take place, and I'm going to kick it off with one of my favorites, new artists, and I've been talking about her since before y'all all really heard about her, and that's Elvana. So not tonight. I'm an Elle fan.
then try a few more times, then try after that. I'm staring at him, but I forget to pick my face up off of the floor. We're in a crowd, but it feels like we're alone. Oh my God, he just looked at me, and I just wanna tell him something that he's never heard. Ooh, but my lips won't let me tell him I would say this, but the face off the floor. I feel like a fool, and even though I do, I only wanna tell him that I love him more. Maybe in another life, I would be the girl who walks up to the guy and says, hey, my name is Elle, and I think you're kind of blind, but not tonight, not tonight, tonight. Maybe in another life, I would be the girl who walks up to the guy and tells him how she feels inside, but not tonight, not tonight.
Not tonight. It's your girl, J. Lee, the Fabulous, bringing positive vibes and a soulful experience to you each and every Tuesday right here on WHCR. That was Elle Varner with Not Tonight, and I got a little Chico DeBarge. Fellas, pay attention. This one's called Tell Your Man. Ow.
It's kinda freaky what we got going on. Start on the bed and then you're on the floor. And when I'm done, you won't be disappointed, 'cause we're in positions like you still with John. It ain't your money status or financial credit. I'm not the kind to let it go below the average. But if you let me hit it, that you ask it fatter. And if you let me kiss it, that'll make it better. Man, if you don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night, and we gon' turn off the lights. So tell them hold you tight. Tell your man, if you don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night, and we gon' turn off the lights. So tell them hold you tight. Oh, your electronic energy is the shit. I love the way you kiss your own lips. But now you know exactly what you want. Don't need a man who's faking like he's something. You're more than a dime, it should be a crime. If you stay with the minors, let him waste your time. Like he don't know the treasure that he got in you. You wanna know the truth, here's what you should do. If he don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night, and we gon' turn off the lights. So tell him hold you tight. Tell your man, if he don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night, and we gon' turn off the lights. So tell him hold you tight. Tell me what it is that you want from me. Tell me everything you like so that we can do it twice. I only wanna do what makes you feel good. From your head down to your toes, I just wanna do it right. Right here and right there in the floor and on your pulling your head, baby, I don't care. Tell your man, hey, you right. If it don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night. Oh, baby, turn off the lights. So tell him hold you tight. Tell your man you right. Oh, at night. Turn off the lights. Tell your man. If he don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night, and we gon' turn off the lights. So tell him hold you tight. Tell your man, if he don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night, and we gon' turn off the lights. So tell him hold you tight. So tell your man, if he don't treat you right, I'ma creep up at night.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Yeah. So, sad to say and announce, it's been confirmed by the Daily News and the Inquisitor and the AP, the Associated Press, that Lenox Lounge will be closing at the end of this year, December 31st. It might be temporary, but the rents are rising in the neighborhood. And, well, the doors opened in 1942, and according to the Daily News, rent has been doubled to $20,000 per month. And great jazz musicians have been in and out of Lenox Lounge, including Miles Davis and Billie Holiday. And so, I'll be checking them out before the 31st. Now, the last 3 weeks I've been talking about Cat Williams, and not necessarily in a bad way, but observing something's going on, right? So according to the Associated Press, Cat Williams was arrested Friday night on a felony warrant related to that police chase that I told you about. November 25th, he posted bail and was released on Saturday. Now, according to Hello Beautiful, a friend of Cat Williams reveals that he's not on drugs, that he was diagnosed bipolar schizophrenic in 2008. So I don't know how true those claims exactly might be, but got the information from another source, and I'll follow that story. But I even said, this is the opinion of Jay Lee, that something seemed a little off because people just don't do that. So again, I hope that if he needs medicine, that he takes it and seeks some attention. So I guess when you're in the spotlight and things get a little hectic, you need to take some time off. So again, this is the second time Cat Williams is retiring, but he's got to get right. Now, Joss Stone says she got a right to be wrong. So that song is coming up next. This is the J Spot right here on WHCR 90.3 FM New York. We have our annual party. It's a Christmas fundraiser party, and this year it's taking place Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Admission is just $10 at the door. There's a cash bar. Mention that you're coming out in support of the J Spot, or you can just say, I'm here to support Jay Lee. Free finger food will be provided, and I want to see y'all there. I want to party with the J Spot supporters. So the party's taking place at Image Nation's Raw Space. That's 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard between 121st and 122nd Streets. So I hope to see you there. We have a good time. If you have not been to a WHCR party, what are you waiting for? This is a perfect opportunity to come out, mix, mingle, support your local radio station, and be in the midst of your favorite DJs and radio personalities and your neighbors. So come out and support us, please. That's Friday, December 21st. Gonna listen to some Blue Eye Soul. I got Joss Stone and some Robin Thicke with a little Faith Evans in the mix. That's coming up next. Keep it locked.
Don't be wrong. My mistakes won't make me strong. I'm stepping out into the great unknown. I'm feeling wings, though I've never flown. Got a mind on my own. Flesh and blood to the bone. I'm not made of stone. Got a right to be just leave me alone. Got a right to be wrong. I've been held down too long. I've got to break free so I can finally breathe. Got a right to be wrong. Gotta sing my own song. I might be singing out of key, but it sure feels good to me. Got a right to be wrong. So just leave me alone. You're entitled to your opinion, but it's really my decision. I can't turn back, I'm on a mission. If you care, don't you dare burn my vision. Let me be all that I can be. Don't smother me with negativity. Whatever's out there waiting for me, I'm gonna face it willingly. Got a right to be wrong. My mistakes will make me strong. I'm stepping out into the great unknown. I'm feeling wings, though I've never flown. I got a mind on my own. Flesh and blood to the bone. See, I'm not made of stone. Got a right to be wrong. So just leave me alone. Got a right to be wrong. I've been held down too long. I've got to break free so I can finally breathe. Got a right to be wrong. Gotta sing my own song. I might be singing out of key, but it sure feels good to me. Got a right to be wrong. So just leave me alone.
This goes out to you and you and you. Check it out, 1 2 1 2. Yeah. All this love and aggravation, I'm wasting so much of my life. All this truth and separation, we work so hard to make things right.
together, y'all. So the new on-air number is 212-650-6903. The annual fundraiser party is Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight at 2031 7th Avenue. That's Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard. Between 121st and 122nd. I'd love to see you there. $10 at the door. Finger food will be provided for free. There's a cash bar. Come out and in support of the J Spot. Let them know that you're holding Jay Lee down. You can come to party and dance with me. It's an after work thing, so you can come early. And the night will still be young if you need to do something else. Or you can just party all night. Just get there. Don't miss it. You'll hear about it. You'll see pictures. And that'll be a regret. And you don't want to do that. So thank you for listening. LL Cool J's got an upcoming album. And according to Rolling Stone, LL Cool J says that it's going to be authentic hip-hop. This is for the mature. He's not catering to the children. Quote, this is for their mamas, daddies, uncles, and aunties. Yes, grown hip-hop provided by LL Cool J on its way. So, rock out, Joe. I got some artists that are great. They're amazing. And you may or may not know about them. So I want to share, remind you, and put you on if you don't know. Rashad Patterson, I got a song. It's called I Only Have Eyes for You. It's such a beautiful song. And then Noel Gourdin, love him. He's got a song called PYT. Not like the Michael Jackson PYT, but kind of. The P is for precious, not pretty. So it's a precious young thing. So I got that coming up for you now. Keep it locked. Mark those calendars. Friday, December 21st. I'll see you there. Remember, $10 at the door, cash bar, free food. You're coming out to support the J Spot and keep your local radio station on the air. WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem.
She looked me in my eyes and she said to me,
The world-famous Apollo Theater invites you and your family to celebrate the holidays next Saturday, December 15th at the free Coca-Cola Winter Wonderland under the famous Apollo marquee. It's free fun for the whole family with giveaways, choirs, picture-taking with Santa Claus, and more. While you're there, purchase your family price tickets for the December 15th Amateur Night Holiday Special, featuring the Stars of Tomorrow winners and special guest recording artist OMG Girls. On December 20th, Sweet Honey in the Rock share music from many faiths around the globe at their Celebrating the Holy Days concert. Finally, the Apollo's annual Kwanzaa celebration returns December 28th. For details, visit apollotheater.org. Holidays at the Apollo is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
hit me behind. But I can see a thing in the sky.
The soul. Yeah, so on Saturday, December 8th, this weekend, the Associated Press reported that Toni Braxton was hospitalized in LA due to health issues related to lupus, but she tweeted on Friday night, "No worries, I'll be out any day now." And according to the Examiner.com, Toni Braxton only spent a few hours in the hospital. She left by the afternoon, and there was a quote paraphrasing that she was going to go home with a nurse. So it's all good. She said, "Don't worry."
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Any day now. That's Toni Braxton. So if you didn't know, lupus is a potentially deadly autoimmune disease. So we pray for her to be healthy. I got another song.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see, you're the most precious young thing I know.
This is Noel Gourdin. I'm going to bring it back. This is Noel Gourdin's PYT. Keep it locked. This is J-Spy bringing positive vibes and a soulful experience to the airwaves each and every Tuesday right here on WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem.
Yeah. You see, you're the most precious young thing I know. And I see you make it feel like a man is shown. You touch all the things that make it grow. Now the shorties call, I quickly tell them no. Whenever you call, I got to be there. You're the best, I confess, I don't wanna share. You're my precious young thing. You're my lovely PYT. Well, you know you're girl, you're my precious young thing. You know that you deserve me. You're my only precious young thing. Precious young thing. Now how lucky could a young fella be to match hearts with someone as fine as she? And you can bet there were other cats in line. So glad God picked the number that was mine. But I'ma do everything that's right, except making love in strange places and parks at night. You're my precious young thing. You're my only PYT. Precious young thing. Girl, you're my precious young thing. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes when I leave you, baby, no, I think about how I wanna get back home to see you, and how I cherish all your love. Oh, how you give it to me. How you give it, girl, he want to be. My baby, like sound absurd. I need you by me every night. I need you by me every day. Precious young thing, you're my P-P-Y-T. You're my P-Y-T. You're my P-Y-T. You make me want to tell all of my friends. You're my precious, precious, precious. I could not afford.
Can you imagine waking up to a phone call telling you that your child was killed? How about seeing your little cousin lying in the street with a gunshot wound? Or reading in a daily paper that the star basketball player in your school was shot and killed? When young children and teenagers die without getting the chance to experience life, it not only affects parents, it affects us all. Violence in the city of New York has been on the rise for too long because our youth lack opportunities. Kids hanging on the street corners in Harlem need alternatives, like job trainings. So help become a solution. Join Street Corner Resources. Street Corner Resources is at the forefront in helping to eliminate gun and gang violence. They also provide education, employment training, and other resources to the community. For more information on how you can join or support Street Corner Resources, visit streetcornerresources.org. Don't allow children to fail. Allow them to choose.
Man Up in Harlem is a by men for men ministry that focuses on creating positive changes in the Harlem community through prayer and community service. The group hosts a Men's Empowerment Hour every Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the Polo Grounds Housing Community Room, and a weekly prayer walk every Thursday morning in several locations. At the prayer walk, members pray together in a football-style huddle about community issues. Man Up in Harlem's slogan is "Don't talk about it, be about it." If you'd like to join a prayer walk, meet at 6 a.m. at the 155th subway station for the Polo Grounds House Walk, or at the Dunkin' Donuts at 126 in Amsterdam for the Grand House Walk. For more information, please check out www.manupharlem.org.
It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st. Party time is 6 p.m. with some of WHCR's hottest DJs who will keep you dancing to some of the best house music in New York City. WHCR's annual after-work holiday party fundraiser will be held at Image Nation's Raw Space, located at 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, between 121st and 122nd Streets. Admission is only $10 at the door, and there will be a cash bar. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Image Nation's Raw Space is available for your next event. For more information and rental rates, visit imagenation.us and click on Raw Space, then choose Rentals.
Yes, follow me to the WHCR party Friday, December 21st. I hope you mark your calendar. Bring a couple of your friends. Let's just have a good time, celebrate. Positive group of people getting together in support of good music, a great radio station, education, empowerment, all that good stuff. WHCR, we've been serving the community for 25 years. www.whcr.org. You can check us out, make a pledge. We have tickets for plays that are on discount that you can access on our website. You can make your donations there. Check out our schedule, our daily show schedule. You can sign the guest book, learn more about us, the different shows, and you can see us on the Ustream. Trying to ignore that the camera's right there. But it's your girl, Jay Lee, the Fabulous. And I am in the building. Got Jill Scott. And this is the Super Soul Edition Part 2 of the J Spot, continuing last week's show theme. So I have to play some Layla James before I leave. This is Tell Me You Want Me, followed by Anthony Hamilton, Best of Me. And I got a couple more artists, so keep it locked. This is J-Spot, bringing positive vibes and a soulful experience to the airwaves. You can follow me on Instagram, JLee the Fabulous. Put underscore in between the words. JLee _ the _ fabulous. I'll be back.
Try a few more times, then try after this.
What in the world was I thinking of? I just let it all slip away with every minute, hour of the day. And if it really meant to be just you and me, why do I still feel incomplete? Tell me, yeah, I need to know, baby. Say, I got to know. Tell me, tell me that you love me. If I give you what you need, would you do the same thing for me? 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. I want you here all night long. 'Cause when you leave me, babe, I'm thinking about you always. I'm ashamed to say how much I want you to stay.
But I'm just saying, you need to let me know how you feel sometimes. Say it. It's not all expressing yourself. That's what women like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to tap into your romantic side. Shoot. Return the love, baby. Return the love.
Yes, we need to know. Layla James says, tell me you love me. We need to know. We women, we need to hear these things sometimes. That's right, Layla. Preach. So, feeling good. Happy to be here. Bringing positive vibes and a soulful experience. So, I wish you all good cheer and vibes. You know, things get funky. And you just relax, relate, release. Do it the best way you know how. Don't be afraid to talk to someone, ask for some help. But there's just something about the holidays that, you know, I love to embrace. Even though there's sad memories, you can find something happy. And, well, you can always tune into the J-Spot each and every Tuesday right here to get your taste of joy. Here's Anthony Hamilton with Best of Me. Keep it locked.
It's simple. I love it. Having you near me. Having you here.
Let's catch a movie. Then tonight's the night we'll just unwind and stay. Hey, let's stay personal. Let's stay for a while. Hey, such a beautiful moment. Giving you the best of me. Ooh, amazing. Having you close to me. Amazing. Giving you the best of me. Amazing. Having you close to me. Amazing. Give your best to me.
Tweet's gonna talk to us about heaven. Keep it locked. It's WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem. The J Spot. Bringing positive vibes and a soulful experience to the airwaves. And it feels something like heaven.
The rain is gonna feel the wind. Brightest stars shining in. A new life of love has come through. I wish I had the words to describe how rich it feels. I'm so alive. Let me tell you what I gained since leaving you. Feels just like heaven. And a sunny day, definitely heaven. And a sunny day.
next song I'm going to play is by Calvin Richardson. It's called Put My Money on You. It's a good song. It's not always about money. Keep it locked. This is WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem. Your girl J. Lee, the fabulous. The J Spot. Bringing positive vibes and a soulful experience to the airwaves.
My money on you, and she wanna abuse my love. No, she won't, but she will if she do us all good. Pretty hearts in the house tonight, but I bet this shorty's gonna be my wife. If I lose it all, it's just money spent. As long as I can pay my rent. I ain't rich, I ain't poor. Working at the corner store, taking out trash and sweeping floor. It's alright, but I want some more. 8 to 5, 7 days a week. I work on a salary. So I can't ball like the other guys ball. What I got, I put it on you. You feeling this? Put my money on you, and she won't abuse my love. No, she won't, but she will if she do us all good. Pretty hearts in the house tonight, but I bet this shorty's gonna be my wife. If I lose it all, it's just money spent. As long as I can pay my rent. I know, this might sound a tad bit crazy. I don't know for sure, but I think I found an angel's baby. I met a girl in the club last night. She could be my wife. I'm about to roll the dice. 'Cause everything I got, I put it on you. Put my money on you. And she won't abuse my love. But she won't, but she will if she do us all good. Pretty hearts in the house tonight, but I bet yeah. If I lose it all, it's just money spent. As long as I can pay my rent. Been saving my pennies, nickels and dimes. I knew one day I'd find a girl just like you. She makes my heart go pit pat. Oh, yeah. I think I'm in love. Say, girl, I'm in love with you. Put my money on you. And she won't abuse my love. No, she won't, but she will if she do us all good. Pretty hearts in the house tonight, but I bet this shorty's gonna be my wife. If I lose it all, it's just money spent. As long as I can make I sing one thing,
As long as he could pay the rent. So I got this last song. I'm gonna bring it back. This is Kelly Price, a little inspirational song. So at the end, keep it locked. This is J Spot.
Why don't we do this? Just play that song that Ma used to like to hear me sing in church all the time. That's the one. I don't know about tomorrow. I just live from day to day, and I don't borrow from its sunshine, for its skies may turn to gray. And I don't worry about my future, for I know what Jesus said, and today He walks beside me, for He knows what lies
ahead. Many things about tomorrow I don't seem to understand, but I know who holds tomorrow. And I know who holds my hand. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Hold up. Tell him, Kelly. Take that. It's your girl, J. Lee, the Fabulous. We gonna be all right. So thank you for another Tuesday here with me on the air. I'll be back next Tuesday, God willing. So reminding you that music is joy, let it fill your heart. Dance like no one is watching, except for Friday the 21st from 6 to 12. 2031 7th Ave between 121st and 122nd. Oh yeah, that's the Christmas party. See, even messed up the ending or just made it better this week. So don't let anyone steal your joy. That's right, leaving you with John Legend, So High. And then you can take another musical journey for the next 4 hours right here with True School. The mothership's almost landing. I see the astronauts here. All right, peace.
Ghetto is all that be, but my mommy will hold me.
Baby, since the day you came into my life, you made me realize that we were born to fly. You showed me every day new possibilities. You proved my fantasies of love could really be. Let's go to a place only lovers go, to a spot that we've never known, to the top of the clouds we're floating away. Ooh, this feels so crazy. Oh, this love is blazing. Baby, we're so high, walking on cloud nine. So high, so high. Maybe later we could go up to the moon, or sail among the stars before the night is through. And when morning comes, we'll see the sun is not so far, and we can't get much closer to God than where we are. We'll go to a place only lovers go, to a spot that we've never known, to the top of the clouds we're floating away. Ooh, this feels so crazy. Oh, this love is blazing, and baby, we're so high.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st. Party time is 6 p.m. with some of WHCR's hottest DJs who will keep you dancing to some of the best house music in New York City. WHCR's annual after-work holiday party fundraiser will be held at Image Nation's Raw Space, located at 2031 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard between 121st and 122nd Streets. Admission is only $10 at the door, and there will be a cash bar. It's WHCR's annual holiday party fundraiser on Friday, December 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight. Image Nation's Raw Space is available for your next event. For more information and rental rates, visit imagenation.us and click on Raw Space, then choose Rentals. The world-famous Apollo Theater invites you and your family to celebrate the holidays next Saturday, December 15th at the free Coca-Cola Winter Wonderland under the famous Apollo marquee. It's free fun for the whole family with giveaways, choirs, picture-taking with Santa Claus, and more. While you're there, purchase your family price tickets for the December 15th Amateur Night Holiday Special, featuring the Stars of Tomorrow winners and special guest recording artist OMG Girls. On December 20th, Sweet Honey in the Rock share music from many faiths around the globe at their Celebrating the Holy Days concert. Finally, the Apollo's annual Kwanzaa celebration returns December 28th. For details, visit apollotheater.org. Holidays at the Apollo is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
WHCR 90.3 FM, True School Radio, the musical journey, the people show. The mothership connection is here. Consciousness and fun and music. Africa Bambaataa, Lord Yoda X, the Shakim, Dr. Shaka Zulu, the streets, the Universal Zulu Nation, we all in the house. We're about to go down, give you that funky sounds, taking you on that mothership connection, the musical journey, the people show. What's up, Lord King Yoda?
Oh man, another Tuesday night, 8 o'clock, you know what it is. The old to the new makes it true. Right here in WHCR, the voice of Harlem and beyond. Oh man, I know Africa Bambaataa getting ready to go into the bag and go on a whole bunch of those tools that'll take us around the world. You know what I mean? If you name it, we claim it. Once again, this is True School Radio. Musical journey.
Well, how true it is, brother? How true it is?
Well, it's old to the new, which makes it true. So it's the balance. Bringing back the balance of Maya to the radio. Because we're gonna play everything. If it's true, if it's old, if it's new, it's good, and it's right here. You don't hear the same whack records down the dial. You'll hear it right here, 90.3 FM.
You know what I'm saying? Street Tech, where you at, baby? Yeah, we in the building.
You heard?
Blue Nation in the building.
You heard?
Black UN is in the building.
You heard?
Soul Sonic Force is in the building.
We all up in here. There's a lot of us up in here.
Yeah, we rolling deep.
Who that tiny little king over there that's dropping it with the knowledge there?
Now I'm doing the 90.3, the voice of Harlem all day, every day. Yeah, baby. It's your boy Streets. I'm here with Africa Bambaataa and the fellas. I'm about to get it in with some good records, some new records, some classics. You know how we do, all day, every day.
We gonna party on the mothership, right?
That's right.
You know it. Okay.
Let them know when we out in Spanish.
Ya tú sabes, estamos aquí, 90.3 FM. Doble H, C, R. Pardon me, my Spanish is a little rusty, but you know, I still do it.
Is that what they call Norican? That's Norican. That's called Spanglish for those of y'all that don't know. Harlemish. That's the Harlemish Spanglish.
Once again, y'all, this is the Mothership Connection, and we in here. www.whcr.org.
That's right.
The whole family, we up in here. The Mothership Connection is here, bringing fun and consciousness to music. True School Radio.
Can we take them to the party?
Let's take them there, man.
Let's take them on like my big brother Dr. Shock like to say, let's take them on a slap back to reality, man.
We know we don't got the turntables. We're going to act like we do anyway. We're going to zig and get it busy and get it busy. Come on. Come on, man. Let's get it poppin'.
Here in the house know how to play.
Really?
His Royal Badness Prince. To take you all over the place. This is True School, the musical journey. It's Royal Badness Prince. My funky tears at. The Lady Tina's in the house.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
We want to hear Tina sing for y'all. We want to hear Tina sing the song. For Tina to sing. Yo, you wait. Should we be waiting for Tina to sing the song?
Man, I'm waiting for Tina to step up to that mic after the band.
We need Tina to step up to the mic before she can sing. Yeah, we need Tina.
We gonna put her on blast right now. Like, so you got the voice for it.
She's trying to sing in the studio, but don't want to sing on the mic.
Girl, you know you can sing.
Let's rewind it.
Let's go from the top.
Here we go. Come on, Tina. Go Tina. Go Tina. Well, Tina don't want to sing. Y'all know the song. Y'all get out there and sing the song. Never too much.
never too much, never too much, never too much. going on in the world today. There's just so much to listen to, so much to say. Sometimes you gotta let the chips fall where they may, and enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Everybody, get up on the floor. Everybody, get up on the floor. Everybody, get up on the floor. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Everybody, get up on the floor. Everybody, get up on the floor. Everybody, get up on the floor. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. That fire on the floor, 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 that fire on the floor. Yeah, that fire on the floor, fire on the floor, that fire on the floor. In the end, you'll still be you, one that's done all the things you set out to do. Stand, there's a cross for you to bear, and to go if you're going anywhere. Stand for the things you know alright. It's the truth that the truth makes it so alive. Stand for the things you want are real. You have real to complete, and that is the real. You've been sitting much too long. There's a permanent peace in your right and wrong. Stand, there's a midget standing tall, and the giant beside him about to fall. They will try to make you crawl, and they know what you're saying makes sense at all. Stand, you know that you are free. Well, at least in your mind, if you want to be.
skills are awesome and rare. The real, the right, and dynamite is in the atmosphere. As there's a time and place for everything that's under the sun. This is the time and the place that we have some fun. Now take a step to check the pedigree of the band that's spelled S-T-E-T. The rhyme original, like the R-O-D. And on the keys, my brother, DPC, Bob, Paul, and my DJ Paul. We're putting competition back up against the back of the wall. Me and the band that I just mentioned present to you our new invention.
We regulate our steps, our fluction. So deaf, listen to the structure. I'll let you on, but please don't touch her. You're looking at me, we thank you very much. I need this style on the court, will not shop. Right to the end, I bet will push you up. I need rubber to a force that creeps. Slowly but surely, enough will defeat you.
The letter with a hip-hop band of America, London, and even Japan. And you surely will admit by being a fan, nobody else does it like we can. To battle us is truly a gamble. Excellence is proven by example. The ladies smile while the bodies are shampoo. Back off, but this you can't handle. The rhythm homeboy is definitely ringing. The beats and rhymes are the chords that are tingling. So grab your girl, let's start the jam. For at the helm is the band boys in demand.
With the punch of a verbal grenade and a rhyme that's equipped as a barricade. Cool and clever, crack I never. With my crew I will never sever. Brooklyn, New York is our hometown. That is the place we always go down. And every night our party goes down. And when it starts it never slows down. We boogie through the DJs non-stop to the sound of the Brooklyn hip-hop. And if you've ever seen Brooklyn rock, rock it non-stop.
Situation, you jump in your car, you put your tape in, but when that tape is on the step, you tally a time, you won't forget. You listen to a band, the sound is hooping, it ain't no time for party pooping. You can get down to the real McCoy and enjoy the music we employ. That sound, this next around, the hip-hop band, this is renowned. A musical flow with an added twist, and for your girlies, wives is gonna throw you a kiss. So break out the champagne, pop the cork. The year's 88, the town New York. The crowd is live and everything's okay. BBC, let the music play. Guarantee your pop, cause what you get with that is hip-hop. Increase the knobs, lighten up the bass. Turn it to the max, and it might taste like popcorn, but I don't pop. Instead of doing the wop, I built up the drop. You think MCs, you get treated like slop, and you get mocked dead on the same spot. Cause we're not like cops, cause we're top-notch weight. You know we're better than that, we're like Scotch taste. Sticking a tip on the cross, but we were in the square. Just a hoping and damn that you were on to make the move. We're not even through. Everybody gets jumped and we show you. So listen to the band with the music you sway. DB, let the music play. Now all you ladies start to clap in, cause the mix X machine is rapping. Fellas, start your fingers snapping. I just came to say what's happening. The game Prince Paul is doing the jamming while the MCs take care of the ramming. The BBC, the beats are slamming on the human percussion. Everybody examine this flow. Check out the bass line with the beat, playing along right behind me. Keys and beats, well I'm busting the rhyme. Right about this time I know it's blowing your mind. Showing the proof and he's a step above. While on the microphone is Rock Supreme. So before I go and get on my way, DB, let the music play.
Years ago, a friend of mine asked me to say some MC rhyme, so I said this rhyme I'm about to say. The rhyme was there, but then it went this way. Took a test to become an MC, and Orange Cook became amazed at me, so Larry put me inside his gap to laugh. The shit drove off and we never came back. Dave cut the record down to the bone, and now they got me rocking on the microphone, and then we talking autographs and tears and laughs, and champagne, caviar, and bubble bath. You see, that's the life that I lead, and you sucker MCs, it's who I need. So take that and move back, catch a heart attack, because there's nothing in the world that run a level like a cold chill. A party in the b-boy stand, and rock on the mic and make the girls wanna dance. Fly like a dove, and come from up above. I'm rocking on the mic, you come and run love. Not like a civil and written right on the side and read just to kill. So if you see me cruising, girl, just to move a step aside. There ain't enough room to fit you all in my ride. So a first come, first serve basis. Cooling out, girl, take you to the depth places. One of a kind for your people's delight and for your sucker MC. But this ain't right because you're biting on your life. You're cheating on your wife. You're walking around town like a hula with a knife. You're hanging on the ass, chilling with the crew, and everybody knows what you've been through. Oh, with the 1, 2, 3, 3 to 2, 1. My man Larry Lamb, my name DJ Run. We do it in the place with the highs and the bass. I'm rapping to the rhythm, want you up and my face. Go uptown and come down to the ground. You sucker MC, you sad face clown. You're $5 boy and I'm $1 million man. You're the sucker MC and you're my fan. You're trying to write lines or rhyme to mine. You're the sucker MC in a pair of couch lines. Coming from the wackest part of town. Trying to rap, but you can't get down. You don't even know your English, you're verbal now. You're just a sucker MC, you're sad face clown. So DMC and if you're ready, the people rap steady. You're driving big cars, get your gas from Getty. I'm DMC in the place to be. I go to St. John's University, and since kindergarten I acquired the knowledge. And after 12th grade I went straight to college. I'm like kid, I live in Queens, and I love eating chicken and collard greens. I dress to kill, I love to stop. I'm an MC, you know who's versatile. Say I got good credit in your regards. Got my name, got numbers on my credit card. I go uptown, go back home for food, need myself and my microphone. All around, all speak the light. So it's the #1 for y'all to fight. When I rhyme, I never quit. And if I got a new rhyme, I'll just say it. Cause it takes a lot to entertain. And sucker MC can't be a pain. You can't rock the party with the spin out. You gotta let them know you'll never stop. And I'm saying, all I have to say, you gotta know when to start. When the beats come in.
True School Radio, the people show. Y'all know how the story goes. Each and every Tuesday, 8 p.m. to 12 midnight, right here. With the home of hip-hop, WHCR 90.3 FM. The voice of Harlem, voice of the world. So says who? Dr. Shaka Zulu. And sitting right on the right-hand side and the left-hand side of my tag team partner, DJ Lord Yoda X.
Oh yeah, brother. What's going on, man? It's so good to be over here with my True School family. If it's Tuesday night, you know it's True School.
That's right, y'all. That's right. Call somebody, tell somebody that is a Blessed to be Stressed Tuesday with True School Radio, the people show.
And don't forget, whatever you're recording with, whether it's digital or audio, whatever it is, get your tape boxes hot. Because it's going to be a musical journey, and it's going to be the people show. After the Vampires going to take you around the world. You're going to get a little bit of reggae, salsa, hip-hop, man, funk, you name it, we claim it. Because the old to the new makes it true. That's how we do every Tuesday night.
Friday Tuesday Radio. What am I good, chicken? I am listening to the True School Radio.
You thought I didn't see you now, didn't you? You tried to sneak by me now, didn't you? Now give me what you promised me. Give it here, come on! You promised me the day that you quit your boyfriend, I'd be the next one to ease on me. You promised me it would be just us two, yeah. And I'd be the only man kissing on you, yeah. Now kiss me, hold it a long time, hold it. Don't turn it loose, now hold it. A little bit longer, now hold it. Come on, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Now ease up for me, now get back right. It goes all right, John. You made me a promise and you're gonna stick to it. You shouldn't have promised if you wasn't gonna do it. You saw me and land in another direction. I'll teach you to play with my affection. Now give it here. You never should have promised to me. Give it here. Don't hold back now. Give it here. Don't say nothing. Just give it here. Come on. Give it here. Give it here. Give it here. Give it here. Give it to me now. I got you. Promise to me, got you. You never should have promised to me, got you. Give it on here. I got you. You thought you got away from me, did you? But no, I got you. I got you. Give it on up. I got you. Give it on. I was at the mall, and this girl passed me by, sound like a Buddha said, "Hey, ball." That's when I made my move. I jammed up and jammed free over there by the baby shoe. I said, "You got a child, huh?" She said, "Yeah, he live in Bogaloo, out there by my mama." Give me your number and I hit you when I make it home. And after I take a bath, I catch up with you later on. That's exactly what I did. We went to the movies, got some knees back to the crib. And being a man, you know I'm thinking about hitting something. She said, "You nice, but it's the first day you ain't hit nothing." That's alright, cause I respect your mind. It ain't no rush, cause I'ma get you next time. Ain't got no beat, ain't got no quarrel. You liking me tonight, but you ain't loving me tomorrow.
Go ahead and move it, baby. Move it, God, I'm watching. Go ahead and do it, honey. You got it, do it now. You got me watching, baby. Watch it, don't you stop it, baby. Stop, you got me so.
Must be my baby, cause I seen every day this week. And when we made love, you know that we would meet to meet. I think I'm headed for a love joke. This one here's supposed to be a jam, not a love song. Girl, you got me humping. And don't ask me what I'm doing, cause I'm thinking about my pumping. They call her parking cause she's working with something. I call her BM cause she carry me jumping. I made a Cavalier navigate and put baby mom on a Jaguar blade. I for you and G for me. She built like a stripper, I don't need to cheat. And when it's late, she went the inside. Under the cover, behind her, cuddled up with her. And since we met, you been love of my life. We ain't married, but we call each other husband and wife.
Go ahead and move it, baby. Move it, God, I'm watching. Go ahead and do it, honey. You got it, do it now. You got me watching, baby. Watch it, don't you stop it, baby. Stop, you got me so.
Woo! Go ahead, girl. Come on. That's the part of the song, man. Where you go get you some work, man. Get over there. That's work. Get into work. Get in there. Everybody get it.
WHCR 90.3 FM.
reason to be jolly. Down and now, I gave up there. Towards the ancient unity carol. See the blazing you before us. Right. Check out the harp and join the chorus. Follow me in the merry measure. Right. While I tell you of a unity treasure. Fa la la, fa la 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 la, bo. Fa la la, fa la 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 la, bo. Fa la la, fa la 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 la, bim. Fa la la, fa la 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 la, come down.
Once again, we have our holiday spirits going down, queuing up Kwanzaa and whatever you celebrate. Happy Hanukkah, Shalom, Christmas, Merry Xmas, and get the trees, and we're going to deck the halls and, watch all these cartoons. That's the reason I like the holidays. I get to watch the Whcr and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and all types of stuff like that, Dr. Shaka, what are some of the cartoons you like to watch for the holiday season?
Well, there's not a cartoon, but there's a show called March of the Wooden Soldiers.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I like that one there. And, I don't know. I don't have that much time right now to be watching, tell lines through the vision. Everybody, in the wake of everybody, cutting down trees and putting up trees, I'm too busy smoking trees. You know what I'm saying? So we're not gonna get that till tomorrow.
Well, that's a whole other issue.
I got something for tomorrow too.
See, the only good thing about this time of the year is you can't get lost because all the Christmas lights and the holiday lights, you can find your way and navigate through any hood because everybody wants to put a million lights in front of the house. Like it's what was my man Chevy Chase, the National Lampoon Christmas, the house with 1,000,001 lights. But I'm feeling you on that March of the Wooden Soldiers. I got one for you, Dr. Shaka. What about my man, the little drummer boy?
That was good. That was another good one.
That was excellent. We like Christian his.
Yo, my man Shaquille, he said he likes Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Baby New Year.
Santa in the hood.
Santa's always in the hood.
They got that crazy Santa one where he's chopping people's heads and all that other type of stuff. What type of stuff they doing out there with them horror movies?
Was that Satan Claus or Santa Claus? Was that a whole nother thing for Conscious Chronicles?
I think we better get back to the music. We getting too Christmas crazy,
Ho, ho, ho. And happy Hanukkah.
Oh, and happy Kwanzaa.
Shalom.
All right.
2012, coming on up. Stay tuned for True School Radio Conscious Chronicles. We'll be talking about the end of the world predictions.
Everybody gotta suffer. All the
Yeah, that I come from. They'll talk about revolution, talk about Vietnam. Well, you can't quite remember, baby, ain't you heard? Can't do what you please, but you get what you deserve. Some kind of savior is gonna come down through the roof. Do me a favor, let me off easy when you do. I don't need no doctor, I don't need no dude. Going to California, honey, I'm bulletproof. Just a strange believer, running all the world. What you need, but you get what you deserve.
listen this. Union Records. Unlike any sound, no sound can test this sound now. When Jackal appear here, boy, you know move. You want this? When me come down to London, the compression. Jackal the boy, when you real dead. When it come down to London, the compression. Jackal the boy, when you real dead. I be lick out the shot, one them attack. Get your rock off, make a respond the man. If I attack the man, murder you again. If you not test it, you want to take it. I be licking out, what them a talk about. When they come and dance, I'll look at them and rip it up. Me say, Jackal of the drop it up. Me say, none them a feel it up. Me say, live like for 12 bucks. Me say, test this you wanna get you. So when me come down, tell her not the compression. Jackal the boy, when you ring out the dead. When it come down, tell her not the compression. Jackal the boy, you better not test coach that. Like a big bomb in a fight with us class. What them a talk about, them a get shot. You see them a talk about, they come back. Jackal a be man in a fight with us class. When they dance a boy, they know they can't start. They make them a test boy, they know they can't stop. Jackal a be there, they know they come back. Who they fear, Jackal know the vampire. Look at me skin boy, they come from the fire. When they chant this boy, they know they find laser. Giving them a shot like a machete later. Because they better rock them high, and me say, what them a talk about? Me say, Jackal a fish come it up. Me say, live like a 12 buck. Me say, I know better rock them high, and me say, come down and the compression. Jackal the boy, they know the head. Lick him out, what them a talk? Take Jackal the boy, they must be smoke. Jackal a big boy, come from my DC. Giving them a talk, boy, then I want to see me. Jackal a big boss him up, DJ they cut him up. They get you off the lead boss in a race up. Me say, what them a talk about? Me say, Jackal a big jam it up. Me say, now I'm a big load him up. Me say, what them a talk about? Then they come down to and the compression. Jackal the boy, they know the dead. When they come down to and the compression. Where's your body where you wanna go there? What them a talk about? We never let the Jackal boy, the big boss him. We never the talk about. We never the talk about. We never be do make me man and big boss you. When they say, raw, like a big bear. We not the talk but no not be in there. When they say, what for them man of a wall, the talk about boy I know for this. Never talk about bullshit if I have it, no man. Yeah. I'm not that fit about the one them a talk. Live off it, I gonna love this one blood. Live on me 40 hit it down. Dig it down, go 40 pounds. Pound for pound, not to do. What a damn talk, boy, you look like a fool. What you do? What to do? What's God? You not damn talk about the one I get shot. The man then come. Every man dance and put up the heart and know me can't dance. But me say, for me come start dance, not me come.
That shoot. Bowies, I wanna rock right now. I'm the prince and I came to get down. I'm so internationally known. Before I was grown, I rock the microphone. I can't speak bipolar, till my flow crazy. 10 years straight, it ain't a rapper who can fade me. Around here, we got ways to move ya. Pumpkin or marble, today is what I choose. Ladies love me, the girls adore me. I mean, even white ones that never saw me. Like the way that I rock at a show. The reason why the selfie dub gang is so go.
Think it's time I let you know.
Holla me.
Taking your love off my schedule.
Come on.
The only heart you care for is your own. And I guess that I'm supposed to let it go. But you know that I can't come back home, baby. You what's up? You got me wrong. I love you, don't think I'm sitting by the phone. You what's up? You got me wrong. I love you, don't. Why you gave me your love as a loan? And now my heart bank is overcome. You only get out what you put in, and that's why you end up with nothing. But you know that I can't always you what's up. You got me wrong. I love you, don't think I'm sitting by the phone. You what's up. You got me wrong. I love you, don't. Come on. Think I'm at home, baby. You what's up. You got me wrong. I love you, don't think I'm sitting by the phone. You what's up.
your love. The only thing that's different with me is that I give you all your love for free. Now everybody listen up to what we have to say. Nigga, COSMICDJs. Now everybody stomp your feet and start to clap your hands. This party just won't be complete until we shake your pants.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Are you ready to throw down? That's pretty hard. Are you ready to throw down? That's pretty hard. Now here we go to the party rock to the wickedy freak. You just don't stop it like a jam. But you the beat. Just grab a partner and move your feet. You can jump up and down and go insane. Up to your focus town when it gets your way. Everybody off the wall, shuffle your feet. 2 2 beat, that's all you need.
Let me tell you about my new chick, she takes no lip. This is something about my new chick, make me work a double shift for her love. Her love, her love, her love. Now you know I got a new chick, she give it to me good. She give it to me plenty like a new chick should. On her back, like that. Her knees, like that. She don't get over it like that. Please, now what I love about my new chick, her friends are so down. And you gotta see my new chick when her friends come around, cause they Let me tell you about my new chick. She takes no lip. This is something about my new chick. Make me work a double shift for her love. Her love. Her love. Her love. Let me tell you about my new chick. She dressed so fine. And stop hating on my new chick, cause she do this all the time in the club. The club. The club. In the club. See, my chick love cameras. Yo chick can't stand her. My chick got class. Yo chick does not pass. My chick VIP. Yo chick need ID. My chick like Nicky Avalon. Yo chick like them black apples. Let me tell you about my new chick. She takes no lip. This is something about my new chick. Make me work a double shift for her love. Her love. Her love. Her love. Let me tell you about my new chick. She dressed so fine. And stop hating on my new chick, cause she do this all the time in the club. The club. The club. In the club. She real good. She real good. Show no shame. Shake it, baby. DJ Flash, we can deal to give you a blast. We are the very fine. We're rocking shots and all the way live. Show no shame. Shake it, baby. Show no shame. Don't be shy, girl. Show no shame. Higher, baby. Higher now. Higher, baby. Higher now. Higher, baby. Break it down. Show no shame now. Roll your hands way up high, and everybody's gonna try to reach the sky, because you can't stop, won't stop playing the game. Girl, I know that you can do it if you show no shame. Hey girl, don't be shy. Shake your body the way that I like it. With no shame, girl. That's the way. Shake it, baby. Take me higher. 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 Now break it down. Don't be shy, girl. Now switch.
Cause she was living la vida loca. She had dumps like a truck. Thighs like what? Baby, move your butt. I think I'm singing again. She had dumps like a truck. Thighs like what? All night long. Let me see that thong, baby. That thong. I like it when the beat go. Really make your booty go. That thong. That girl so scandalous, and I know I never handle it. She shaking that thing like who's the dish, with a look in her eyes so devilish. She like to dance till the hip hop spot. She cruise to the cruise and connect the dots. Not just her bend, she like the pop, cause she was never like me follow guys. That jumps like a truck. Guys like what? Baby move your butt. I think I'm singing again. She had jumps like a truck. Guys like what? All night long. Let me see that thong, baby. That thong. I like it when the beat go. Let me make your booty go. That thong, baby. Come on, baby. That thong. Said
Boy, you should know that I've got you on my mind, your secret admirer. I've been watching you. At night, I think of you. I want to be your lady, baby. The game is on, you need Kabul. Love and strong, and give my all to you. At night, I think of you. I want to be your lady, baby. The game is on, you need Kabul. Love and strong, and give my all to you. Every day I pray my heart can win. Every night I pray I can call you my man. Yeah. I need you, I want you, to have you, hold you, squeeze you. So I'm going out every weekend just to see my boo again. At night I think of you. I want to be your lady, baby. The game is on, you need a Kabul. Love and strong, all to you. At night I think of you. I want to be your lady, baby. The game is on, you need a Kabul. Love and strong, all to you. These feelings I have for you can go deeper if you can come correct with your game, boy. No, you can't be lame, boy. But if you can please me, then my love will come easy. I'll do anything you want. Freak me, boy. I'm thinking of you. At night, I think of you. I want to be your lady, baby. The game is on, you need Kabul. Love and strong.
True School Radio, we going all over the place.
At night, I think of you. I want to be your lady, baby. The game is on, you need Kabul. If you're loving strong, then give my all to you. Boy, you got
90.3 FM, New York.
Radio, we got some special guests in the house. Dr. Shaka, Hidden Yoda. Yeah, break down who is in the house. Oh man, we got one of my great brothers who's always been putting in great work from the Double PS Collective. Step up to the mic, introduce yourself, tell everybody what it be.
What it is, y'all, this is Rod Stars from Rebel Diaz and the RDAC DX, you know what I'm saying? We out here representing and wanting to share information about what we got coming up this weekend.
What's going on this weekend, brother?
Yeah, we got the South by South Bronx.
South Bronx!
You know what I'm saying? The South by South Bronx Hip Hop Festival, December 14th and 15th.
What day was that, brother?
And that's Friday, December 14th from 4 to 6 p.m. We got the educational workshops. 4 to 6 p.m. You know we gotta get the knowledge component in. And then on Saturday we got the Bronx All-Stars concert, you know what I'm saying, from 1 to 5 p.m. And we are gonna be blessed with the presence, you know what I'm saying?
Me?
Oh, man, for sure, you know, for sure.
You said Bronx All-Stars. Tell us who the Bronx All-Stars are.
Man, we gonna have Africa Bambaataa. A conversation with Africa Bambaataa. We're gonna have DJ Kool Herc. He's gonna be coming with Cindy Campbell. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, you know, finding out what happened with the first hip-hop party and let the young people know directly from the sources. Wow. You know, we got Grandmaster Kaz, Grand Wizard Theodore, Popmaster Fable, My Song, Sadat X, La Bruja, Rebel Diaz, YC the Cynic, Circa 95, Flaco Navaja, the list goes on. We got a Boogie Mike Cypher, which is some of the younger MCs that have been, you know what I'm saying, really tearing up in the Bronx. So we just trying to bring the generations together and represent hip-hop.
Bruja. Yeah. That's a blast from the past right here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Heard G-Bro the Pro.
G-Bro the Pro, that's right. Shout out to both of them.
You know, but it's clear like it's gonna be but if you don't have a conversation.
Oh, and it's free. That's the best thing about it. It's free.
Hold on.
$3.99. $3.99. It's for free. That means you don't gotta pay $1 to get in.
And where's this located?
It's all going down at Hostos Community College this Friday, December 14th, and Saturday, December 15th.
So what's this? You said 6 p.m. on Friday.
No. 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. are the workshops. And we, if any young people out there listening or anybody that wants to register for the workshops, you can register online right now at www.sxsbx.org. You know what I'm saying? And register. We got crazy workshops. The history of hip-hop dance, Pop Master Fable, the history and art of the DJ, and Grand Wizard Theater are going to be doing that workshop. We're going to be doing a workshop on hip-hop and activism. We got some Brother Shep from upstairs is going to be participating in Surviving the Police State along with Take Back the Bronx and Brother Shaka. You know what I mean? So it's going to be crazy.
And a conversation with Africa Bambaataa.
That's right.
If this was 1 to 5, a conversation with Africa Bambaataa can last that long.
Oh man, I wish we could. Yeah.
How you gonna do that?
We should have. We don't have it. I guess it's gonna be a brief conversation there. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. I wish we could talk for 5 hours. I'm with that.
I see that there's a conference here on Take Back the BX. Talk about Take Back the BX. What is that about?
Take Back the Bronx is an organization that actually, when a lot of those Occupy movements, you know what I'm saying, came out, it started off as Occupy the Bronx, but then we was like, wait a minute, the Bronx is already occupied by the police and by, you know what I'm saying, these dirty politicians, so we gotta do something different. So they decided to call it Take Back the Bronx, and they've been doing a lot of amazing work in the Bronx, you know what I mean, especially around the stop and frisk, you know what I'm saying, and the cases of the Marley Graham and, the young man who was killed, and Jack T. Greed. So
don't you have something coming up? What's it, Thursday? Is it Thursday or Wednesday? Concerning with Marley Graham.
And that was actually today. That was this morning. We was all up there.
The Occupy the Court.
Yeah, we was up there deep. It was about, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's where we was this morning. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. The reason that it's so important to support the family of Marley Graham is that Officer Richard Hayes, you know what I'm saying, who killed him, and for folks that aren't aware of what happened with him, this young man was shot and killed inside of his own home, inside of the bathroom of his home, in front of his grandmother and 6-year-old brother. There was no warrant to get into the house. He didn't have any weapons on him. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So right now the officer, is being charged with manslaughter, which is, not murder like he should be. But more than anything, the reason that we go and support is because the police Benevolent Association, they've been going like 100 deep, right? Because they support each other. So and it's really been an intimidating. They've been cheering.
Actually, I heard that when when they went to the court, the police, the public policy enforcers, that's masquerading themselves as police officers, were actually clapping and cheering and applauding.
Yeah, this is crazy. You know what I mean? So
this is crazy.
Yeah, so that's why it's so important that we go and support the family and let them know that they're not alone. And we was about 150 deep today, and hopefully the next court day is gonna be March 26th of next year. So you know what I mean? And we gotta understand that that's what the state and the system do is they try to extend these cases so that folks, with time end up losing the support. You know what I mean? So that's why we gotta keep letting them know that support is gonna continue to be there.
Die off from diabetes, stress.
But the main thing is we just gotta keep the pressure going, and we can't allow these cases to go by the wayside. We got to keep talking about them and keep it in the public eye. The main thing they expect us to do is to go away.
Yeah, we're going to keep being there. And I'm glad you brought that up. Glad you brought that up, for sure.
If you want to get away with any murder, just become an NYPD.
Kill a rapper. You want to get away with murder? Kill a rapper.
Or become a police officer.
But once again, this is some real good stuff, man. Don't forget the South by South Bronx.
Friday, December 14th, educational workshop. Saturday, December 15th, Bronx All-Star Concert. He said a concert.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. And this is the first one. So we're going to do it again next year, bigger and better. But you know what I'm saying? And just so folks know, we call it South by South Bronx. It's a festival in Austin, Texas called South by Southwest. You know what I mean? But we don't got no corporate sponsors. You know what I mean? So we figured let's do a South by South Bronx for the people and by the people. This is a whole festival that's being done free, and it's being 100% funded by the community, by local businesses, by local nonprofits. You know what I'm saying? And the beauty of that is that, you know what I'm saying, we said earlier, this is a hip-hop festival. This is not a rap music industry festival. You know what I mean?
That's the key.
And we're clear about that.
So there won't be no little Kim, there won't be no puppies, there'll be real people.
Yeah, this is going to be, we're going to have Bambaataa and Kool Herc. Enough said.
Don't get no better than that. And then you got the Grandmaster Cass. And Rebel Diaz.
That's right. Mix it all up. I got a brother right here. His name is MC Elijah Black. He's going to be performing to me, representing the RDAC DX crew, some of the younger generation that's coming out of the collective. You know what I mean? So definitely wanted to shout him out. He's out of here with us.
Step up to the mic, brother. Let's know who you are and who you be.
Peace, y'all. Go by name MC Elijah Black. MC Elijah Black here representing the RDAC VX crew. You know what I mean? We just trying to push this event, show the power that the people have. You know, we don't always need organizations and all of that to, you know, help us put together a show like this. This is a big event for us, you know.
That's peace, you know. I can't wait to see you do your thing, you know. Cause if Brother Rod here, if they endorse you, we know you official. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. He a beast on the freestyle tip. You know what I mean? And I gotta shout it out because everywhere we go, he just rides with us. Because whenever there's an op to get on that mic, he's on it. So I was like, yo, ride with me, brother. You already know.
Well, you know, this is True School Radio. We will put you on the spot here.
Hey, man, I'm ready all the time.
You know what? Hold on, can we throw down that music real quick? Yeah, bring it down just a little bit after the bell.
It's about to get really, really moist in here.
Since you said you're a freestyle beast, just to say the least.
Oh, you already get it.
Come out of retirement. Now, we want to hear from you, brother. Step up to the mic and here's what you got, baby.
All right. Let's get over this right here.
No, wait. You ready to ride whatever you get. You ready to get a
no cuss words.
Yeah,
no
N
words,
no B words, no cuss words. Keep it clean, keep it clean.
I might have to jump in this with you, Elijah, just for you know.
Let's go.
You gonna set it off, Elijah? Let's do 8.
Check. Said we gon' do 8. I tell you that the 8 is for infinity. I'm so great lyrically. Matter of fact, it's sorta like a miracle. Are you seeing this? I think not, because you're kinda blind. But I represent that hip hop. Yo, I do not represent them gangs that be crip hopping or throwing up B signs. If you step to me, then you gon' be declined. Hip hop, I define. Now I'ma pass it off to my man with the P.
Yo, pass it off like it was a baton. Freestyle language, color the tone. That's rap for Spanish. People know that we does this. Grab microphones and I'm chilling with cousins. That means I'm with Kim. Chilling with Slang Kim. So much Slang Kim, cause so much discipline. Lacking in the youth. I'm chilling with my troops. Man, I'm Superman when you put me in the booth.
But this is not a booth, it's a radio station. Matter of fact, I'm more like a satellite flying, cause I'll be watching down on Earth. And yo, I've been running this town since birthing. Yo, I've been going after round browns, but nah, cause that be your cursing. Me, I be the first. You will be the last, and yo, I might just pass it. Yo, my flow is like boxing gloves, everlasting.
South Bronx Hip Hop Festival. You could come to do the workshops, do the knowledge. 4 to 6 p.m. coming on Friday. Next thing, you could come on Saturday. 1 to 5 p.m. Hip Hop All Stars. But you know me, it's Rod Stars, so the Rebel Diaz family. We a clan, rocking microphones from here to Iran.
Come on! To Iran, nah, it's just the BX. I grabbed the flyers, tell me who you gon' see next. Grandmaster Kazor, SADATX in my song. I get my rhyme on. Matter of fact, I'm sorta like a python mixed with a psycho. When I get on the microphone with the row in the middle, I roll in the middle of a desert, and then I go and pick up some sand and I throw it in your eyes and I tell you I'm the man. Yo, my whole crew is like a Wu-Tang clan, but we are not from the Staten Island. We represent the Bronx now. Go ahead.
Yo, we represent the RDAC DX Collective. You could come join us and get a new perspective. We understand that this whole life is a lesson. I fight for the people, fight against depression. Catch me on the radio with the voice of Harlem. True School Radio, you know we might palm them with these ill beats, with these ill flows. I already let y'all know I was raised in the go Chicago, but I'm in the BX, RDAC, BX, SX, SBX. I say that like 3 times. I got like 3 rhymes. Grab microphones cause we kill it all the time.
Yeah, we in the BX. Mirror on the wall, I'm staring at my reflection, telling you that I don't need no protection, cause my flow go harder than an erection. But this is not a porno flick, I get raw with those lyrics that I spittin' that I go too far. My bad, but I'm sorta like a superstar. My bad, I be driving in a super.
Yeah, we pop master like Fable. Lyrics colorful like the gum under the table. Colorful like graffiti off the subway. Grab microphones and we driving down the one-way, going down the runway. We gotta fight for a better bit of hip hop. This is how we do it, cause it don't stop. It go on forever like we Tango 97. I do this thing open all night 7-Eleven, but I keep rocking, I never gonna stop. Catch me on Friday representing hip hop. I'ma do the hip hop and activism workshop from 4 to 6 p.m. We can learn a little lot.
4 to 6 p.m. and then 1 to 5 the next day. I see through you, sorta like an X-ray, but I am not a doctor. I put you to test, plus I be the proctor. Y'all trying to lift my chakras. I see no limits like Silk the Shaka or Master P. I get on the microphone and paint a masterpiece like Basquiat. It's obvious to this kid is rhyming hot. Go.
I'ma say go, and I don't never wanna stutter. My ears so clogged, I was raised in the gutter. Freestyle butter, right in the dairy section. Grab the microphone in the intersection off the Grand Concourse. I can get on the mic and rock it, of course. I'm off course, like Derek on the court. That's Derrick Rose, he sprained his ankle. I'ma grab the microphone and rock it. I'm gonna bang it on the table like I'm in the lunchroom. Grab microphones and I'm hot like Cancun. We talked about spring break with my brother Yoda. I'ma grab the microphone and get it on loader. Load the leash, but I don't rock no bullets. I'ma grab the microphone with the trigger, won't pull it. Or maybe I will, but I ain't about violence, about stopping it. Grab microphones cause you know we always rocking it. I'm in Hunts Point, right up in the point, right off of Barretto, off of Spofford where they locked up the youth. But I'ma tell the truth, we need to liberate ourselves and tell the truth. I ain't never gonna lie, won't see me no disguise. I'll be up on the corner selling that streetwise. That's the paper for the homeless, paper for the hopeless, paper for the people that understand we not hopeless. We're feeling hopeful, that means we're full of vision. Grab microphones and you know it's an incision. Pass it to Elijah Black. All day BX, you know we bring it back.
Yeah, you know we bring it back. At the same time we make you fall forward, sorta like YC. He's on the flyer, his rhymes is kinda flyer. Yeah, my flow is like the Mara, take you higher. Now if you know the rest of that word, it was Juana, not Juana man. And these cats I do not understand her. I'm in the room with the band batter. Almost pronounced it wrong, it's like Saturday the 15th. We gon' get mean, but you might not see me, cause I'm gon' be busy trying to make the show go on. And yo, these cats is mad evil, sorta like Armstrong. Do you watch the comics? Do you read the comic books? Yo, I am not a common crook. When I was 11 years old, I was from the Brook. When I was 7, I was from the Queens. Right now, I live up in the East Harlem, but I be in the BX with some MCs that be starving. Pardon if I go on, but I'm so out of space, so I'm sorta like Marvin. What's going on? That's my favorite CD. You do not believe me, initials be easy. I mean EB, but see, it's kinda easy to mistake me. Never that, yo, they might just take me way back to the 70s, because they say I got an old soul, and I'm sorta like Stone Cold Steve Austin 316, that be 48. See, I do the mathematics like 7 is divine, 8 is infinite, and 9, well, that'll be the things that take you to the sky. You see, my mind is sorta like one time for your mind. Now, that didn't really make any sense, but neither do I. In my pocket, I got lint, cause I ain't got no dollars. I'm just trying to holler. Yo, rock stars, grab the mic and spit it proper.
Well, you said that you got an old soul. I got an old soul like the trombone of Willie Colon, about to bring it home. Shouts to everybody here in Africa Bambaataa, Planet Rock from here to Sergeant Slaughter. I'ma grab the microphone, we don't bring it hotter, we bring it the hottest. You know that we blessed. Grab microphones, most MCs don't impress, but we understand that we fight for the oppressed, and everybody's been left behind by the studies and the education failure. Grab microphones cause you know my people not failing. We uprising, that means it's uprising, and everybody know that the people not divided. Gotta unify, gotta see the light, and we gonna be rocking on Saturday night, Saturday afternoon. It's too soon.
That's too school right here.
Rod Stars, Roger Black, they didn't even have to curse.
That's right. Hey, you know what's crazy? I got to shout out the brother. He gonna be teaching the MC workshop. His name is Hypnotic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy, but Hypnotic taught so many young MCs from the Hunts Point area how to rhyme. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that he always taught everybody was that cursing is a lazy way of expressing yourself.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And I feel that more than just, you know what I mean? I share that with the young people all the time, because more than telling them not, you know, what not to do, you kind of challenge them to be like, yo, if you swearing, that means you're being lazy. You don't even know how to express yourself. So, you know what I'm saying? Stretch the words out and find another way to say that same sentiment. You know what I'm saying?
That Thoris, you know?
Thoris. That's right. Well, that was fun. That was dope.
Yo, but y'all definitely killed that, man. I'm looking forward to Friday and Saturday.
Looking forward. I'm already there right now.
That's right. And it's going to be crazy. There's so many, you know what I'm saying? More than anything, you know, we're truly honored, you know what I'm saying, for one, to be here at the station with y'all, with you know what I'm saying, with Bambaataa. But we really want to stress that the reason we're doing this is because, you know, we just feel that, you know, a lot of times the young people aren't given an alternative. You know what I mean? They force-fed, you know what I'm saying, this corporate-driven music. And what we're doing with the show by making it free is letting them know that there's another alternative, and that's true school music. You know what I mean?
And what you said is really real, because we say that up here all the time, and you got to bring a balance back. You know, if you keep getting force-fed the same crap, then that's what you get back.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But like we say, like when we said here, if you're gonna play 50 Cent, give us common sense. You know what I mean? If you're gonna play Little John or Little Wayne or whoever this little dude is,
Give us some Public Enemy. Give some KRS-One.
Yeah,
give
some Big Daddy Kane. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Balance it out.
Some Double DS. Exactly.
Some Elijah Black.
There you go.
Yeah, we gotta get all that up in here.
All that. And we say that, like, for example, I always give the example, like, we have an open mic first Friday of the month called Boogie Mics, and we've been doing it for about a year and a half, and we don't censor the young people. We let them come up there and rock whatever, but it's always a beautiful sight to see some of these young teenagers, you know what I'm saying, you know, watching some of these MCs go up there and spit that real music as an alternative, you know what I mean? So they so used to what they see on TV and videos and all that when they see a real MC spitting, you see how they change. Next month that they come up, they coming up with a different.
They get on their game.
You know what I mean? They coming on their game. So, you know what I'm saying?
Stepping it up.
Word up. Shout out to Warren Budd and John Mega that have been hosting that show for us for the last year.
Shout out to y'all because y'all, you know, you always, you know, Rebel DS Collective, you know, y'all always keep it real. Like you said,
absolutely.
Y'all in the neighborhoods, you know what I mean? And y'all, you know, you're really what you say you are, because a lot of people, you know, talk it, but you actually walk it. You know, you guys, you know, have been a part of the stop and frisk movements, even when y'all went through your own joint, you know, filming the police. You know what I mean? So that's really hip-hop activism at its finest. And not only do you do that here, but y'all travel the world and y'all go through all these South American countries and everywhere else the same thing. So, you know, y'all really true to that, man. And y'all got to be commended and big up.
I appreciate that. We was just sharing today with some of the elders. We're like, you know, like, hip-hop has become the soundtrack to poor people all over the world. You know what I mean? And real talk, like, wherever you go, you know what I'm saying? I was just building with some of Bambaatas folks. He's going to be in Brazil. You know what I mean? And seeing how hip-hop over there, you know, hip-hop in Venezuela, Chile, and Africa. So it's such a beautiful thing, you know what I'm saying? And seeing that even on a global scale, you know what I'm saying, it stay true to his elements of resistance and just representing for the people. So we going to continue doing that, especially living in the Bronx, the birthplace. And, you know, to us, this festival is really like a culmination of a lot of work, you know, around Stop and Frisk, around hip-hop in general. So, you know, it's just an important thing that we've been able to get this project out.
Let our true student listeners know where to find y'all, because y'all got your own spot over there.
Yeah, man.
Y'all got a beautiful building and a lot of stuff. Let the brothers and sisters out there know where to find y'all.
So y'all can come and visit us. We have a spot at 478 Austin Place, you know what I mean? Before a lot of these Occupy movements came out, we occupied you know what I'm saying, an abandoned candy factory, truly in the spirit of hip-hop, you know how it used to be done. And we took this building over, and 4 years later, we have the R.BX, the Rebel DS Arts Collective. We have 5,000 square feet of, you know what I'm saying, performance space, music studio, and this has been a project that truly came out of the, you know, Hunts Point community and has grown now. We have about 25 members, ranging from ages 17 to, you know, 33, 34, some of all, you know, but more than anything, it's just like, it's a, you know, we practice horizontal leadership there, so there's a lot of young leadership, you know, being developed, and we're just really proud to say that, you know, we're not a nonprofit. This is a 100% autonomous community effort, you know what I'm saying, and we share that with everybody, because I feel like even in organizing and political movement building, like we always tell people, if you can't organize 5 people on your block in your immediate hood, then what are you talking about, you know what I'm saying? And for us, we always follow the example of an Africa Bambaataa who was organizing the hood before the term hip-hop organizing even existed, you know what I'm saying, and understanding that hip-hop innately, you know, when you talk about getting together a b-boy crew or a graph crew, you know what I'm saying, you're organizing people, you know what I'm saying, and that's what I think is that we've been doing, and not reinventing the wheel, just organizing around hip-hop, you know what I'm saying, and
y'all definitely, you know, carved out your niche and you're doing the thing, and you know, it's important to keep mentoring and, you know, and reaching back and pulling the next ones through.
Exactly.
Because if they don't have anything to look up to, then they're going to go to these other places and these other so-called street families and find that love. So we got to get that love back, and you guys are definitely doing it, and big ups to y'all.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate y'all having us on.
Salute, brother. Salute to you guys, brother. Keeping hip-hop alive, man. Y'all not just talking about it, you're actually being it, you know what I mean?
I gotta come see y'all some more, man. Y'all, I'm always, you know, I feel like I was here like 2 years ago. I can't do that no more, man. So, you know, I'm saying it on air right now. I'm gonna start coming around some more, man, because y'all got good energy. And
well, you definitely got a home here, you know, and you always have been family, so, you know, act like it.
That's what it is. Really come on home. Sometimes the flaw you take humble to the extreme, but you just stay on, you know. But definitely we gotta come home, baby. Definitely, man.
And bring us some of that good cooked food called hip hop.
That's right.
And I know Rebel Diaz cooks so well in the kitchen.
Not the rap crap.
Exactly. Please bring some of that good stuff there. The people, they want to hear this stuff. They need to hear this stuff.
Good to hear MCs.
Yeah.
Not recording artists pretending.
And the young MCs around us are keeping us on our toes, bro. Real talk. Real talk.
Make sure you're so
many of them, you know.
Just make sure you're so stuff, man. You know? If you fall off for a half a second, they got you.
Yeah. And they let you know too.
Oh yeah.
They let you know.
It's like, you know, like when you was a kid and you was playing ball with your pops. You probably drove on them in school. It's like, yeah, got you.
Yeah. That's all day. So
once again, let us know about this weekend.
Yeah, just to reiterate once again, RWX presents South by South Bronx Hip Hop Festival at Hostos Community College. Africa Bambaataa, DJ Kool Herc with First Lady of Hip Hop Cindy Campbell. Friday, December 14th are the workshops from 4 to 6 p.m. Saturday, December 15th is a concert from 1 to 5 p.m. Performing live, Grandmaster Caz, Sadat X, My Song, La Bruja, Rebel Diaz, Flaco Navaja, YC the Cynic, Circa 95, RWX, Boogie Mike Cypher. It's going to be crazy.
Alright.
And it's free.
Any last shout outs you want to give out to the universe, the atmosphere, to the brothers and sisters?
Yo, shout out to the Ramarley Grant family for being an inspiration of hope. You know what I'm saying? To the whole RWX, to the whole Zulu Nation, you know what I'm saying? Africa Bambaataa.
Yes, sir.
Shaka, you already know, man. Everybody here in the building with us.
Former Lamb right here, brother. Brother Elijah Black.
Ooh, get him.
Yeah, much love to everybody, you know what I mean? Shout out to Bambaataa, Kool Herc.
You don't have to bring the whole crew out here when just have a cipher.
Definitely.
Please, I would have. Please do. You know what I'm saying? I'll reach out to them.
We did that one time with KRS and we had to turn the music off and went off for almost 4 hours. Calling up and everything. Got these guys.
No doubt. Well, we'll definitely do that. We'll take y'all over there and bring the whole crew out here and have a cipher. So, much love, y'all. Salute. See y'all this weekend, December 14th and 15th.
Absolutely. I want to thank y'all for coming on.
No doubt, man. Thank y'all for
sharing
having
to
us.
the world some of this great breath of fresh air called hip hop in the house right here. Shout out to Rebel Diaz, Elijah Black, talking about the South Bronx Hip Hop Festival at Hostess Community College this Friday, December 14th, Saturday, December 15th. Educational workshop from 4 to 6 p.m. Registration on the first floor. And for registration, they should go to the workshop registration site, which is what?
www.sxsbx.org.
Thank you, brother.
You already know.
That's right. We're going to have Hip Hop and the Art of DJing by Grandmaster Theodore. History of Hip Hop Dance by Pop Master, the Pop Master Fable. Hip Hop and the Activism by Rebel Diaz. Women Warriors. All right. That's going to be with who?
The Urban Butterflies.
Oh, yeah.
Man, shout out to them. They're a really dope organizing crew of women, of young Dominican women from the Heights. And they like 20 deep, and they all like young Lolita LeBrons in the mix. Like they work hard, they political, they militant, and they organize. So shout out to them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Who said women can't be warriors?
That's right.
Come talk to them and find out how they are. Hip hop and social media, Circa 95, surviving the police state, NYPD in the beatdown. Know your rights. Take back the BX. Spit MCing workshop by Hypnotic. Oh yeah, Latinos in hip hop. Woo, man. How to independently publish a book. Bonafide, Rojas, and more. And that Saturday, December 15th, Bronx All Stars concert from 1 to 5 p.m. in the main auditorium. DJ Amon Ra, Africa Bambaataa in the house. DJ Kool Herc, plus special performances by Grandmaster Caz, Sadat X, and many, many more. Oh man, this is going to be a fabulous, spectacular weekend, and this is going on again at Hostess Community College, 450 Grand Concourse, Bronx, BX, New York, 10451, 245 train to 149th Street in Grand Concourse. And again, the magic word is free.
That's right.
This is brought to you by the people, for the people, to the people. So says who? Dr. Shaka Zulu. I want to thank again Rebel Diaz for blessing us with the hip-hop holy presence and sharing the science, the math, hip-hop to the people. Peace. Peace.
not too far gone. We got to let the girls know what they got to do for us. This don't got to be a drag, man. A man can't do nothing no more. It's really a drag. You got to do something. Get down. Get it fucking up. Get it fucking up. Hey, get it fucking up. Get it fucking up. Get it fucking up. Get it fucking up. Get it fucking up.
Robert Diaz, Dave Funky.
Get it fucking up. Get it fucking up. Hey, get it fucking up. 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 Let me tell you what you got to do. TCB so narrow, so nobody can get through. But he asked you, do you love and smile and kiss his cheek? Walk away and twist your hip, make sure you keep him weak. Don't let nobody take care of your business better than you do. Too bad you won't get what he wants, struggle under you, and then you can hold your man. You can hold your man. You can hold your man. You can hold. Hey! Never get so confident, there was nothing you want to know. Because the time you lose your plan, then you got to go. You know what we got, you tell him. These untold balls. Use your right so carefully, and put me a total loss. So when you love your man, be careful, I tell him that. He will put you back in the corner, and you can like some that. And you can hold your man. You can hold your man. You can hold your man. Hold.
James Brown. Put them funk signs up. Where my funk heads at? 212-650-6903. That's a shark thing. They got the funk. Can I get some help? Can I get some help? Can I get some help? Can I get a witness? Can I get a witness?
off. Now give it off. 1, 2, 3, go.
This is True School, the musical journey, the people show. Hit me. If any groups got any songs out there, and you ain't got no cussing, no N-words, and no B-words on it, and it's good music, send your MP3 to planetrockmusic@earthlink.net, where we can see if it be played in True School. That's planetrockmusic@earthlink.net. Send your MP3. No cussing, no N-words, no B-words.
Whcr 90.3 FM, New York.
Special shout out to all the party people all over this great planet so-called Earth. You got to love yourself or you be by yourself. We're on a planet with millions and trillions of people. There's no one ideology that can control the other. You better watch what's going on with your governments. Don't sit there like you don't know what's happening. Get up and do something. Get up, get into it, get involved. Each one, teach one, help one, and feed one. Put some love back in the universe. And the universe will put love back on you. And don't forget, put some love on the Mother Earth. And Mother Earth will put some love on you.
This is DJ Whcr, the father of hip-hop. This is going out to my man over in Japan. Utaka. To my man, Crazy A. This how we do. For all the B-boys and B-girls, get ready. Right about now, we're gonna rock and jam with the jammers. Keep on. To all the breakers out there, this is you, y'all. This is for you, y'all. Japan, shout out. dedication to my man DXT. To my man going out Jazzy J. To African Islam. Phase 2. Going out to my man Paul Rock. Let's rock and don't stop. Keep on and don't stop. Keep on and don't stop. Be girls, be boys. Come on. All the people over there in Japan. Rock.
And don't stop. Where Curtis Mayfield at? Get it on, y'all.
Child, and don't cry. Your folks might understand you by and by. Just move on up toward your destination. Though you may find from time to time complication. And take the trip. Though there may be wet road ahead and you cannot slip, just move on up. For peace you'll find into the steeple of beautiful people where there's only one kind. So hush now, child, and don't cry. Folks might understand you by and by. Move on up and keep on wishing. Remember your dream is your only scheme, so keep on pushing. Take nothing less than the supreme best. Do not obey, you must be forsake that you can pass the test. Just move on up to a greater day. With just a little faith, if you put your mind to it, you can surely do it. Just move on up. Move on up. But move on up. Watch out, but just move on up. But move on up. Move on up. true school.
We just was moving on up.
Moving on up. Moving on up. Listen to True School.
Keep digging in the crates. Africa Bambaataa, WCR, True School Radio, The People Show, 90.3 FM. Let's go.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Cut.